Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this parliament, direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I present report number 38 of the Selection Committee relating to the consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday 18 October 2021. The report will be printed in the Hansard for today and the committee's determinations will appear on tomorrow's notice paper. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. The Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I rise to move a motion to suspend standing orders and advise the House that pursuant to Standing Order 47C, Roman numeral 2, the Manager of Opposition Business and I have agreed an absolute majority is not required. I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent 1. The Prime Minister moving a motion in relation to the ANZUS Treaty and speaking for 10 minutes, 2. The Leader of the Opposition speaking in reply for 10 minutes, 3. The Deputy Prime Minister, Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Minister for Defence and Member for Gorton speaking to the motion for 5 minutes each, 4. Debate on the motion then being adjourned and resumption of the debate being made an order of the day for a later hour, and 5. Any variation to this arrangement to be made only by motion moved by a minister.
The question is the motion moved by the Leader of the House be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Honourable the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, I move that this House notes that today marks the 70th anniversary of the alliance between Australia and the United States of America under the ANZUS Treaty. It reaffirms the commitment of Australia to that alliance, recognising its fundamental importance to our nation's security, sovereignty and prosperity, and to meeting the opportunities and challenges of our time. That acknowledges that the alliance has underpinned peace, stability and freedom in the Indo-Pacific region and beyond, and that American leadership remains indispensable to the global rules-based order. It acknowledges that next week marks the 20th anniversary of the September 11 terrorist attacks, in response to which the ANZUS Treaty was invoked. It places on record its profound gratitude to the servicemen and women of both our nations who have served together over more than a century, and acknowledges that the enduring friendship between our nations is underpinned by shared liberal democratic values and principles, and these have been embraced by our peoples across generations. Mr Speaker, today marks the 70th anniversary of the signing of the Australia-New Zealand-United States Security Treaty, the ANZUS Treaty. ANZUS is the foundation stone of Australia's national security and a key pillar for peace and stability in our Indo-Pacific region and indeed across the world. For 7 decades it has underpinned vital military, national security and intelligence cooperation between Australia and the United States, and much more besides. It has been, and I hope will always be, a shared national endeavour, one that has evolved to meet new challenges based on enduring values. The ANZUS Treaty was signed facing the ocean we share on the 1st of September 1951 in San Francisco. Among its architects, none stands taller than Australia's Minister for External Affairs in the early years of the Menzies government and later Ambassador to the United States, Percy Spender. It was Percy Spender's unique foresight and hard-headed realism that helped secure the treaty. Just 11 articles, and little more than 800 words that has stood the test of time. Sir Robert Menzies reflected on ANZUS, which I consider to be the greatest achievement of the Menzies government, towards the end of his prime ministership, and he said, "There is a contract between Australia and America. It is a contract based on the utmost goodwill, the utmost good faith and unqualified friendship. Each of us will stand by it." And so we have. And for more than a century now, even preceding the treaty, Mr Speaker, from the cornfields of Lamel to the unforgiving steep terrain of Mount Tambo in Papua New Guinea, where stretcher-bearer Les Bull Allen rescued 12 American soldiers from the battlefield and was recognised for his bravery with the award of the Silver Star. Mates helping mates. This continued in the snow of Korea, the rice paddies and jungles of Vietnam, and most recently in the dust of Iraq and Afghanistan, and the evacuation of Kabul. Our alliance is based on trust and mutual respect. Trust and respect so often forged in adversity, as it was in the Second World War when Prime Minister Curtin, almost a decade before ANZUS, turned our focus to the United States in our most desperate hour. And it is an alliance based on a positive vision for our region, for a free, open and secure Indo-Pacific. Our alliance is based on a friendship that has never demanded the silence or indeed censure of its critics. Rather, we tend the tree of liberty across the Pacific. Ours is a partnership based on hope and on aspiration. We believe in free nations charting their own destinies, free economies trading fairly and openly, and free peoples embracing the future optimistically. Mr Speaker, the ANZUS Treaty breathes and adapts with each passing generation. It has been stewarded by 14 presidents and 14 prime ministers since Sir Robert Menzies. Our relationship now spans security and defence, diplomacy, trade, intelligence, shared facilities, space and cyber, future defence capability, and the shared and deep ties of people, culture and outlook. It embraces collaboration on new technologies, critical minerals and rare earths, strengthening of our supply chains, trusted supply chains, providing vaccines throughout the Pacific and meeting the challenges of climate change and the new energy economy. Our two peoples see the world through the same lens. The treaty we celebrate today has leaned into the world, dealing with it honestly, as it is, but in the hope of it becoming more as we would like it to be. Mr Speaker, at the launch of the Defence Strategic Update last year, I said we live in a region where peace, stability and prosperity cannot be taken for granted. Australia is confronting the most challenging strategic environment we have known in many, many decades. This strategic environment will challenge us, as it will challenge our great friends and partners in the United States and across our region. But our alliance will stand resilient in the face of these challenges as we nurture and refresh our commitment to one another. The ANZUS Treaty states no potential aggressor could be under the illusion that we as allies stand alone in the Pacific. Our nation's desire to strengthen the fabric of peace and meet the strategic challenges we face continues to be served by our alliance with the United States and the treaty we entered into 70 years ago today. Together we share hope, we share burden and we share vision, a positive vision. We may not be equal in size, but there is no doubting on either side of this partnership the equality of our commitment, of our resolve and our dedication to the values that underpin our great partnership. Together, we have always supported a world that favours freedom. Our alliance and America's deep engagement in our region is essential as we look to rebuild from the pandemic and shape a free and open Indo-Pacific that is stable, secure and prosperous. In this mission, Australia and the United States work with friends old and new, our long-standing ASEAN partners, our Pacific family, our fellow travellers in the Quad and Five Eyes and the G7+. We work together for an Indo-Pacific region where the sovereign rights of all nations are respected, that is free of coercion, and where disputes are settled peacefully and in accordance with the rule of law, of international law. For as President Eisenhower declared, one truth must rule all we think and do. The unity of all who dwell in freedom is their only secure defence. Mr. Speaker, on this milestone, we recall another anniversary. Next week marks the 20th anniversary of the September 11 terrorist attacks. Our then Prime Minister John Howard was in Washington, DC, indeed to acknowledge this very anniversary on 50 years. He saw the smoke plume in Washington as this tragedy struck that nation. But he also saw the great spirit and enduring faith of the American people and their resilience and their determination. On returning home, John Howard addressed this very House as Prime Minister, saying, "If our debt as a nation to the people of the United States in the darkest days of World War II means anything, if the comradeship, the friendship and the common bonds of democracy and a belief in liberty, fraternity and justice mean anything, it means that the ANZUS Treaty applies," and indeed it did. It was the first and remains the only time the ANZUS Treaty has been formally invoked. While ANZUS has only been invoked that one time, the intent of that treaty, the values that that treaty represents, have underpinned our deep and enduring relationship with the United States for the past 70 years and will for decades to come. Last week we spoke in this House about our response to the 2001 terrorist attacks that shaped much of the following years. Last week, the horrific events at Kabul Airport's Abbey Gate reminded us again of the enormous price our ally has paid for its role in the world. The United States has so often established the very peace and safety that so many nations shelter under. From the remarkable achievement of shaping a post-war world that resulted in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the post-war rule-based order. The Marshall Plan, described by General Marshall himself as a policy directed not against any country or doctrine, but against hunger, poverty and desperation. The rebuilding of Japan, our great friend, and the security umbrella for the development of Asia. The Berlin airlift that defied Soviet coercion and kept the flame of liberty alive that eventually saw the wall that would enclose them torn down by the hands of those it sought to separate forever. The ongoing stand against radical Islamist extremism that blasphemes and perverts that religion and dishonours those who seek to live out their faith in peace. We must recognise that the peace afforded to so many by the United States, including those who have been quick to criticise them, has so often come at such great cost to our great ally, our friend and our partner. This is something Australia will never take for granted or presume upon. As I have said on many times, including on the White House lawn, Australia looks to the United States, but we will never leave it to the United States. We stand by each other together and for the truths we both hold dear, in sunshine and in sorrow, as President Johnson said, and in the words of Robert Menzies, warmed by the same fires. May that always be true. And finally, as President Reagan reminded us, let us press on, knowing that liberty, as he said, is not an inevitable state, and that there is no law which guarantees that once achieved it will survive. So let us pledge ourselves again here on this 70th anniversary of our great alliance to renew and modernise our alliance, to continue to be vigilant and strong, to build the economic strength for the peace and prosperity for all, and for a world order that favours freedom. Whatever challenges lie ahead, I know And Australians know that Australia and the United States will go on to meet them with the same courage, the same daring, the same unbreakable bond that has carried us to this day and will continue to do so into the future. A bond sealed indeed by the sacrifices of all who served under our flags of Australia and the United States, whom we honour, especially this day, in whose name we rededicate ourselves to the values and freedoms they fought to secure for us to uphold and pursue. And may our prayer be as a nation, Mr Speaker, that God continue to bless our great alliance, those United States of America and the Commonwealth of Australia.
And I call the honourable yes. Question is the motion moved by the Prime Minister be agreed to, and I call the honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The 70th anniversary of the ANZUS Treaty is a significant opportunity to not just commemorate our shared history, but look forward to how our relationship will impact our respective futures. It comes at a time when attention is focused on what conclusions are to be drawn from the 20-year war in Afghanistan, which came to an end this week. What is certain is we know the steadfastness of America's values as we know the steadfastness of our own. And there can be no overstatement when it comes to the bond between the United States of America and Australia. We joined the UN-sanctioned mission that was largely led by the United States, and through to the end, the Americans were our brothers and sisters in arms. Unified in the purpose of preventing terrorism and improving the lives of burdened people, particularly the women and girls of Afghanistan, through to the very end, in fact. If it weren't for our American allies' efforts to evacuate thousands of Australians and visa holders in these past weeks, would have been no more than wishful thinking. The US presence made the crucial difference to ensuring we were able to take on this difficult task. And their presence came at a great cost, losing 13 of their own as they sought to help others. Their ultimate sacrifice reflects the heavy duty of leadership, and we honour them. And it is a weight that America has carried since World War II, where the origins of ANZUS are to be found, in the war in the Pacific, and curtains turn to America. ANZUS began as quite a specific response to the emergence of the Cold War. It began with a clear focus on the geopolitics of the time. The Korean War was raging. Of course, geopolitical imperatives have not gone away, but the forms of cooperation that underpins our response to them has clearly changed. The previous Labor government, of which I was a member, undertook some of the most significant reforms to strengthen the Australia-US alliance in decades. We reaffirmed the full knowledge and concurrence principle for our partnership with the United States. This was first entrenched with Prime Minister Bob Hawke's statement to the Australian Parliament in 1984, and it has been reaffirmed by successive governments of both political persuasions since. The principle set the foundation for a program of reform directly aimed at new and emerging 21st century security challenges, from space, satellite and defence communications infrastructure to cyber. This included joint statements on cyberspace and on space security, and the establishment on space situational awareness, defence satellite communications and a combined communications gateway. We upgraded and modernised existing facilities, including the deployment of a new jointly operated US C-band radar at the Harold E. Holt Naval Communications Station and the relocation of an advanced US space surveillance telescope to Australia. The Obama administration's Global Force Posture Review was paralleled by the Labor government initiating its own Force Posture Review, Australia's first since the 1980s Beasley-Dibb Review. This led to President Obama's 2011 announcement of the rotation of US Marines through Darwin, greater utilisation of Australian airfields in our north and west, and the promise of increased US Navy use of Australia's Indian Ocean Naval Base at HMAS Stirling. Looking forward, Australia's alliance with the United States sits at the centre of the 2020 Defence Strategic Update. The strategic update warned of the rapidly changing circumstances in our region and stressed that a 10-year strategic warning time for a major conventional attack against Australia is no longer an appropriate basis for defence planning. Reduced warning times mean defence plans can no longer assume Australia will have time to gradually adjust military capability and preparedness in response to emerging challenges. With the US again engaged in a global force posture review, it is time for Australia too to have a closer look at our own posture to ensure that it fully meets the times. I therefore announce today that a federal Labor government will initiate a new force posture review upon coming to office. The Indo-Pacific would remain a key focus, and the review would ensure the government is considering both long-term strategic posture and, given fast-moving events in the region, short-term needs. The review would also respond to the continued emergence of cybersecurity as a central challenge to Australia's strategic positioning in the coming decade. Mr Speaker, the relationship with the United States is far deeper than a security alliance alone. The United States has been a core economic partner of Australia, and its importance only continues to grow. The US remains our key capital investor, underpinning Australian innovation and driving both of our countries to take advantage of emerging technologies. At the foundation of our shared economic prosperity is the global rules-based order, the systems, norms and institutions that guide the world's interactions and govern disputes, the rules of the road, which are being tested in ways that weren't conceivable in their post-war conception, a global pandemic that continues to wreak havoc, terrorism and extremism that continue to find safe haven, the return of great power competition, the undermining of rules-based trade and the use of economic coercion for strategic ends. The US and Australia have been close allies in building and strengthening these rules of the road, including in our region. But we need to do more, and we can only do more with friends and with partners. We welcome the return of American leadership in the rules-based order under President Biden and his dedicated effort in repairing alliances. But even when the United States stepped back from its long-standing leadership on trade and other forms of multilateralism during the Trump administration, Australia held the line and, importantly, held the door open for our friends in the United States. Nowhere has this been clearer than Australia's efforts, together with Japan, to resurrect the TPP in the form of the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. Indeed, Australia's partnerships and leadership in the Indo-Pacific is our principal value add to the alliance, and we have an opportunity and responsibility to work closely with the administration as it develops its Indo-Pacific strategy, including building its economic footprint, particularly in Southeast Asia. We must work with key partners such as India, Japan, Indonesia and ASEAN, Korea, the EU and others to strengthen both economic engagement and uphold the rules of the road. Many of our neighbours want the balance that will come from greater US engagement, and they are clear that must be economic engagement as well as security partnerships. Australia should be doing all that it can to encourage the US to support Indo-Pacific regional pandemic recovery, reinforce ASEAN centrality and strengthen regional architecture. As I've said previously, this includes rejuvenating the WTO and its appellate body. It includes boosting US economic integration in the region, strengthening regional architecture. We welcome the recent visits by Vice President Harris and Defence Secretary Austin to Southeast Asia and see these as important first steps in a US step-up in the region. We hope to see this grow rapidly in recognition of the vital strategic importance of this region, and Australia must be prepared to step up its own engagement to support it. At a time when regional uncertainty is high, a deeper US commitment to ensuring all states have the capacity to protect their sovereignty is vitally important. President Biden's early embrace of the Quad was a welcome development, and there will be much opportunity for further US-Australia cooperation in that context as well. Labor remains strongly committed to this. Mr Speaker, one final manifestation of how our alliance relationship needs to continue to evolve is climate change, one of the most significant security challenges of the 21st century. Climate change remains beyond this government's grasp. The 2020 Defence Strategic Update only manages to acknowledge climate change once, stating that it plays a part in, quote, greater political instability and friction, which will, quote, reshape our security environment. Former Chief of the Defence Force, Admiral Chris Barry, and other former senior Australian security and military leaders, such as Air Vice Marshal Blackburn, have been calling for the government to fully assess the security risks from climate change. This must happen. Indeed, it is our Pacific partners who face current and existential threats of rising sea levels and who are urging Australia to step up in word and in deed. We know the risk climate bears on our security, and we have already vividly seen some of the impact it has had on the operations of the Australian Defence Force. This has included responding to the bushfire crisis over the summer of 2019-2020 and the rising demands on our nation for the ADF to assist in climate-driven natural disasters and humanitarian assistance missions such as Operation Fiji Assist. In the US, senior leaders have been talking for years about the security implications of climate change. We know it is having geostrategic and regional impacts, as well as direct impacts on defence systems, infrastructure and operations. Despite this government's abstinence, the importance of climate change and the impact it will have on defence and security has been embraced by our alliance partner, the United States. Secretary of Defence Austin has already identified climate change as a top priority for the US military. At his Fullerton address in Singapore in July this year, he described climate change as an existential threat and a challenge that we must meet together. The US military has acknowledged that climate change is not a future defence problem but an immediate challenge. It is time that the Australia-US alliance reflected this reality. We should immediately deepen US-Australian cooperation on climate change security issues. We must develop operational plans to address the natural disasters and humanitarian outcomes. We must study and plan for how other states may seek to exploit its impacts on regional security. We must develop capabilities and shared responsibilities to mitigate its worst impacts. We should cooperate on technological development to take advantage of the economic opportunity that comes from the shift to clean energy to develop cheaper energy prices and facilitate an expansion of high-value manufacturing capacity. This will assist to build economic resilience in the event of future shocks from pandemics, cybersecurity or regional instability. A cooperative approach on climate change would allow us to work together to strengthen our engagement with all countries of the Indo-Pacific who equally share this challenge. On coming to office, I will make comprehensive cooperation on climate change a hallmark of alliance cooperation. Mr Speaker, the alliance will continue to be one of the three central components of Labor foreign policy, along with regional cooperation and multilateralism well into the future. The Biden administration's strategic engagement in our neighbourhood and leadership on climate is critical to realising a region that is prosperous and peaceful and where sovereignty is respected. While so much of the region's immediate focus is the response to COVID, its more profound concern is climate change. Australia's own action on climate change will therefore shape our capacity to live in a region where our interests prosper in partnership with our neighbours and our American ally. Our alliance with the United States has served us well for 70 years. I look forward to it developing with even greater dynamism for many more to come.
And I call the Honourable the Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today and add to the comments of the Prime Minister of Australia and also the Leader of the Opposition, and commend those comments once more to the House. Mr Speaker, my father best reflects on what it is like to have the United States as an ally, and he as a New Zealander and myself as an Australian. He remembers as a serving member being in Wellington Harbour in New Zealand, and they had little fuel, few boats, not much of an air force, and they were watching Japanese spotter planes whilst my grandfather fought in the Pacific Islands up to Guadalcanal. Then one day he turned around and there was the American Navy, and he said to his other serving members, "We've just won." And that is what is required. Never doubt the family, which is New Zealand. Never underestimate, as he always said to me, the inspired power of the American people when put to the flame. But it's not just strength in military, but strength based on shared values. Liberty of the individual, freedom of religion, freedom of speech, rights to private property, no discrimination against ethnicity. This is the cement that binds us together. This is the reason that we strive for what is right and what is just and what is good, and have an obligation to be part of that process, which is ANZUS. In a world moving step by step back to utilitarianism, where democracy slips to a form of quasi-democracy, and a quasi-democracy slips back to autocracy, where autocracy has not tempered by the collegiate aspects of cabinet forms of government or by referring to an executive, but goes out and parrots the mouthpiece of the Supreme Leader. Mr Speaker, without being smart, because I'm not, but in the Latin, si vis pacem para bellum. If you want peace, prepare for war, and we want peace. No one ever encourages war. We want peace. But this is an essential component of what must happen if you want peace. It comes from Epitome Rei Militaris by a guy called Vegetius. And it's Latin because it's been the same through history. There is nothing new about this. And the preparation needs mass, and mass needs allies. Looking forward requires a learnt experience over the long term, a learnt experience over 100 years, for which 70 years is part of ANZUS. But it is a learnt experience over 100 years, not a memory of the 1990s. The world has changed. Now the geopolitical circumstances of our region show an uncomfortable resemblance of the power jousting of Europe in a previous century. Mr Speaker, ANZUS comes with costs, and it comes with the capacity, and must have the capacity, for a bipartisan understanding, and I see that today, of exactly what we need that contract for, and exactly how we tie it to that contract. And it comes with the requirement of this parliament to show to the Australian people continually why we were involved with Korea, why we were involved with Vietnam, why we were involved with Iraq, why we were involved for 20 years in Afghanistan. Because friends have to understand that your heart is where your legs are as well, that you honestly believe in those shared values, that you are willing to say to your people from a parliament, this is essential. This is essential as the contract that is essential for us. Mr Speaker, ANZUS is an insurance policy for the freedoms of our nation. ANZUS is the insurance policy that lets us sit in this chamber. ANZUS is the insurance policy that keeps us from being, if not defeated, a supplicant. ANZUS is the insurance policy that is essential for us in a new geopolitical world where the fuels of the bushfire are so apparent. And I commend to the House and thank both the opposition and the Prime Minister and this government for its recommitment to this great and noble cause.
I call the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. We have no audio. I might just say to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, if you can hear, we can see him but not hear him. What I'll do is I'll call the Minister for Defence and then we can come back. Okay, we'll just try again. Just let's see if we can. No, I think I'll call the Minister for Defence and I'll just allow broadcasting to work on that and we'll come back to it.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I follow the fine words of the Prime Minister, the words of the Opposition Leader, the Deputy Prime Minister, and join with all of them and people in both the United States and Australia today who recognise the giants that stand behind the success, the creation, the formation of the ANZUS alliance. Prime Minister spoke of Percy Spender and many other leaders on both sides, Democrats, Republicans, Labor, Liberal. We have, Mr Speaker, over the course of the last 70 years been incredibly well served as a nation because of their efforts. The efforts, Mr Speaker, of Menzies and Curtin, of Holt and Johnson, of Hawke and Reagan, of Bush 41 and Bush 43, of Howard and of Prime Ministers since that period, Mr Speaker. We have each seen the importance and the necessity in the alliance to the mutual benefit of our two countries. We've done that, Mr Speaker, because we share values, we share history, and most importantly, we share a future. And we recognise those efforts, but we would do them a disservice, Mr Speaker, if we didn't recommit to this alliance in a way that made a rallying call for people in our own region in the years and decades ahead. Spender had incredible foresight, as did others over different periods of this 70 years, in recognising that there would be a future of uncertainty. And we know now in the Indo-Pacific that we live in a more uncertain time, more so than any period since the Second World War. And we can highlight the Battle of the Coral Sea, the effort in PNG and elsewhere in the region that provided security to our nation over the course of the Second World War. And there are countries in our region now that look to Australia and to the United States and to New Zealand because of the values that we bring to the table. And it is more important than ever in a time when the Communist Party of China is increasing their military assets at an unprecedented rate, when their acquisition of nuclear weapons and their deployment of their grey zone powers in our region is without precedent. If we mean anything in our region, we represent it most ably through this alliance. The values that we bring to the table for countries in our region mean that they have the ability to trust in us. Millions of people across our region have been lifted from poverty or live a better life today because of peace in our region, and it must be maintained. The ANZUS alliance has been forged in war and in peacetime, and it now serves us in a particular way, Mr Speaker, because there are countries who need our support now more than ever in the Indo-Pacific. And those countries will continue to look to the United States in the good times and bad, and we need to make sure that through our commitments, in a military sense, in a trade sense, in other ways that reflect our values, that we speak very loudly about that commitment. We have seen the United States at its best when it is in an alliance and a coalition with others who share her values. And Australia ticks each of those boxes. Our friends in New Zealand tick each of those boxes. The work of New Zealand in the Indo-Pacific is more important in the coming years and decades than ever before, and it will give even greater meaning to this ANZUS agreement. Our commitment to provide support to troops from the United States across the north of our country in particular is more important than ever, and only possible because of this alliance. The intelligence that we shared in Kabul in recent days that ultimately saved the lives of Australian citizens, our troops, and those visa holders was only possible because of this alliance. It is only the most recent manifestation of the significance of this collaboration, of this partnership. And I want to commend the Prime Minister for his work in the Quad and in other multilateral fora, but this is the preeminent body for us. The work between the Biden administration and the Morrison administration now, Mr Speaker, as people I think over the coming months will come to realise, will reinforce the value of this relationship. The ANZUS alliance under this government has never been stronger. I can say that with absolute commitment and dedication to the ANZUS alliance. I want to recognise all of those whom we deal with regularly, in particular the Secretary for Defence in the United States and our other counterparts. This alliance means more to Australia and the United States and to the Indo-Pacific than even Percy Spender could have imagined. To do them justice, as I said in my opening remarks, we must give this commitment in a substantive way because it represents the values of each of us, and together as an alliance, as a coalition, as a family, we are at our strongest.
I'll just try again and call the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. No, I'm sorry, it's still not working. I think broadcasting are going to try one more thing. I'll call the member for Gorton.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. The 70th anniversary of the ANZUS Treaty is a significant occasion to celebrate and gives us cause to emphasise the strong and enduring Australia-US alliance. The bond between the United States and Australia cannot be overstated. It is a bond that goes back before World War II, but it was in 1941 when the wartime Prime Minister John Curtin's relationship with the US reflected the genuine Australian desire to establish a close strategic partnership under which, formerly under the Menzies government, the ANZUS Treaty was founded. Today in this place, we affirm the commitment of Australia to that alliance and recognise its fundamental importance to our nation's security, sovereignty and prosperity. It is an alliance that has underpinned peace, stability and freedom in the Indo-Pacific region and beyond. Our nations have served together over more than a century, and we extend our gratitude to the servicemen and women of both nations who work to uphold this peace and stability. The alliance between our two nations is one that is underpinned by a shared democratic values and principles embraced across nations. Today is also marked with the significance by Labor's announcement that we will commit to a Defence Force Posture Review if elected in the next term. In February this year, US President Biden tasked Secretary of Defence Lloyd J. Austin III to conduct a global posture review to ensure the footprint of American service members worldwide is correctly sized and supports strategy with a strong focus on the Indo-Pacific. Australia has only conducted 2 fully fledged defence posture reviews in recent times, former Defence Minister Kim Beazley's mid-1980s review and former Defence Minister Stephen Smith's review in 2012. As a minister in the previous Labor government, I did witness the significant reforms undertaken to strengthen the Australia-US alliance. The United States Force Posture Initiative in our north was a program that began under Prime Minister Gillard and President Obama in 2011 amid the Defence Force Posture Review that Labor commissioned. This led to our current Marine Rotational Force in Darwin. An Albanese Labor government will conduct the first Defence Force Posture Review since 2012. After 6 Defence Ministers in 8 long years, the government has been neglecting planning on posture despite deteriorating strategic circumstances. A Labor Defence Force posture review would ensure the Australian Government is considering both long-term strategic posture and whether the Australian Defence units, assets and facilities are prepared for the military to take action in a timely way. This independent review will investigate the future security and strategic environment, the importance of domestic and demographic issues and their impact on defence facilities, as well as the strategic location of ADF bases and assets. This will also assist us in preparing for humanitarian and disaster responses, including those related to climate change. The 2020 Strategic Update warned of the rapidly changing circumstances in our region and stressed that a 10-year strategic warning time for a major conventional attack against Australia is no longer an appropriate basis for defence planning. Reduced warning times means defence plans can no longer assume Australia will have time to gradually adjust military capability and preparedness in response to emerging challenges. This is particularly concerning when we know our major defence asset contracts are over budget and face years of delay and do not always represent value for money. We need to do better to deliver what our ADF and our country needs. We need to ensure our negotiations deliver assets on time, on budget and with appropriate local industry content. Labor's plan is to build on the foreign policy and defence traditions that have underpinned Australia's relations with our alliances, our region and the world to foster democracy and to maintain peace.
I was going to call the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, but he's not there on the screen, I don't think. No, he's not. So I'll call the Leader of the House. The Manager of Opposition Business.
Before the debate's adjourned, I'd simply seek leave and understanding that the Deputy Leader would make his remarks at a later hour this day.
With the agreement of the House, we can do that between items of business and between the introductions. The Assistant Minister.
I move the debate be adjourned.
So the question is that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of this debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it, and we'll hear from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition for 5 minutes later on today. And I'll call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, aged care and other legislation amendment, Royal Commission response number 2 Bill 2021.
The Minister for Health.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I present the aged care and other legislation amendment, Royal Commission response number 2 Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, Bill for an Act to amend the law relating to aged care, health and aged care pricing and information sharing in relation to veterans and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Today I introduce the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Royal Commission Response No. 2 Bill of 2021. This is the second stage of aged care legislative reform to deliver the high quality and safe aged care that our senior Australians deserve. This bill responds to a number of recommendations of the Royal Commission into aged care quality and safety ahead of further reforms that have been committed to by this government. The Royal Commission was one of the first actions of Prime Minister Morrison upon being appointed to office. This bill implements significant structural reform of funding for residential aged care. It replaces the outdated aged care funding instrument with a new model for calculating aged care subsidies. The Australian National Aged Care Classification Model has been developed in consultation with the aged care sector and consumer groups over several years, and it will encourage innovation and investment in the sector. The ANAC was developed following an extensive research project, and the government has taken a staged approach to implementation. From April 2021, residential aged care recipients have been progressively assessed and classified under the AN-ACC, and this classification will now be linked through this bill to the subsidy calculation for residential aged care providers. This bill will finalise implementation of the AN-ACC model from 1 October 2022. The Royal Commission recommended strengthening regulation of the personal care workforce and increasing protections for senior Australians from workers who pose an unacceptable risk of harm. This bill responds in part to recommendation 77 of the Royal Commission by establishing authority for nationally consistent pre-employment screening for aged care workers and governing persons of approved providers. It also establishes a code of conduct which will ensure poor behaviour of approved providers, workers and governing persons is held to account. A national database of cleared and excluded individuals will support employment decisions in aged care and, through mutual recognition arrangements with the National Disability Insurance Scheme, across the care and support sector more broadly. The Aged Care Quality and Safety Commissioner will have powers to make and enforce a code of conduct. The Commissioner will have a range of powers to deal with breaches, including civil penalties and, significantly, new banning orders for individuals in line with Recommendation 103 of the Royal Commission. These new regulatory arrangements are designed to work together to effectively manage and prevent unsuitable workers from entering or remaining in aged care. The bill extends the Serious Incident Response Scheme to home care and flexible care delivered in a home or community care setting from 1 July 2022. These amendments give effect to Royal Commission Recommendation 100. The new requirements seek to build provider capacity to identify risk, respond to incidents and drive learning and improvements that will reduce the number of preventable incidents in the future. Under the scheme, providers of in-home aged care services will be required to identify, record, manage and resolve all incidents that occur. By extending the definition of reportable incident, this bill will ensure that the most serious incidents occurring in home and community care settings are reported to the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission. Expanding the CERS scheme will reduce the risk of abuse and neglect and protect vulnerable senior Australians receiving aged care services in their home and the community. This bill improves the governance of approved providers from 1 March 2022. The amendments align with recommendations 88 to 90 of the Royal Commission, which note that good provider governance arrangements result in high-quality care. A number of new governance responsibilities for approved providers and their governing bodies will be introduced, as well as new reporting requirements to assist senior Australians and their families to understand the operation of providers. Approved providers will be required to notify changes to key personnel, and the bill will replace the current disqualified individual arrangements with a suitability test. The new governance arrangements will improve the transparency and accountability of providers and will change the culture from the top down. Along with improving regulatory protections in aged care, the Australian Government is taking a first step towards aligning the regulation of providers across the broader care and support sector. This sector covers aged care, disability support and veterans care. Regulatory alignment will improve the consistency of quality and safety protections across the care and support sector while reducing the overall regulatory burden on cross-sector providers. The bill facilitates increased information sharing by the Commission, Department of Health and Department of Veterans Affairs with specified Commonwealth bodies. It will facilitate information sharing about providers and workers operating across the care and support sector who are not complying with their obligations, are failing to provide quality care, or whose conduct might be putting senior Australians at risk. The amendments seek to address aspects of the existing legislation that makes it difficult to share information in a way that responds effectively to such risks. I note that reciprocal sharing of information about provider and worker conduct in the National Disability Insurance Scheme will be facilitated by proposed information sharing powers in the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Improving Support for At-Risk Participants Bill 2021. The Government is implementing a new financial and prudential monitoring, compliance and intervention framework for the aged care sector. Its purpose is to build the sector's financial resilience and improve its accountability. It will enable the Government to identify at-risk providers earlier and help ensure providers meet their obligations to refund deposits to residents. This bill introduces the second phase of a three-phase reform by enabling the Secretary or Commissioner to request information or documents from a provider or borrower relating to the use of a loan made with a refundable deposit or accommodation bond, making it an offence for a borrower to not provide the information or documents, and extending the period of liability between misuse of refundable deposits and insolvency for both providers and key personnel from 2 years to 5 years. These changes implement the government's commitment to enhancing the transparency of the aged care sector and supporting continuity of care for senior Australians. They also respond to the Royal Commission's recommendations for more stringent financial reporting requirements and strengthened monitoring powers. Finally, the bill expands the functions of a renamed Independent Health and Aged Care Pricing Authority to also include the provision of advice on health care and aged care pricing and costing, and to perform functions conferred on it by the Aged Care Act. New governance and appointment arrangements will streamline administration and reflect the enhanced responsibilities and integrated functions of the Pricing Authority. Information used and disclosed to perform the new functions will be appropriately protected. Establishing an independent aged care pricing and costing advice function will support transparent and evidence-based assessment of the costs involved in delivering care to senior Australians who use aged care. This builds on our existing work to improve transparency in the aged care sector and fosters community confidence that the care they receive is cost-effective and sustainable. Transferring functions performed by the Aged Care Pricing Commissioner to the Pricing Authority will further streamline administration and enhance industry confidence. Collectively, these amendments form the second step in the government's 5-year reform agenda through the 5 reform pillars: home care, residential aged care services and sustainability, residential aged care quality and safety, workforce and governance. In particular, Mr Speaker, I want to thank all of those who have been involved in these monumental reforms. In particular, beginning with the Minister for Aged Care Services, Minister Colbeck, his staff, led by Mel Clode, who has done such work in such difficult times for her personally. My own staff, Wendy Black, has been an extraordinary pillar of strength in relation to this, as has Jane Kilmartin. And then within the department, led by Michael Lai and his team, they have done an extraordinary amount of work, as well as all of those in the sector and all of the advocates for our senior Australians. This is landmark reform. This is reform which will save lives, protect lives and improve lives. Ultimately, the health, safety and well-being of senior Australians is of the utmost importance to the government and is driving our plan for generational change of the aged care system. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Fenner.
Move the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Clerk.
Government business. Notice number 2. Social Security Legislation Amendment, Remote Engagement Program Bill 2021.
The Minister.
I present the Social Security Legislation Amendment, Remote Engagement Program Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and for related purposes.
The Minister.
I move that the bill now be read a second time. The government is reforming remote employment services, and the reforms will be co-designed and piloted in partnership with a number of remote communities ahead of implementing the new program. The Social Security Legislation Amendment, Remote Engagement Program Bill 2021 creates a new supplementary payment for job seekers in remote engagement program pilot communities who volunteer to participate in a placement that is like having a job. The placements will build participant skills in roles that will deliver goods or services to the benefit of local communities and provide a pathway for job seekers to find a job. The new payment will be one aspect that communities can trial alongside other approaches to training, skills development and non-vocational support as part of the co-design of the new remote employment program. Over many decades, governments have tried different approaches to delivering employment services in remote Australia. We have learned that what works in our cities and more densely populated regions may not work in remote areas.
We've also learned that we have to continuously adapt and evolve to better meet new and existing challenges. There is more to be done to continue to develop an approach that empowers the people, many of them Indigenous people, living in our remote communities to develop their skills and engage in economic opportunities in a way that is both tailored to their specific needs and beneficial to their communities. This bill supports collaboration with communities to develop an appropriate flexible program that will build the skills and vocational capabilities of people in remote communities. Many of the more detailed aspects of the approach will be set out in the legislative instruments and policy guidelines, allowing the flexibility to adjust as lessons are learnt and communities' ideas change over the course of the pilots. Achieving sustainable change in remote communities can only be done by working together, including by listening to Indigenous experience and expertise to develop a new approach. Working in partnership to pilot innovative approaches, learn and review and develop new program will be key to our future shared success. Rewarding and sustainable employment opportunities are transformational for individuals, families and communities. Jobs contribute to financial and economic security and to self-determination and well-being. Australians living in remote communities face complex employment challenges, different from those experienced in regional and urban areas. Remote areas cover 75% of the Australian landmass. However, there are fewer jobs available in remote areas, with less than 2% of activity trading businesses located there. The measure in this bill recognises the lack of employment opportunities for people, including Indigenous Australians, and they face some of that they face in the most remote parts of Australia. The opportunities and circumstances in remote Australia are unique and different from urban areas, and this will continue to be the case. We've heard what communities and stakeholders have said about the current and previous remote employment services. We know remote communities want changes so that the future employment services better match place-based economic circumstances and the labour market opportunity. This bill supports the reforms to the government's suite of employment services and programs to ensure they remain fit for purpose and make the most of technological advances and support Australia's economic recovery from COVID-19. These reforms include the government's 2021-22 budget announcement to pilot a new remote engagement program to trial approaches in advance of replacing the Community Development Program in 2023. Initially, we estimated around 200 eligible job seekers across the pilot sites will volunteer to participate in placements in work-like roles across their communities and receive the payment. We want to collaborate with stakeholders to develop a new remote engagement program that will better enable job seekers to contribute to the goods and services that will strengthen the economic, social and cultural life of communities and build in-demand skills, and at the same time create a pathway for those job seekers to build skills to find local jobs. When implemented, the new program will contribute to the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, which includes targets to close the gap on employment outcomes between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. The new payment is one possible design element of the new program we'd like to co-design with communities as part of the pilots. We'll also work with communities during the pilot phase to explore how to provide better support to job seekers who have the skills and experiencing to work but are having difficulty finding work. Vocational training options for job seekers that will lead to real jobs in their communities. How to provide the right support at the right time to job seekers with acute or complex needs, and the best ways to engage with and support job seekers to meet their mutual obligation requirements. This bill makes changes to the Social Security Act 1991 and the Social Security Administration Act 1992 to create a new supplementary payment that will be paid at a fixed rate between $100 and $190 per fortnight. The new payment will be paid in addition to an eligible job seeker's primary income support payment and other supplements. The new payment will not be subject to the incomes test. This bill proposes an eligible job seeker's income support plus the new supplementary payment will be approximately equivalent to the minimum wage for the hours participating in work-like activities. Eligible job seekers will voluntarily participate in a role in government services or community organisations for between 15 and 18 hours per week, building important skills and expertise. The payment will be designed not to discourage people from taking up paid employment opportunities. The pilots provide an opportunity to test the levels of incentives. The bill defines an eligible job seeker as someone receiving a qualifying income support payment who receives employment services from a remote engagement program service provider who has agreed to participate and is participating in an eligible placement with a host organisation for at least 15 hours a week. Eligible job seekers will be considered to be fully meeting all of their mutual obligation requirements by participating in the scheme. Eligible job seekers can voluntarily choose to leave the placement at any time. To give effect to this commitment of working in partnership, this bill proposes further detail about qualification criteria and the rate of payment to be set out in the legislative instruments. These legislative instruments will be informed by the outcomes of a co-design process with communities in pilot sites. We will take the time to work together and to listen to communities in the pilot sites about what they think could work in relation to the amount of payment to be provided, the hours of engagement to be undertaken in return, and what eligible job seekers are required to do to continue to receive the payment. This approach will also enable adjustments during the pilots as lessons are learned. This bill provides that the payments will not be payable until after the 30th of June 2024. While the bill will have no impact on the arrangements for current CDP participants outside the pilot sites, learning from the pilots will inform the design of the new program. The bill also proposes amendments to repeal or omit provisions of the Social Security Act 1991 and the Social Security Administration Act 1999 relating to the former Community Development Employment Project CDEP scheme. Removing these obsolete provisions will assist with modernising and streamlining the social security legislation. It is important that we take this opportunity to work with Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians in remote communities. Sustainable change can only be done by working together, including by listening to Indigenous experience and expertise to develop a new approach, an approach that empowers individuals to gain skills and find a job, and an approach that enhances employment pathways for job seekers in remote Australia to realise aspirations for themselves, for their families and for their communities. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. This debate must now be adjourned.
Yes, I move that the debate now be adjourned.
And so the question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. Against, no. Declared carried. Thank you very much. And I just call on the clerk for the next item, please.
Government business. Next order of the day, a motion in relation to the ANZUS Treaty, resumption of debate.
Thank you. The question is that this motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In truth, independent Australia, the modern nation that we are today, had from its very beginnings a deep connection with the history of the United States. Australia truly became independent in 1942 after the attack on Pearl Harbor in December of 1941 and the fall of Singapore in February of 1942. These events led the Curtin government to enact the Statute of Westminster Adoption Act of 1942, which severed our ties with the United Kingdom. So much of our nation began then, our federal relations, the direction of our economy, but also our foreign policy, the foundation of which was laid in Curtin's famous declaration on the 26th of December in 1941, when without inhibition, he made clear that Australia looked to America. A decade later, under the Menzies government in Australia, the Holland government in New Zealand and the Truman administration in the United States, the ANZUS Treaty was signed on the 1st of September in 1951 in San Francisco. This treaty underpins the most important relationships that Australia has with our sibling New Zealand and with our security partner, the United States. Article 4 of the treaty provides that if any of the treaty parties are attacked, then the others will come to their defence. And it has been invoked once in the last 70 years after the September 11 attacks on the United States in 2001. And it was only last week with melancholy that we noted the tragic events in Afghanistan and the 20-year participation with the United States that Australia has had in that country. From the point of view of Australia and New Zealand, one of the ideas behind the ANZUS Treaty was to focus American policy on East Asia. And in the last 70 years, our part of the world has seen quite remarkable change. The growth of great economies, Korea, Japan, and of course, China. We have seen an amazing proliferation of technology. We've seen countries in the region be on the very front line of climate change, the coral atoll nations of the Pacific. And with the rise in economies, we have also seen a rise in militaries, a militarisation of the East Asian time zone, which is on an enormous scale and which is very profound. It means that the strategic circumstances that we face today are more complex than at any point since the end of the Second World War. And as confusing, as complex, as changing as this landscape is, one fact remains crystal clear. The centrality and the importance of our alliance with the United States has never been more significant. With the United States, we have partnered in the construct of the economic architecture of the world and the region through the establishment of the WTO, through APEC, and through the beginnings of the negotiation of the TPP. But with the American withdrawal from the TPP, the economic rules of the road in East Asia, through RCEP and through the evolution of the TPP, are now being written without an American participation. We really must, through the alliance, continue to advocate for the United States to develop an economic strategic agenda for East Asia. We've had a deep scientific relationship with the United States, which is best characterised by our cooperation in space. And indeed, there is a formal agreement between the CSIRO and NASA, which is now in its 62nd year, which has seen Australia participate in rescues in space, in landings on the moon, and the tracking of the furthest objects, human objects from the Earth, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, from the Tidbinbilla base of NASA's Deep Space Network. But it's critically important that we continue to evolve our scientific and technological engagement with the United States, particularly in respect of cyber and artificial intelligence. It is so welcome to see the United States return to a position of global leadership in respect of climate change. And now it is essential that Australia stands side by side with America in dealing with this global challenge, both in terms of dealing with our own emissions, but also in helping to tell the story of the Pacific Island countries which are on the front line of climate change. And of course, it's critically important that we continue to evolve our defence, our very special defence relationship with the United States. Last year's Defence Strategic Review made the observation that the 10-year warning that we have always assumed of a major conventional attack on Australia is no longer a sound basis for defence planning. This is a seminal moment in our strategic policy history, but it demands action from the government in terms of responding to that. It obviously raises challenges about our procurements. It raises challenges in respect of our force posture, which is why the announcement today of the Leader of the Opposition of a Defence Force Posture Review under a future Labor government is so important. And in that, we will continue to look to the United States to help us navigate our way through these challenges. At the end of the day, the ANZUS Treaty has been so enduring because we have shared values between our three countries. The rule of law at home, a belief in government of the people, by the people, for the people, and because of shared aspirations on the global stage. The very first paragraph of the ANZUS Treaty invokes the UN Charter, which itself says, "We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, in the equal rights of men and women of nations large and small, and to establish conditions under which justice and respect for the obligations arising from treaties and other sources of international law can be maintained. This is the great call to establish a global rules-based order, and we remain hand in hand under the banner of the ANZUS Treaty, this being a clear and abiding goal of all three nations.
And I thank the Deputy Leader of the Opposition for that contribution. And I'm greatly relieved we've managed to resolve the audio issues. And I'm giving the call to the Minister.
I move the debate be adjourned.
So the question is that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made for an order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. Thank you, and I call on the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3. Biosecurity Amendment, Enhanced Risk Management Bill 2021.
Thank you. And Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development, I present the Biosecurity Amendment Enhanced Risk Management Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
Thank you. I'll call on the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Biosecurity Act 2015 and for related purposes.
Minister.
Will be read a second time. The COVID pandemic has tested Australia's human biosecurity systems in an unprecedented way. It's highlighted the rate at which a biosecurity threat can spread between countries and around the world. The spread of exotic pests and diseases is putting unprecedented pressure on our border, and our biosecurity system must continue to evolve to keep pace with these new threats. Through this pandemic, international maritime vessels have emerged as a significant risk pathway for biosecurity threats to enter Australia. This bill will amend the Biosecurity Act to provide an improved framework to assess and manage incoming vessels and aircraft where infectious disease risks have been identified on board. These amendments are consistent with recommendations made by the Inspector-General of Biosecurity in his review of the Ruby Princess cruise ship incident, which the Minister commissioned. The bill will expand pre-arrival reporting requirements, ensuring accurate and up-to-date information is available to assess the human health risk of arriving vessels and aircraft. It will also expand and strengthen penalties for operators and persons in charge of aircraft and vessels who do not comply with particular requirements. It will also provide a mechanism to manage groups of people, such as on board a cruise ship where passengers or crew display signs or symptoms of a listed human disease or have been exposed to such a disease. In these circumstances, human biosecurity officers will be able to effectively assess and manage the risks of that disease spreading or entering Australia. We all look forward to the safe reopening of Australia's borders, and this bill will play an important part in supporting this by reducing the potential for the entry, emergence, establishment and spread of listed human disease, whilst facilitating a critical step towards a national economic recovery following the current COVID-19 pandemic. Australia is one of the few countries in the world that is free of serious pests and diseases. This means our current biosecurity system is serving our country well. It's been instrumental in successfully protecting our $51 billion agricultural export industries, our unique environment, our native flora and fauna, and our way of life. However, Australia's biosecurity system is facing growing regional and growing threats. Global threats such as African swine fever and hitchhiker pests like Capra beetle and the brown marmorated stink bug. Higher mail and cargo volumes and complex supply chains, together with the anticipated return to growing international passenger arrivals, increase the opportunity for pests and diseases to enter Australia. The constantly evolving biosecurity environment and risk profile has heightened the need for enhanced risk management to respond effectively to emerging biosecurity risks and future challenges. This bill will enhance the ability of the Biosecurity Act to meet these challenges. It will increase transparency and efficiency of administrative processes in the Biosecurity Act, such as those involved in conducting a risk assessment for the purpose of making certain determinations or granting an import permit.
The bill will also introduce into the Biosecurity Act a framework to provide the legislative authority to the Agriculture and Health Ministers to make, vary and administer arrangements or grants for expenditure in relation to biosecurity-related programs and activities, such as the National Citrus Canker Eradication Program that successfully eradicated the citrus canker outbreak in the Northern Territory and saved Australia's $800 million citrus industry. The bill will also amend the Biosecurity Act to increase key civil and criminal pecuniary penalty provisions to promote deterrence and enable a proportionate response, reflecting the seriousness of the contravention of these provisions and the consequences that may result from non-compliance. The increased civil penalties introduced by this bill will serve as a significant deterrent to anybody considering undermining our biosecurity laws and the criminal penalties that allow proportionate and appropriate punishment for contraventions of the Act. This government is committed to continuous improvement across our world-leading biosecurity system. That's why this government announced funding of over $400 million for biosecurity in the 21-22 budget. The Biosecurity Act is a central pillar of our defence against current and emerging biosecurity threats, and this bill will enhance our biosecurity framework by improving the efficiency and administration of the Act. The bill ensures continued protection for agriculture, tourism and other industries, plant and animal health, the environment and our market access, while providing a stronger biosecurity risk management framework and contributing to a safe reopening of Australia's international borders. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you, Minister. And the debate must now be adjourned.
Thank you. I move that the debate now be adjourned.
So the question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. And I call on the clerk.
Government business, notice number 4, Customs Amendment Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2021.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Minister for Trade, Tourism and Investment, I present the Customs Amendment Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
Thank you. Clerk.
First reading, the Bill for an Act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
Thank you. Minister.
I move the bill now be read a second time. The Customs Amendment Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 21 amends the Customs Act 1901 to implement the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, RCEP. Once it comes into force for all 15 signatories, RCEP will be the world's largest free trade agreement, bringing together 9 of Australia's top 15 trading partners that together account for nearly 60% of our trade and about 2/3 of our exports into a single economic framework. The signing of RCEP in November 20 by Australia, the 10 ASEAN member states, China, Japan, New Zealand and the Republic of Korea signalled a commitment to opening up new trade and investment opportunities and support for rules-based trading arrangements. These signals are especially important in the face of the challenges of COVID-19 and emerging global trade tensions. The negotiation of RCEP was driven by the 10 ASEAN nations, which collectively constitute Australia's second largest two-way trading partner. Having considered a number of options for expanding opportunities for regional trade, ASEAN chose to pursue a more inclusive approach that would extend to all of ASEAN's then FTA partners, including Australia. Australian participation in RCEP negotiations has allowed us to influence the rules incorporated in RCEP. The government will continue to work with ASEAN and other RCEP signatory states to shape the implementation and future direction of RCEP so that it contributes to the development of open, transparent approaches to regional trade and investment and bolsters ASEAN's role in the region. Active Australian participation in RCEP will be needed to maximise our influence, requiring a substantial investment on the part of the government. RCEP delivers a range of improvements over our existing FTAs with RCEP partners, especially in areas where partners' economies have the greatest growth potential, such as services, investment and digital trade. RCEP will help stimulate growth, strengthen economic integration and build business confidence in our region. RCEP signatory states account for 30% of the world's population and GDP. No other free trade agreement brings together the collective economic weight of the ASEAN nations and the major economies in North Asia. RCEP also provides for additional economies to join RCEP in the future, building the significance of RCEP over time. RCEP will lock in market access and address non-tariff barriers, creating significant new trade and investment opportunities for Australia across the Indo-Pacific. It will also establish rules that provide greater certainty and improve the business environment across the region. RCEP's regional rules of origin will support access to regional value chains, thus increasing opportunities for Australian businesses. Regional cumulation rules will facilitate inputs from the most efficient and cost-effective regional source, while supporting access to preferential tariff treatment. Goods made in another RCEP party from Australian exports, for example, iron ore, wheat, barley, milk powder, copper, nickel and wool, would benefit from tariff preferences under RCEP when processed in a second RCEP party and exported to a third. RCEP will reduce FTA rules of origin compliance burdens, meaning that Australian businesses trading with multiple RCEP parties will only need to comply with one set of rules and procedures. RCEP will also provide businesses with greater choice in how they meet origin documentation requirements. The bill will insert into the Customs Act the rules of origin and document retention requirements called for by RCEP. The bill outlines when imported goods may be considered to have originating status and be eligible for preferential tariff treatment. The bill is complemented by the Customs Tariff Amendment Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 21, which will amend the Customs Tariff Act 95. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. Give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thank you. I move that the debate now be adjourned.
Excellent. So the question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. And I call on the clerk for the next item.
Government business. Bill without notice.
Thank you. Minister.
I present the Customs Tariff Amendment Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 21 and the explanatory memorandum.
I give the call to the clerk.
First reading. A bill for an Act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move the bill now be read a second time. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Customs Tariff Amendment Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 21 will amend the Customs Tariff Act 95 to implement Australia's import tariff commitments under the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, RCEP. The bill will insert a new schedule of duty rates into the Customs Tariff Act. Schedule 14 will contain the preferential rates of customs duty for imported goods that satisfy the rules of origin as agreed by Australia and other RCEP signatory countries. Australia has committed to eliminating the duty rate for most originating goods to free over the years following the entry into force of RCEP. Certain goods, such as excise equivalent goods, will retain a rate of customs duty other than free. Excise equivalent goods, which are certain fuel, alcohol, tobacco and petroleum products that are considered originating under the agreement, will continue to receive the same treatment as domestically produced equivalents. The bill also amends certain tariff concessions to maintain their scope. The bill complements the Customs Amendment Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 21, which will amend the Customs Act 1901. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. So the debate is that the debate must be adjourned, and I give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
So the question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. And I call on the clerk for the next item.
Government business. Notice number 5. Christmas Island Stormwater Landslide and Rockfall Mitigation Works Project.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Assistant Minister to the Minister of Public Service, I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Act 69, it's expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Christmas Island Stormwater, Landslide and Rockfall Mitigation Works Project. The Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications is proposing to undertake infrastructure work to manage the risks of stormwater, flooding, landslide and rockfall at key locations on Christmas Island. The proposed work includes upgrades to the stormwater overland flow and in-ground network arrangements at Drumsite, as well as landslide and rockfall defence mitigation and protection measures at Flying Fish Cove. These proposed works are necessary to protect the community and visitors living or working on Christmas Island and to ensure the government meets its obligations to provide safe workplaces. The estimated cost of the works is $28.9 million, excluding GST. The project was referred to the Public Works Committee on the 12th of May 2021. The committee has recommended the House of Representatives resolve, pursuant to section 18(7) of the Public Works Committee Act 69, that it is expedient to carry out the project. Subject to parliamentary approval, construction activities are expected to commence in January 2022, with completion expected by mid-2023. On behalf of the government, to thank the committee for undertaking a timely inquiry, and I commend the motion to the House. You're good.
I thank the Minister, and the question is that the motion be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. The contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The Clerk.
Government business, notice number 6, Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation, construction of National Collections Building, Black Mountain Science and Innovation Park, ACT.
The Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Assistant Minister to the Minister for the Public Service, I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation, CSIRO, construction of National Collections Building, Black Mountain Science and Innovation Park, ACT. The Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Relations Research Organisation is proposing to construct a new National Collections Building, as well as minor alterations to the existing herbarium building at its Black Mountain Science and Innovation Park site in Canberra. These works will enable CSIRO to develop a collections precinct that will accommodate 13 million specimens comprising Australia's national research collections. These collections represent significant research infrastructure and underpin research in a range of fields, including agriculture, biosecurity, biodiversity and climate change. The works will provide fit-for-purpose specimen storage vaults, research laboratories, curation facilities and office workspace. The estimated cost of the works is $70 million, excluding GST. The project was referred to the Public Works Committee on the 3rd of June 2021. The committee has recommended that the House of Representatives resolve, pursuant to section 187(7) of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, that it is expedient to carry out the project. Subject to parliamentary approval, construction activity is expected to commence in January 2022, with completion expected in August 2023. On behalf of the government, I'd like to thank the committee for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
Thank the Minister. The question is the motion be agreed to. All of those that opinion say aye. Contrary no. I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Why, thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, I present the committee's report entitled Report 197, OCCAR, Managed Program Participation Agreement, Minamata Convention on Mercury, and I'll ask leave of the House for the Chair of the committee to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I thank the member for Fenner. The member for Wentworth has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it gives me pleasure to speak today on report.
Just one moment, member for Wentworth. Just one moment for me, please. Sorry, Clerk. Member for Wentworth has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I wish today to make a statement on the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties Report 197, which reviews two major treaty actions: the framework agreement between the Government of Australia and the Organisation for Joint Armament Cooperation for the Participation of Australia in OCHA-managed programs, and the Minamata Convention on Mercury. I'll address first the Minamata Convention on Mercury, which is quite an important environmental treaty. It's a global response to a chemical of global concern. By some accounts, as much as 9,000 tonnes of mercury is released around the world each year. And mercury, as many would know, is a toxic pollutant with the capacity for long-range atmospheric transport. It bioaccumulates in our ecosystems, and it has significant effects on human health and the environment. There is no known safe exposure level for mercury in humans, and mercury, like other fundamental elements, can never be destroyed. Now, the Minamata Convention on Mercury is named after the Japanese city of Minamata, where the industrial release of methyl mercury from a factory in the 1950s caused what was known as the Minamata disease epidemic, a debilitating and destructive disease which caused countless harm to newborn babies, infants and adults who consumed the seafood that was rendered toxic by this mercury poisoning. Now, there are many good reasons for Australia to ratify this treaty. There is a need for global action to better control mercury and control its interaction with us as human beings, but it's also important for Australia to be a responsible global citizen demonstrating leadership in this region, and ratification of this treaty would provide certainty for and decrease the regulatory burden on Australian business and industry, which still makes some limited use of mercury for industrial and other processes. And Australia's ratification of this treaty would also allow us to participate in regulation making and shaping future decision making under the Convention. It's our understanding, Deputy Speaker, that Australia is already substantively in compliance with the Convention, with ratification having negligible regulatory or financial impacts because Australia has existing policy and legislative frameworks in place which robustly manage and protect the community from toxic chemicals such as mercury. Deputy Speaker, Australia has been slow to ratify this convention. It was signed initially in 2013 and entered into force in 2017, and as of July of this year, it had already been ratified by 132 countries, or some 2/3 of the UN's membership, which is why the committee supports the convention and recommends that binding treaty action be taken. One particular recommendation the committee has made, though, is that the government does not seek an exemption to allow the continued importation of high-pressure mercury vapour lamps into Australia beyond the date of ratification. The committee heard from industry and others that such an exemption was no longer necessary, that industry, and particularly the lighting industry and those that administer and install street lighting, local councils, local governments, have already made the transition away from HPMV lamps and already have plans in place to ensure that they transition more quickly to LED lighting and other elements, which are now cheaper and, of course, much more environmentally friendly and, incidentally, lower emissions. For that reason, seeking an exemption is no longer necessary for Australia, but it would also put us in odd company alongside less developed countries with much poorer environmental stewardship credentials, such as China, Iran, Madagascar and Ghana. And the committee noted that no other OECD or developed country has sought an exemption of the sort that Australia is proposing. So the committee in this regard does recommend that ratification of this treaty, but it also recommends the government reassess this need to seek an exemption to allow for the continued importation of HPMV lamps into Australia. The second item addressed by this report is the OCHA Managed Programs Participation Agreement. The evidence on this one was quite clear, Deputy Speaker, from the Defence Department and others, that allowing Australia to join OCHA would promote cooperation in defence procurement and sustainment in line with Australian interests and with little detriment to our own, in fact, no detriment to our own national security needs, and it would allow particularly Australian defence industry to have a better prospect of participating in global defence material supply chains, which is obviously critical if Australia is to develop and sustain a sovereign defence capability. So in this regard, the committee does recommend that the government ratify this treaty and it enters into force as soon as possible. This report 197 also touches upon 3 other minor treaty actions: an amendment to the International Tropical Timber Agreement and 2 amendments to Appendix 3 of CITES, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the committee, I commend this report to the House.
I thank the member for Wentworth. Is the member for Goldstein seeking the call?
I am, Deputy Speaker. I move that the House take
Member
note.
for Goldstein has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
The question is the motion be agreed to. All of those that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Member for Goldstein seeking the call again.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I understand an administrative matter that was supposed to be dealt with the other day was not, so I ask leave of the House to move a motion to take note of the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties which was presented on the 31st of August 2021.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I thank the member for Fenner.
Member
for Goldstein.
I move that the House take note of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties report entitled Report 196, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement.
The question is that the House take note of the document. All of those that opinion say aye. No. The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those that have opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to refer the order of the day to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank the member for Fenner. Member for Goldstein.
I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
The question is the motion be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, National Redress Scheme for Institutional Child Sexual Abuse Amendment Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that, no. I give the call to the member for Fenner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's been almost a decade since the Gillard Labor government announced the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sex Abuse. Survivors waited a long time for that Royal Commission, and they're waiting a long time for redress. It's been a painful and a long journey for so many. These delays are only compounding the trauma. These delays re-traumatise the victims. The Royal Commission estimated that 60,000 survivors would be eligible for redress. As of the 26th of March 2021, the scheme had received 10,005 applications, finalised 5,266 applications, including 5,218 payments. It's processing 3,627 applications and 765 applications are on hold. Now you compare that to the 60,000 survivors estimated by the Royal Commission, and it does indicate that the slow rate of applications points to difficulties for survivors navigating the scheme, their sense that it is inadequate and that redress is hard to find. Survivors have spoken of the difficulty of preparing an application. The Joint Committee on the Implementation of the National Redress Scheme heard that for one survivor it took 17 months to finalise their application. A Senate estimates hearing last year revealed that the average processing time was 12 to 13 months. That's just not good enough for survivors of institutional child sex abuse. The second anniversary review also identified a number of issues inhibiting the operation of the scheme and the delivery of redress to survivors. The difficulties faced by First Nations people, people from a culturally or linguistically diverse background, and people with a disability. The quality, scope and geographic spread of support services, including financial counselling, leaves much to be wanted. We've heard of major privacy breaches in which the details of survivors' applications have been sent to the wrong individuals, and in some instances those details have been sent to the institutions themselves. The second anniversary review identified IT systems and lack of staff as aspects of the scheme that need vast improvement. Too many are waiting. Many are ill, many are dying, many have missed out altogether. And it wasn't meant to be this way. The scheme that was ultimately rolled out by the government didn't fully realise the recommendations of the Royal Commission. It didn't live up to the hard work that Royal Commission had done. It is vital that Australia gets the promise of redress right for survivors, and it's clear this scheme isn't delivering the way it was supposed to. In February, Labor moved a comprehensive suite of amendments to overhaul the scheme and get it back on track, to end the delays and ensure survivors don't miss out. The government refused these on the basis that the second anniversary review was yet to report. Now that report has been completed months ago. It's over 3 years since the commencement of the scheme, and the government's finally presented some modest amendments to the parliament. We won't stand in the way of these amendments, but they fall well short of what survivors have asked and what Labor has proposed. And I should say, in not wanting to hold up the passage of this bill, Labor won't be moving detailed amendments to this bill. But one could easily imagine that a government that was better at living up to what the Royal Commission demanded would be moving these amendments themselves. I'd call on the government to give a hard thought to that question. During the course of this debate, they have an opportunity to look at what the Royal Commission has asked for, what survivors have demanded, come back at the end of the debate and move their own detailed amendments. We saw that process play out last night with another bill, a bill relating to parental leave access for people who are the victims of family or domestic violence. Labor then flagged detailed amendments, but by the end of the debate, the government had done the right thing. They brought forward their own detailed amendments and we withdrew ours. In this case, we don't want to hold up these modest changes, but we do want the government to do better, and survivors want the government to do better, and the Royal Commission wants the government to do better, and the Australian people wants the government to do better. This process should ensure that survivors don't miss out. We're still seeing institutions not joining, institutions shielding their assets, institutions becoming defunct. And while we welcome the government's power to revoke the charity status of such institutions and the government's pledge to name and shame, that measure doesn't go far enough. I say this as the Shadow Assistant Minister for Charities, well aware of the implications on charities of withholding their charitable status. It should only be done under very exceptional circumstances. But an institution failing to sign up to the National Redress Scheme for institutional child sex abuse survivors is such an exceptional circumstance. And the government needs to be seeking financial contributions from institutions who don't sign up through a levy or the tax system so that redress can be paid to survivors. Where institutions are genuinely unable to pay, where institutions are defunct, the government needs to act as a funder of last resort. Now, we know the government's considering this, but we need from them an ironclad guarantee that the government will act as the funder of last resort. We need that to provide certainty for survivors. Labor has called for the introduction of an early payment scheme to ensure the elderly or unwell don't miss out on redress. We're glad that the government's finally come to the table on this through the introduction of this bill. We've been calling on this for years, and it should have happened by now. And by definition, it would have helped those who've died while awaiting redress. It would have helped those who became so ill and frail that they're limited in what they can do with any payment. It's especially sad how long this has taken because it just brings payment forward. It doesn't involve paying more, it just involves timely payment. There's an issue of lifting the cap and ending deductions, where survivors have criticised the scheme for caps on payments, for the indexation of prior payments, and for the deduction of unrelated prior payments, including stolen generation payments. Labor is concerned this is pushing survivors to give up on seeking justice outside the scheme, to give up on the scheme, or leading them to seek justice outside the scheme. When they do that, that means civil claims, which tend to be more difficult, costlier, lengthier. These are the very things the scheme was designed to avoid. Currently, some survivors are receiving payments of $5,000 or less. This bill will reduce the time frame over which prior payments are indexed before being deducted from a redress payment. It will do this by ceasing indexation when an application for redress is made and not at the time when the application is finalised. Labor believes that isn't good enough. Labor is again calling for the indexation of prior payments to cease completely. We are calling for the government to ensure that unrelated payments are not deducted. And this includes payments to stolen generation survivors for non-sexual abuse. We're again calling on the government to lift the cap on payments from $150,000 to $200,000, following the Royal Commission's recommendation. The government should provide a guarantee that, that a review of an offer of redress won't lead to that offer being reduced. People shouldn't be scared to be asking for a review. They shouldn't be thinking that it's a roll of the dice. Survivors have been calling for such a change. Labor has been backing such a change. The Royal Commission recommended such a change, and that is what should be realised. I note also that the second anniversary review also recommended the introduction of a minimum payment of $10,000, even where a prior payment would have otherwise reduced a payment to a lesser amount. We call on the government to respond to this. This bill also fails to address major shortcomings in the government's arbitrary assessment matrix, which survivors have been calling to be reformed for years. The government's assessment matrix sets low and arbitrary payments for the impact of abuse based on the kind of abuse, and not the scale of its impact on a survivor's life. Again, this is another marked deviation by the government from the original recommendations of the Royal Commission. That's why Labor has called on the Minister to remake the redress amendment framework to properly recognise the impact of abuse when calculating redress payments. The term penetrative should be removed in acknowledgement that trauma is not only caused by penetrative abuse. The government should make the assessment guidelines public so survivors know how decisions are made. The second anniversary review also called for a change in the internal review process so there's more information for survivors or applicants, a simpler template, as well as the provision of an initial payment that cannot be reduced by the review. That second anniversary review also called for the amendment to the standard of proof to be reasonable likelihood. As I've said before, the whole purpose of this scheme was to end the hurdles and the high barriers that access to justice can entail when complainants, abuse survivors, are forced to go to civil litigation. The bill also fails to provide the ongoing psychological support that not only survivors have been calling for, but that the Royal Commission originally recommended. We're concerned in many cases people are being provided with as little as $1,250 to cover future counselling and psychological care. Survivors will likely need counselling and psychological care from time to time through their lives. The system should provide as such, and that's why Labor has called for the scheme to provide ongoing, lifetime psychological support and counselling. Deputy Speaker, often we hear a claim from this government that they cannot make a change to a scheme on their own, that they need the support of the states and territories. Of course, agreement is needed for certain changes, but so is leadership, so is action from the Commonwealth. If states or territories are holding out on the Commonwealth in making the changes that Labor, the Royal Commission and survivors have called for, then there's a simple response the government can take. Name those states and territories that are holding out against the will of the Royal Commission and survivors of institutional child sex abuse. The redress scheme under this government falls short of the original recommendations of the Royal Commission. The improvements in this bill fall short of properly getting redress back on track and delivering redress for survivors. Redress that is timely. Redress that does not re-traumatise. Redress that does not leave survivors missing out. Finally, Deputy Speaker, I would note that the member for Barton wished to be here, to be delivering this second reading speech on behalf of the opposition, but is prevented from doing so by technical issues today. So I'm speaking in her stead on this bill. As I moved last night the second reading amendment that's been circulated in my name, just for clarity, Deputy Speaker, I'd move that again, and naturally that second reading amendment will need to be seconded.
I thank the member for Fenner. Is the amendment seconded? Is the amendment seconded? Someone? Member for
I
Whitlam.
second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Whitlam. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Fenner has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I'll state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. And I give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it is with deep sadness and empathy to all victims of child sexual abuse that I stand in this place and dare to speak of the unspeakable that has been forced upon the innocents of our nation. And I put my name forward to speak on this bill because I want to see child sexual abuse addressed, victims given justice and a safer upbringing for all Australian children. We know that it can take up to 50 years for some to bravely come forward, and many take as long as 30 years to tell their harrowing stories. And for some, their very personal and painful truths remain untold, and often their secrets go with them and their perpetrators to their graves. And I speak today for those victims who have passed and for those who have and will find their voice and justice in their lifetime through the government's redress scheme. I stand also for those victims who have not yet found their voice, for those victims who have not yet seen justice or indeed had justice denied, those who have been brave enough to stand before the law, to stand before their perpetrator and yet still be denied justice for the gross and callous theft of their childhood by evil, selfish and deranged sexual predators. Often this is because of the time it takes for victims to muster the courage to face their perpetrator through the arduous court system. And I stand here for those women and men across our nation who struggle every day to come to terms with how and why their lives were destroyed by those adults who were trusted with protecting their childhood personal safety. And many of those trusted individuals who failed, who abused, were representing through their employment, church organisations. They were in the state school system and they were in charge of the pastoral care of children in many other institutional environments. And many remain in those positions of trust and remain today as abusers, all of which are listed on the National Redress website. And those institutions who have not signed up to this scheme, for the public's information, are also listed on the website, Deputy Speaker. We know there are victims who have and continue to be sexually abused in non-institutional settings, for example, in the home, by a relative, or in extracurricular environments. This must stop. It must stop. The harm that is caused to children and society more broadly must stop. There is no greater cause of pain than to be abused by someone who is supposed to protect you. How, as a human being, could you ever fully trust again, Mr Deputy Speaker? This affects the ability to create what are considered normal, functioning relationships across lifetimes. And I believe that many of the harms that we see in society today, such as domestic violence, mental health problems, violence, anger and rage, can often be attributed to childhood sexual abuse, the damage that it caused and the pain that it inflicts. Now, the National Redress Scheme was established in 2018 in response to the Royal Commission. It's a light at the end of a very dark tunnel for victims. It rightly turns the spotlight onto justice and financial support for victims. It can never fix or replace bad memories with good ones, but it can assist with counselling and often improve the poor health of many survivors. This government is focused on delivering outcomes for victims of child sexual abuse, and that is a great relief for so many across our nation who have just cause to seek redress. The National Redress Scheme for Institutional Child Abuse Amendment Bill 2021 introduces the first tranche of legislative amendments to the National Redress Scheme for the Institutional Child Sexual Abuse Act 2018 as part of the initial response to the final report, second-year review of the National Redress Scheme undertaken by Ms Robin Crook, AO. The bill gives effect to several key recommendations from the second-year review. This initial action reflects measures that are relatively straightforward to implement and have agreement from states and territories to ensure the scheme is rightly, Mr Deputy Speaker, rightly more survivor-focused. The review makes 38 recommendations to increase access to redress and to improve the scheme's operation, and ultimately to make it easier for victims of these abhorrent crimes to obtain redress. In undertaking the review, Ms Crook consulted with key stakeholders including survivors, advocacy groups, support services, institutions and the Commonwealth, state and territory governments. The government is prioritising initial action on 25 of the 38 review recommendations, in full or in part, and is investing over $80 million over 4 years in the 21-22 budget to support implementation of these recommendations. This bill will establish a $10,000 advance payment for applicants who are elderly or terminally ill. Remember that I outlined earlier that many victims take up to 50 years to come forward, and therefore many are in their sunset years, or sadly in ill health, by the time they come to a redress process. This measure assists them to move forward with their lives. Technically, the bill changes the date for which indexation of a prior payment is calculated to be when a survivor submits an application to the scheme, rather than a date their application is determined. The bill enables flexibility to extend the period which an applicant can accept their redress offer and allows the period to seek a review to be extended to be consistent with the acceptance period. It removes the requirement for a statutory declaration in the application form. It introduces the ability for the scheme operator to make redress payments in instalments, giving survivors choice and control over how they receive their payment. The government is committed to the continuous improvement of the scheme and recognises that people who have experienced institutional child sexual abuse have waited too long, Deputy Speaker. I congratulate the Prime Minister and the Minister for Social Services, Senator Ruston, for their work to improve outcomes for survivors. I conclude my remarks by again condemning those who perpetrated these crimes against defenceless children, those who abuse their positions of trust in what can only be described as a national shame. I send love and light to you, the innocent children, now adults, who are struggling to come to terms with the heavy burden and toll of the sexual abuse you endured that has impacted you and your families and your relationships for the rest of your lives. I say to you that this is your way forward. I'm proud to stand as a member of this government who continues to improve this scheme for Australian children. I encourage you to apply to the National Redress Scheme for your own benefit, your compensation and your healing journey. If you experienced sexual abuse when you were a child under 18 and the abuse happened before 1 July 2018, an institution was responsible for bringing you into contact with the person who abused you. You were born before 30 June 2010, and at the time you apply, you're an Australian citizen or a permanent resident, and the institution you attended has joined the National Redress Scheme, then you may be eligible for redress. You can call 1800 737 377, or you can go to nationalredress.gov.au to apply. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Jaga Jaga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Child sex abuse survivors deserve better from the Morrison government. This bill goes some way to improving the National Redress Scheme, but it is in no way enough. It is almost a decade since the announcement of the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse, and survivors are getting older and many are still waiting for redress, and some are tragically dying and missing out altogether. The Royal Commission estimated 60,000 survivors would be eligible for redress. As at 26th of March this year, the scheme had received just over 10,000 applications, finalised 5,266, including 5,218 payments. It's processing 3,622 applications and 765 applications are on hold. That is a massive gap between those estimated to be eligible and those who have so far received a payment. And the slow rate of both payments and applications indicates that the scheme is difficult to navigate, it's inadequate in its current form, and it's hard for survivors to find. Survivors have spoken of this difficulty of preparing an application. And in a Senate estimates hearing last year, we heard that the average processing time of claims is between 12 and 13 months. And these difficulties are, of course, even harder for First Nations people, for people from CALD backgrounds, and for people with disability. And so while it's positive that this bill is coming forward and making some improvements to the scheme, and so this bill shouldn't be held up, we can't pretend that it will make the changes that the redress scheme needs. Deputy Speaker, the Royal Commission into Institutional Child Sex Abuse uncovered some of the worst abuses and the worst failings of government and institutions in our nation's history. For too long, we looked the other way. We allowed the cover-ups. For too long, we allowed power imbalances to mean that children were abused and then silenced. The consequences for those children, some of whom did not get to grow into being adults, have been horrific. Consequences for their families and for their communities have been horrific. And so, in the wake of the landmark Royal Commission, it would seem urgent that we do all we can to make what reparations we can. Of course, we can never fully undo the hurt and the damage that came from this massive abuse of trust. But we can make it so much easier for victims to get the redress that they deserve. And that means that the Morrison government should stop dragging its feet and urgently and comprehensively address the major challenges that there still exist within the National Redress Scheme. The scheme that was ultimately rolled out by the government did not fully realise the recommendations of the Royal Commission. Labor proposed amendments to the scheme in February to align with the Royal Commission's recommendations, but the government voted them down. And survivors have been clear from the outset. Since the Royal Commission, they have highlighted the following: that they are missing out on redress. There's an ongoing lack of survivor trauma focus and ongoing counselling and support. And survivors are seeing their payments chipped away by a low cap, indexation of prior payments, as well as an arbitrary assessment framework. The government's amendments to the scheme fall short of what survivors have asked and what Labor has proposed. The whole point of the Royal Commission was to listen to survivors and yet the Morrison government is still not hearing them. Deputy Speaker, the National Redress Scheme for Institutional Child Sexual Abuse Amendment Bill 2021 seeks to establish an advance payment scheme for older, ill or vulnerable applicants. The advance payment scheme will provide $10,000 to older, terminally ill or vulnerable people. The advance payment will be deducted from a person's final redress payment. Labor has been calling for an advance payment scheme for some time now, and we do support this change. People have waited too long for the support they should have. This bill will also seek to reduce the timeframe over which prior payments are indexed before being deducted from a redress payment. Indexation will now cease when an application for redress is made, not at the time of a decision on a redress application is finalised. Again, this change is not good enough. There's been an ongoing criticism for survivors, and Labor is calling for the indexation of prior payments to cease completely, as well as ensuring that unrelated payments are not deducted. There's no need for this government to be so mean-spirited about this. This bill will also introduce changes to allow the Department of Social Services to extend the time a person has to accept an offer of redress beyond the current 6-month limit. This is significant, as a person can only apply for redress once, and if an offer is not accepted within the allowed time, it's taken to be refused. The bill will remove the requirement for applications to include a statutory declaration, as this can be a traumatic experience for survivors. The bill will also allow redress payments to be made in instalments, if requested by the applicant. As I said, these are welcome changes, but there is still too much that is unaddressed, and that has been unaddressed for far too long. We know that survivors have asked for so much more, and that the second anniversary review of the scheme recommended more. So we have both the voices of survivors and we have a comprehensive review saying that what the government is putting forward today is not enough. And so further changes must be made, and they must include things such as a face-to-face application process for First Nations, CALD and disability communities, lifelong access to counselling for all survivors, improving the quality, the scope and the geographic spread of support services, including financial counselling, developing a survivor improvement charter to set expectations around privacy service standards, reviewing the limit of one application so that changes in circumstances and additional information can be taken into account. Deputy Speaker, this is naming just a few of the things that review found and that survivors have asked for. It is too important for us to wait to get this right. As I said earlier, unfortunately, some survivors are dying before they get to be part of the redress scheme, before they get to be acknowledged for the hurt, for the neglect that they suffered. I do urge the government to do better urgently to support survivors. Deputy Speaker, in talking today, I want to pay tribute to all of the survivors, to their families and to their communities. You should never have experienced what happened to you. I acknowledge all of those who told their stories to the Royal Commission, and I acknowledge all of those who were not able to. I thank the tireless and the fierce advocates, the people such as Leonie Sheedy of Clan, who have worked so hard to push successive governments to do so much better. Those are the people that we here in this place must be listening to. Those are the people that the Morrison government must listen to. We all owe these people a debt. They were failed by institutions. They were failed by this place. It is on all of us to make sure that the redress, the reparations that they get now, live up to their expectations and live up to what's been recommended in the review of this scheme. Deputy Speaker, I also want to acknowledge in this speech the work of my colleague, the member for Newcastle, who in her community and in this parliament has been critical to ensuring survivors are heard and pushing for them to get the redress scheme that they deserve. It's a pleasure to be a Labor member with her and to know that there are such fierce advocates on the Labor side for victims of child sexual abuse. Deputy Speaker, it seems like time after time I give speeches in this place about missed opportunities from the Morrison government, about things that come half done, too late, without enough support for people who desperately need it. This is another one of those occasions. The Morrison government has missed the opportunity to address major structural issues in the National Redress Scheme. They should implement all the recommendations of the second-year review of the National Redress Scheme, and most importantly, lift the maximum redress payment to $200,000. Survivors have been through so much. They need to be able to count on this redress scheme. We must get it right. We must not add to the trauma. We must help the healing. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the National Redress Scheme for Institutional Child Sexual Abuse Amendment Bill 2021, which forms part of the initial response our government is taking to the final report second-year review of the National Redress Scheme undertaken by Ms Robin Kruk AO. From the outset, I want to put on record my sincere thanks to the Minister in the other place, Senator Anne Ruston, for bringing this bill before the House and introducing it as the first tranche of amendments to the National Redress Scheme for Institutional Child Sexual Abuse Act 2018. The measures we are discussing here in this bill will ensure the scheme is survivor-focused and trauma-informed, and ultimately it will enable fairer outcomes for survivors and enhance the access of a survivor to redress. The changes in this bill aligns with findings of the independent review led by Ms Kruk, which heard directly from survivors, advocates and other stakeholders, and I thank them all for their engagement in the review process. Mr Deputy Speaker, recently I attended a dedication and memorial commemoration at De La Salle College in Malvern in my seat of Higgins. It was an incredibly moving service, dedicated to the lives of those who have experienced historical child sexual abuse and recognising forever the harm inflicted upon them. I'd like to thank De La Salle College for acknowledging and leading the way to ensuring victims of institutional child sexual abuse have been heard and respected. At that ceremony, we honoured and remembered those students who were victims of historical sexual abuse during their time at the college. It was incredibly difficult for the victims to be there, and they're incredibly brave souls to be there. But we also need to equally understand that De La Salle College has shown bravery in stepping forward to do the right thing by reparations for harms of the past. As a parent and as a paediatrician, it's appalling to think of children put into a situation where those that they are supposed to trust and respect have that stripped from them. They're essentially having their childhood stripped from them. And to listen to the events was an incredibly touching and moving experience. Recognising the past practices that put these students in harm's way is the first step in the process to healing, and I commend Principal Peter Houlihan and the wider De La Salle College community for their efforts in this regard. The victims have been traumatised, and the National Redress Scheme is one small way to help redress what has been a wrong of the past. And we are, as a federal government, are responding to these past injustices and want to ensure that the National Redress Scheme meets its goals to provide redress to these survivors of institutional child sex abuse in a timely and effective way. Approximately $490 million has been provided to survivors, with more offers being made each day. A total of 10,665 applicants have so far been received as of June, with 5,700 being finalised. The average payment amount is $84,743 per survivor. Importantly, 500 institutions have so far joined the scheme. Mr Deputy Speaker, as a member of the Joint Select Committee on implementation of the National Redress Scheme, I've heard first-hand the harrowing stories from survivors of institutional abuse. I'd like to thank the chair of this committee, Dean Smith, for so sensitively holding the inquiry and providing a space for both victims and advocates to safely express their experiences and what they would like to see change with regards to the redress scheme. As a government, we understand the enduring pain and trauma that survivors have had to experience and know how much more work needs to be done to ensure the success of this scheme. And I would like to say that for so many, it can be incredibly re-traumatising to have to re-experience and talk about these past experiences. We're committed to continual improvement of the scheme to ensure it is survivor-focused. This includes naming those organisations which have failed in their obligations to those survivors by not joining the scheme. Our federal minister responsible for this scheme, Minister Anne Ruston, has named these organisations publicly in order to get them on board. This is the right course of action and highlights her determination to put survivors of abuse first. And we've already committed to stripping recalcitrant institutions of their charitable status and denying them eligibility for Commonwealth grant funding until they join the scheme. This is right and proper. Mr Deputy Speaker, the redress scheme was established in 2018 in response to the Royal Commission and has fulfilled a promise to survivors seeking redress for the wrongs committed against them historically, a shameful blight on the history of our country. We're committed to redress for survivors and improving the scheme over the 10-year lifespan of it, as evidenced in this bill and the measures we're introducing to improve it. The bill gives effect to several key recommendations that are straightforward to implement from the second-year review that have universal agreement from state and territory governments. So these are changes that will happen very swiftly. I would also like to thank those governments of all political persuasions for working so well together to see this scheme implemented and continually improved for survivors. The review made 38 recommendations to increase access to redress and to improve the scheme's operation. And the government is prioritising initial action on 25 of these recommendations, either in full or in part, and is importantly investing over $80 million over 4 years in this most recent budget to support implementation of these recommendations. The government plans to produce a final response to the review in early 2022, following further consultation with stakeholders, institutions, survivors and governments of state and territory denominations before final decisions are made. Mr Deputy Speaker, there are a number of amendments contained in this bill, and I'd like to point out a couple of ones that I think are incredibly important. The first is the $10,000 advance payment for applicants who are elderly or terminally ill. And certainly in our redress committee we did hear of those who were finding it difficult at the end of their life to access the redress scheme. So I'm very pleased that through engagement with survivors and stakeholders, it's become apparent that this is an important thing to redress. We know that the nature of institutional child sex abuse means that survivors may not come forward to seek redress for some time. I know this as someone very close to me who grew up in the UK. Took many, many years to understand that what he had experienced had actually been criminal. He'd been keeping it secret for so many years, and it was only at a school reunion returning to the UK that he found that his teacher had been jailed for 25 years. The shock for that person was enormous. To know that he was carrying an experience that had not been redressed, had not been acknowledged, was extraordinary. So it is important that we recognise that these childhood traumas can take decades to come to the surface, and it only seems fair to introduce amendments that provide advance payment of $10,000 possible, which will provide applicants with a form of recognition of their abuse early in their application process while they wait for the redress scheme outcome. Another key change to this bill that was identified is to the way indexation is applied to a survivor's payment. Currently, indexation on a relevant prior payment is calculated from when the prior payment was made until the date a determination on the application is made. This will be changed so that the indexation is calculated up to the point a person submits their application, ensuring applicants are not unfairly impacted by the time it takes for their application to be processed. This processing time is obviously varied for each applicant, so this change will apply to both future and past applicants, acknowledging the need to ensure no survivor is disadvantaged. Importantly, this measure is being covered by the Commonwealth Government, meaning no change to institutions' liability. Flexibility will be introduced to the scheme to ensure a survivor can extend the period they have to consider whether or not to accept an offer or seek a review. Mr Deputy Speaker, removing the requirement for applications to include a statutory declaration will also make it easier for survivors to apply for redress. This is another key feature of this bill and will ensure survivors will no longer be required to submit a statutory declaration, which can be difficult to obtain for some elderly or vulnerable people, particularly as we are in rolling lockdowns in my home state of Victoria at the moment, and moving about and getting this extra documentation is particularly onerous, and which many survivors question when they are undertaking this. This measure is consistent with other social security payments which do not require applicants to complete a stat dec and brings a level of uniformity. Consequences will still be in place for people who provide false or misleading information, and I think this approach is a sensible one. The other key change I mentioned would be on the flexibility of payments and providing survivors choice to receive their redress payment in instalments rather than a lump sum. Now, this is something we did hear in our Redress Committee hearings, that survivors would like to have this change made, and this will give survivors control over their management of their finances, since financial autonomy is an incredibly important aspect of those who may have had controlling and difficult relationships in their younger and formative years. Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to express my gratitude to Ms Cook and the Ministers' Redress Scheme Governance Board, which comprises ministers from the states and territories who have carriage for the redress scheme, for their support of the scheme. The board has agreed to the changes contained in this bill, and I thank them for their ongoing advocacy to improve the scheme for survivors of institutional child sex abuse. But I would lastly like to speak and to pay tribute to all of those survivors. Yours is a hurt that cannot ever fully be redressed. Your childhood has been robbed. I am deeply sorry. I know everyone in this House is very sorry for those that have suffered at the hands of institutions and perpetrators. And I'm very proud of the fact that this government and those in this House have supported the changes to make sure that we can go some way to redressing the wrongs of the past. I commend this bill to the House. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it is an honour always to stand in this parliament to try and give voice to the survivors of child sexual abuse from institutions. I'm very pleased to be able to make a contribution, therefore, to this debate today, and I do so in strong support of the amendments being moved by the member for Fenner on behalf of the member for Barton. The Royal Commission into Institutional Response to Child Sexual Abuse was indeed a necessary and essential response to one of the darkest and ugliest chapters in our national history. We remain forever grateful to the then Prime Minister Julia Gillard and a former colleague and friend, the former member for Jagga Jagga, for their outstanding work in establishing the Royal Commission and getting this national redress scheme, enabling it to become a reality. The Royal Commission uncovered some of the most horrific abuse of innocent children, often perpetrated by the very people who they were entrusted to, and that was a gross violation of trust. Indeed, it was felt very deeply in my community of Newcastle, where we are not dissimilar to the town of Ballarat, of course, were a dreadful epicentre for this kind of enclosed institutional abuse that took place over many decades. Until the redress scheme, many survivors had not been able to access any form of justice for what had happened to them. And while no amount of financial compensation will ever take away that trauma and abuse, the National Redress Scheme continues to serve as an important step in the healing process and a way for many to secure justice for the harm and the utter betrayal that had occurred. Labor welcomes the legislation before the House today, and we believe that the reforms to the National Redress Scheme are absolutely necessary to start bringing that focus back onto the survivor and their experience of the redress scheme. The redress scheme must be unswervingly focused on ensuring that every decision is made in the best interest of victims and survivors. It must be trauma-informed in its approach and practice. Victims and survivors of child sexual abuse in institutions have consistently told us about their concerns with the National Redress Scheme and its many inadequacies. There are issues that the independent review by Robin Kruk AO have canvassed in her second-year review of the National Redress Scheme, but we need to put on record that that review is a reiteration of the many, many issues that are well known and have been put before this parliament since at least 2019. There have been 3 reports handed down to this parliament since the Royal Commission. Many, as I said, have highlighted that the scheme is not working as it was intended to do so. I was in this House on the 2nd of April in 2019 when the final report entitled "Getting the National Redress Scheme Right, an Overdue Step Towards Justice" was tabled in this parliament. I was here in May 2020 when the first interim report of the Joint Select Committee on the implementation of the National Redress Scheme was tabled in this parliament. And again on the 23rd of June this year, when the report of the second-year review of the National Redress Scheme was tabled in this parliament. And of course, the Joint Select Committee, which I have been Deputy Chair of in both the former parliament and again this current parliament, is right now deliberating additional reforms that are required. We're looking very closely at this issue of the funder of last resort, a matter which I'll come back to, and indeed issues around barriers to participation for First Nations people, cold communities, people who we know are not currently accessing the scheme in numbers that we would expect or want to see. So Labor supports the government's decision to finally take some action here. As I said, 3 reports down. Glad to see some legislation now on the table. There are parts of this bill that we welcome. We welcome all of it, but I think it is also incumbent on us to acknowledge that many of the changes in this particular bill are what I would regard as the low-hanging fruit that should have. They are relatively non-controversial, easy changes to be made. I'm glad that the Governance Council has agreed to it, but truly, these should have been done some time ago. So the one that Labor is especially pleased to see in this legislation is the adoption of Labor's policy on advance payments. This is something that the Scottish Parliament, in fact, led the way on, and I do give a shout-out to our colleagues in the Scottish Parliament for advancing this proposition, which we have warmly embraced and now wish to take up in Australia. This is an issue that my Labor colleagues have been pressing for since April of last year. We put this to the Joint Select Committee on the implementation of the National Redress Scheme, which received bipartisan support to ask the independent reviewer, Robin Kruk, to do some more detailed investigation. I'm very pleased to see that this has finally been given the tick, and we are now seeing in legislation an early release scheme, which is really all about ensuring that those people who are old, sick, have multiple comorbidities, that they get some compensation before they pass away. Because sadly, I am aware of at least 20 people who have passed away before receiving their redress, and I am really, very mindful of cases in my own electorate, and I'm thinking now of Frances, who was aged 96, waited an eternity for redress in her lifetime. She finally was given a redress payment just months before she died, having, as I said, waited her entire life for redress. And it just seems now, upon reflection, very cruel that she hadn't received that earlier payment and recognition, that she might have been, put her mind at rest and get rid of much of that anxiety she lived with. She might have got to enjoy that period of life, a bit longer period of life before her death. For that and everybody, every survivor that has passed without having that proper acknowledgement, I am deeply, deeply saddened. And of course, we've got many survivors who are worried about COVID-19 and the impact that's going to have on their life, their quality of life and the length of their life, and they would like to see this advance payment put in place, and as it should. We've really waited far too long for this to come, but a terrifically welcome part of the legislation today. Another issue that's caused great distress and anxiety for survivors relates to the issue of indexation. This is an issue that CLAN and its advocates in particular have really pressed with both the committee and and I know government members. Prior to the changes in this bill, survivors were forced to adhere to a very mean and unnecessary provision that left many with little redress. There have been some shocking examples where the indexation has actually reduced people's payments to potentially reduce it to zero, which was, of course, completely unjustifiable and outside of the spirit of the redress scheme. So we are very pleased. We would like to see indexation as a practice ceased altogether. I need to make that very clear. That remains Labor's position. But at least the government has agreed to ensuring that indexation will not be deducted from the redress scheme payment until such time as the clock can't start ticking until the redress application is finalised. I'd also just like to state it's really hard to overstate how difficult the decision to accept redress is, and the emotional trauma that it can really give rise to for a lot of people. So the bill allowing the Department of Social Security to extend the time a person has to accept the offer of redress beyond the current 6-month limit is welcome. And I'd have to say, it was recommended by the Royal Commission that this should have been a 12-month period in the first place. So again, this is another example where a deviation from the Royal Commission recommendations has not been to the benefit of survivors. I'm glad to see some remedy in this bill on that front. The requirement of the statutory declaration also, we've had a lot of evidence from the Commonwealth-funded No More Legal Services that provides free legal services to survivors to get rid of this ridiculous and unnecessary component, just another additional barrier. I know members have made reference to the fact that during COVID this has been especially difficult, but regardless of COVID, this was an unnecessary hurdle. There are ample provisions to ensure that any efforts, any instances of people misleading or indeed fraudulent behaviour can be dealt with through other avenues. It was not necessary to have a statutory declaration to accompany the application. So I'm glad to see that this is now going. As I said, No More has been calling for this change since 2017, I think. So here we are in 2021, finally listening and acting. This bill also finally allows redress payments to be made in instalments at the applicant's discretion. Again, this has been a really important matter for a lot of First Nations communities who have raised these matters with us about needing to have the choice to be able to take the payments in instalments. I know the Victorian Aboriginal Childcare Agency raised this with the committee. It was raised with the committee in the last parliament, and so part of the evidence we took for our 2019 report, repeatedly raised again in this parliament, and part of the interim report that was tabled here. So yes, I am pleased that, you know, many years later the government has accepted this advice. Every time, as I said, this government chose to move away from the Royal Commission recommendations, it has been to the detriment of survivors, and we need to keep calling that out. That is the value of having the joint committee for the implementation of the National Redress Scheme, because it is the only platform now for survivors to voice their experiences directly with members of the parliament. I want to trust the government's word that this bill truly represents the first real step in a long line of necessary and overdue changes to the redress scheme. My colleagues before me have outlined the many shortcomings that remain with the National Redress Scheme. The most egregious harm is actually the lack of reform around the assessment matrix. I think this matrix sets such a low arbitrary payments for the impact of abuse. The matrix is focused on the kind of abuse that takes place, not the impact of that abuse on a survivor's life. Again, in direct contrast to what the Royal Commission had recommended. The term penetrative needs to be removed altogether, in my view, as an acknowledgement that trauma is not only caused by penetrative abuse. The Morrison government must reconfigure the redress assessment framework to properly recognise the impact of abuse when calculating redress payments as recommended by the Royal Commission. There are many aspects that still need to be addressed in this front. My colleagues, my Labor colleagues and I will be pursuing this throughout the Joint Committee and holding this government to account at every opportunity.
Has expired. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Reid.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the National Redress Scheme for Institutional Child Sexual Abuse Amendment Bill 2021. The Royal Commission into the institutional responses to child sexual abuse handed down its final report in December 2017 after decades of denial of responsibility, decades of hiding the truth, of institutions and individuals silencing survivors and avoiding reality. We were provided with the stark reality of the crimes, trauma and acts of evil that had been perpetrated against children over many years, often by those tasked with caring for them. The Royal Commission shone a light on the experiences of survivors of child sexual abuse. They told their stories and we listened. We believed them. More than 4,000 individual institutions were reported as places where abuse had occurred, with the youngest victim the Royal Commission interviewed being just 7 years of age, and more than half of the survivors being aged between 10 and 14 years when they were sexually abused. Mr Deputy Speaker, we know the journey for survivors of child sexual abuse is traumatic and extremely challenging. For many survivors, the abuse they suffered can have profound and broad-ranging impacts, with individuals experiencing a diverse range of ongoing health problems, including mental and physical health problems. The Morrison government remains absolutely committed to survivors of institutional child sexual abuse. Mr Deputy Speaker, the government has introduced this amendment bill in response to the final report, second-year review of the National Redress Scheme undertaken by Ms Robin Crook, AO. That review made clear that changes were needed in order to ensure that the scheme meets its intention of being survivor-centred, humane and a less onerous option than civil action. The government remains committed to continuing to improve the redress scheme over its 10-year life. As it stands, Mr Deputy Speaker, the redress scheme covers approximately 66,400 sites across Australia. In addition, over 6,100 payments totalling approximately $519 million have been paid to survivors to date. And this amendment bill will establish a $10,000 advance payment for applicants who are elderly or terminally ill. This will ensure survivors have a form of recognition of their abuse early in their application process while they wait for their redress outcome. To assist survivors, they will not need to apply for the advance payment. Rather, this scheme will identify eligible applications after receiving a valid redress application or at any time during the application process, and then will offer the advance payment to the survivor. The bill also changes the date for which indexation of a prior payment is calculated to when a survivor submits an application to the scheme, rather than the date their application is determined. It will also enable flexibility to extend the period which an applicant can accept their redress offer, and to allow the period to seek a review to be extended to be consistent with the acceptance period. It will also introduce the ability for the scheme operator to make redress payments in instalments to give survivors choice and control over how they receive their payment. And the bill also removes the requirement for a statutory declaration application form. This last point, while it may seem small, I believe will have a profoundly important impact. We know that one of the key things we heard and learnt from the Royal Commission was that simply an acknowledgement of belief in a survivor's story can be very significant. Let's remember that for some survivors, they have spent their lives just fighting to be believed. And as the second-year review noted, many survivors consider the requirement for a statutory declaration questions the integrity of their application. The review also made clear that some survivors have difficulty complying with this step due to being homeless, living in a community where they do not have a birth certificate, or have concerns about confidentiality, especially in regional communities or people who have literacy difficulties. Survivors are also required to provide proof of identity documentation, despite, in many instances, being in receipt of other national government health or social care payments. Mr Deputy Speaker, the measures in this bill have been agreed to by all states and territories, and the government has committed $80 million over 4 years in the 2021-2022 budget to support implementation of the recommendations of the second-year review. I recognise that this bill does not address all of the review's 38 recommendations. The government has made clear that it will continue to progress the other recommendations, many of which constitute major changes to the scheme. It will continue to work with stakeholders and plans to release a final response to review in early 2022. The government, from the outset, has always been committed to ensuring survivors have access to redress, and the measures of this bill, along with the other work of the government, will ensure the scheme is more survivor-focused and trauma-informed, enabling fairer outcomes for survivors, and will enhance a survivor's access to redress. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, in my comments on this legislation, the National Redress Scheme for Institutional Child Sexual Abuse Amendment Bill 2021, I'm going to focus just on a few matters. This legislation, Mr Deputy Speaker, makes several improvements to the redress scheme in response to the 2-year review of the scheme itself, a review that I believe is very necessary given that it was a new scheme and there would have been, understandably, changes required as the administration of the scheme was rolled out. The improvements in this legislation are indeed welcome, but they simply don't go far enough. And as the member for Newcastle quite rightly pointed out, there's been some 3 previous reports in respect to this matter, all of which have raised deficiencies in the current scheme and the administration of it. Indeed, even with respect to this review, where there were some 38 recommendations, not all of them were adopted in this legislation, and nor have many other good suggestions that have been made by both this side of the House and by other stakeholders. The redress scheme was initiated by Labor under the Gillard government in terms of the original Royal Commission, which ultimately led to it. And I have no doubt that it was something that was not only well overdue, but that would have brought a great deal of hope to all of those people who were in institutional care and who had in some way or another been violated. To now, after a Royal Commission, delay improvements that are needed, that have been exposed and that have been identified by the review itself, simply draws out the suffering, the anxiety and the trauma of all of those people. The redress recipients, in my view, and I suspect in the view of all people in this place, based on the comments that I've heard to date with respect to the scheme, have in many cases been living with their trauma for decades. This whole process was initiated in recognition of that and in recognition of the hurt and pain that had been caused to them. And it was about finally bringing to them not only some recognition, but some restitution for what they had endured. So that being the objective, let us, the Parliament, now not further delay, but instead move quickly to bring some comfort to those very people. In recognition of that delay, can I say that not only does it cause further hurt, but I suspect that in some cases it may even cause an attitude of, I'm just hitting my head against a brick wall and I will simply not pursue this matter any further, because to do so just continues to agitate and relive the trauma that I have lived through. And that would be the last thing that we would want to do to the very people that I think we all would agree with have suffered enough. The key change in this legislation is the provision of an advance payment of $10,000 to vulnerable applicants, and those being the elderly and perhaps people with a severe health issue, and to provide that $10,000 payment whilst their applications are being assessed. I think that's a good start, but what I hope it doesn't do is simply give people $10,000 as a way of saying, now you can go away and leave us alone. And I suspect that in some cases, if it gets too difficult for them, that's exactly what they might do. So I would hope that this is not going to be the case, and that in fact that the $10,000 will be given in good faith, and that their applications are then properly pursued with all of the support that they might need to do that. That $10,000 payment, with some other adjustments to the legislation which I've read through but which I'm not going to go through in detail because I think that's the most significant of them all, still leaves out some 20 other sensible suggestions that have been made with respect to the administration of the redress scheme, and those suggestions are simply not picked up. In his second reading speech, the Minister stated that the government's final response to all of the review recommendations will be provided in early 2022. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, early 2022 is the period where we're very likely going to be having an election. So the reality of that statement is that this issue is going to be pushed down the track, and I don't think anyone in this House would know when it is likely to be dealt with. In other words, it is very likely that any of those other recommendations will see the light of day in the foreseeable future. And I believe that that is wrong, given that those recommendations were made in good faith. They are before the government, they are before the parliament, and we should be dealing with them now. The Deputy Speaker, for victims of this abuse, even dealing with the application process would be incredibly traumatic and difficult. And I know that because I've actually spoken with several victims. For victims with a disability or a language problem or a First Nations person, the process would be even more difficult. And we need to do something to make that process much easier for them. And I accept that there might be some support measures available out there to them, but they are simply not enough, and we should make sure that they are given every bit of support they need to follow through with the applications that they need to make. Likewise, with respect to counselling, and that was one of the other matters that had been raised, lifelong counselling should also be made available to victims. Having identified that they are a victim, having accepted that they are a victim, there's no doubt in my mind that those people will require that support for the rest of their life. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the reality is that reviewing the criteria and the process should be an ongoing thing, because different matters arise in all of that process. And I'll give you one example of that. In one case where I spoke to a victim, the person was already in receipt of some compensation from the institution or the organisation where the abuse occurred. That organisation was one of the first to join the redress scheme. But having joined the redress scheme, the criteria under which that person's payments were assessed changed. The assessment process from the original organisation was much more generous and much fairer than the assessment process under the scheme. So the person has actually gone backwards in terms of missing out on support that might have otherwise been available, because the organisation quite rightly joined the scheme, but the government's assessment criteria is inferior to that of the organisation. Issues like that should never be allowed to happen, because had the scheme never come into place, that person today would be in a better position. So, and I've raised that matter with government, but it seems that we are locked into the assessment process that we currently have. And in that case, as I say, the victim or the person involved was actually denied the support that they would have otherwise have received. In another matter, earlier this year, I put a question on notice to the Minister in respect to those organisations that had not joined the redress scheme. And I thank the Minister for his reply to that, which I received recently. And the reply went on to say that organisations that had not joined the scheme had until the end of the third quarter to do so. The particular organisation at the time that had not joined, and for which I had also spoken to victims about their experience with, was the Jehovah's Witness organisation. And so I asked the Minister again, has that organisation now joined the scheme? In the answer, the Minister says that the organisation was in the process of doing so, but I'm still not clear whether they have, and I would like to think that the government, given that the Prime Minister, standing at that dispatch box, made it clear that any organisation that didn't join the scheme would lose their DGR status. And so I would certainly appreciate an update with respect to that matter, because I know that there are people from within that organisation who are victims and who are finding it extremely difficult to seek redress for a whole range of reasons, which I outlined in another contribution on this matter that I made earlier on in the year, or it might have even been late last year. Mr. Deputy Speaker, finally can I say this? The people that are directly affected by the redress scheme and the victims are people that not only have I but other members in this place have met with to a large extent, and there are many stories that we can all tell. They have all suffered in silence, and their lives were profoundly changed as a result of their experience. In many cases, that experience was whilst they were in the care of people to whom they were entrusted to actually protect and look after them. But they didn't. And they now carry that trauma and that injustice each and every day of their life. The Royal Commission also exposed all of that as well. We hear very compassionate and understanding words from government members opposite and from the government itself. Those words need to be matched by real action. Regrettably, that is not always the case. It reminds me very much of the words we often hear about defence veterans in this place, which are equally not always matched by actions of government. They become empty words and quite rightly leave people feeling even more angry and more hurt than they previously were. So I say to the government, you have done the right thing, you have reviewed the scheme, you have the recommendations before you. You should be listening to the words of the people and the organisations that are all involved with the scheme. You should be taking on board the concerns that have been raised and the proposals that are being made in order to make the scheme even better. The people that were the victims deserve that, and it's up to the government to deliver on it.
I thank the member. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Bass.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, I believe that the government is absolutely committed to survivors of institutional child sex abuse, and the redress scheme has been an important step in addressing the shameful history of institutional abuse in Australia. But there is no doubt that for survivors, the pace of change has been frustrating. The redress scheme is complex and does rely on the collaboration with the states, and I don't think that we have always got it right. But the government does recognise this and is committed to continuing to improve the scheme, and this bill adds to that improvement. There's not enough money in the world that can take away the pain and suffering that so many survivors have carried with them their entire life. While some survivors have gone on to build a life that has brought them joy, many have been unable to sustain meaningful relationships or employment. Many have struggled with addiction and ongoing trauma. Redress can help in both a tangible way, but also by recognising the intrinsic pain of survivors. People who have experienced institutional child sex abuse have waited too long for redress, and we must continue to listen to their voices and improve this scheme. While the purpose of this bill is to implement recommendations that are reasonably straightforward and aim to improve the survivor experience while seeking redress, it's important to note that this bill is not the extent of action that the government will seek to undertake, with a number of recommendations made in the recent review still under consideration and consultation. The review found the process was traumatising, bureaucratic and too slow, and these amendments are a step in the right direction to addressing these issues. It's common to hear of survivors who have been brave enough to come forward and tell their painful stories to the Royal Commission or through the media, only to be put through further heartache when seeking redress. I recall some time ago listening to an older gentleman that had called into an ABC Talkback radio, telling his story of horrific abuse suffered as a child in institutional care and the terrible enduring effect it had on his whole life, a life of pain and loneliness and trauma. Redress would make his final years a little easier, but he said that the wait was so long he feared he would die waiting. It's not good enough. It's for people like this that we owe these amendments, so that the redress scheme, first established in 2018, will introduce a range of new measures that will make the process, which is already so painful, a bit less so to navigate and far easier to access. Amendments include establishing a $10,000 advance payment for applicants who are elderly, in this case classified as those over the age of 70 or over the age of 55 for Indigenous Australians, or those that are terminally ill. changing the date for which indexation of a prior payment is calculated to be when a survivor submits an application to the scheme rather than the date that their application is determined, and introducing the ability to make redress payments in instalments, giving survivors choice and control over how they receive the payment. Every individual has their own unique story, and for some the wounds still exist to this day, with some elderly survivors only coming forward with their stories for the first time. We mustn't forget that while a necessary part of seeking redress, the process does involve retelling their life history and what brings them to seeking redress, which may re-traumatise people. I recognise that the scheme has been complex to navigate and can be confronting to survivors. We must seek every means necessary to ensure that this process is as simple as it can be. I've spoken many times in this place of the need to ensure that there is a trauma-informed response within government policy, and I'm pleased that at least in this situation these amendments begin to address this issue. One of the proposed amendments before us today is the introduction of flexibility to ensure a survivor can extend the period they have to consider and accept an offer of redress or to seek review of their redress offer. This amendment addresses technical issues in the operation of the legislation, but creates a more trauma-informed approach, ensuring applicants do not lose the ability to access redress or to procedural fairness due to the restricted and disconnected drafting of current provisions. Of course, the scheme can only seek to appropriately compensate survivors if those institutions which were responsible for the horrific acts of child abuse, many of which came to light during the Royal Commission, actually join the scheme. I would like to thank Minister Ruston for her dedication to getting the scheme right and for working with the institutions, and sadly far too many of them, to ensure that they sign up to the scheme. While many of these institutions have taken responsibility for the abuse that occurred in their school, club, organisation or church, it both saddens me and frankly enrages me to hear of some who are still refusing to be held to account for the pain and hurt that they have caused. Just recently I learned of the Devonport Community Church in Tasmania, who is refusing to join the scheme as they believe, and I quote, "the scheme could be misused by those seeking easy money." I cannot even begin to properly describe just how offensive this reasoning is. It is completely devoid of any compassion or care, and as Minister Ruston has said, it is completely unacceptable that you have failed to meet your moral obligations. Sadly, the Church is one of 3 institutions that have failed to sign up to the scheme, and the Minister went on to say these are institutions which I know they have been named in applications, and yet they have chosen to shirk their responsibility to do the right thing by these survivors. And let me be no doubt that I wholeheartedly support the Minister's words. Unfortunately, 7 institutions which did take steps to join have not been found to meet the legislative requirements of the scheme and are therefore unable to join. As such, I commend the government for its commitment to supporting the expansion of funder of last resort provisions to cover institutions that do not meet the legislative requirements of the scheme to join, providing $22.8 million over 4 years in the 21-22 budget for the Commonwealth share of expanded funder of last resort costs. Lastly, this is an opportunity for me to say thank you to every single survivor who has told their story to the Royal Commission, which has led to the redress scheme, and to those who gave input into the scheme and contributed to the more than 450 submissions, surveys or consultations that informed the outcomes of the review. To you and to all the survivors that have come forward in the years following the Royal Commission, we must and we will do right by you. To all silent survivors of abuse, I hope that you can one day find your voice and speak your truth. In closing, I would repeat what I've said before in this place, that as important as the National Redress Scheme is, we must also acknowledge that child sexual abuse is not only historic in nature. It happens now, every day in Australia, and our responses to the issue of child sexual abuse must go further. We must make greater efforts to prevent abuse happening in the first place, and we must have a more holistic approach to recognising and addressing trauma to mitigate the lifelong damage caused to victim survivors. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Oxley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to address the National Redress Scheme for Institutional Child Sexual Abuse Amendment Bill 2021 and commend the member for Bass for her strong support for victims. And I know, like alongside all members of the House, the work that the Joint Select Committee on Implementation of the National Redress Scheme, which I have been a member of in the last parliament and this parliament, I think it would be fair to say would be a constructive and well-resourced use of this parliament's time when members from both sides of the chamber, from both houses of parliament, give voice and allow the voice to be heard for so many survivors where the experience of the redress scheme has not been one that it was designed for and one that survivors had anticipated for. And today we will be dealing with some legislation to improve the scheme, but it also enables me to speak to the chamber about this serious issue of redress that Australia has been grappling with for some time, but now is, I wouldn't say delivering, I would say is underway, but more work needs to be done. And because we know how important this scheme is to the survivors of institutional child sex abuse. The scheme was a long time coming, Deputy Speaker, when it was first introduced, and these steps are a step towards ensuring that it does right by those who access it. And I want to start my remarks today by expressing my disappointment that while the bill goes some way to fixing these issues with our existing redress program, it fails to address many of the recommendations of the second anniversary review of the redress scheme by Robin Cook AO, an eminent Australian who I think has done a remarkable job, which I'll touch on some of the recommendations that I think should be supported and that I think survivors also want supported. And that's why I'm a strong supporter today and wanted to speak on the bill, but in particular the second reading amendment that the member for Fenner, in lieu of the member for Barton, has moved today. Now, survivors of child sexual abuse have been waiting their whole lives for redress for the horrific crimes that were perpetrated against them as children. For decades, they have suffered in silence and tormented by the truly awful acts committed against them over many years. And being on the Redress Committee for a number of years, it's enabled me to learn, to understand, but also hear the tragic stories of just so many people. Growing up in the south side of Brisbane, in a loving family with two parents who did everything they could to make sure that their children would be protected and loved, but also given every opportunity in the world, with an older brother and sister and a very, I would say, idyllic and happy childhood, really has shown what a privilege I've had in my life, and having no understanding of what the horrific abuse was happening, you know, in my home city, my state, my country, when I was just a child, puts everything into perspective. And now serving in the parliament and representing my own community, meeting with survivors, talking to them, hearing their stories, and of course having the absolute honour of serving on the Joint Committee has, I think, made me, I would say, as a better member of parliament, but also I would go so far to say as a better person, just to be able to look into the eyes of people that have gone through things that I never understood as a child that would have happened in my life. But I think hearing the witness statements through hours and hours and days of evidence, and reading through, I think, some of the worst stories that you could ever imagine, and the Parliament of Australia also needs to hear this as well. And we only need to look at the numbers from the previous Labor government's Royal Commission into institutional responses to see the scope of the impact that child sexual abuse has had. And over the 5 years of the Commission, 16,953 people contacted the Royal Commission who were within the terms of reference. The Commission heard from 7,981 survivors of child sexual abuse in 8,013 private sessions, received 1,344 written accounts and referred 2,500 matters plus to police. Now, these striking numbers only begin to scratch the surface of how just big the issues were for thousands of Australians. And this speaks to how important it is that we get the redress right. And the bill today makes 5 key changes to the scheme. It establishes an advance payment scheme, reduces the time frame over which prior payments are indexed, allows the time a person has to accept an offer of redress to be extended and remove the requirement for applications to include a statutory declaration, and allows redress payments to be made in instalments. I want to focus on the first one today, Mr Deputy Speaker, and that's establishment of the advance payment mechanism. Now, this is something that we have been calling for, and at this part of my remarks I want to acknowledge the outstanding work of the member for Newcastle and the work that she's done as the Deputy Chair, but also the current Chair, Senator Dean Smith, who has acted in a very collaborative and collegiate way. But the member for Newcastle, Ms Clayton, has been really at the forefront of this, from her own community's experience, but also her powerful advocacy in terms of being the voice, as I like to say, where she's the voice for the voiceless. And the bill will establish an advance payment providing $10,000 to people aged over 70, First Nations people over 50, or terminally ill or vulnerable people. Now, you can only imagine, although this is a minor amount, it is a significant amount, but also the recognition that comes for that, the mental well-being of being able to being acknowledged, of your voice being heard, but then a public acknowledgement as well. Now, secondly, the passage of the bill reduced the time frame for which prior payments are indexed before being reduced from a redress payment. Indexation will now cease when an application to redress is made, not at the time of a decision on a redress application is finalised. Now, we've been calling for the indexation of prior payments to cease completely, and we will have more to say about that. But the bill will also allow the Department of Social Service to extend the time a person has to accept an offer of redress. Now, currently that period is 6 months. Now, this is an important change, as a person can only apply for redress once, and then if an offer is not accepted within the allowed time, it's taken to be refused. So the bill also seeks to reduce the trauma of applying for redress by removing the requirement for applications to include a statutory declaration. The member from Newcastle in her remarks made that crystal clear as to why that's such an important provision that needs to be introduced. And of course, the instalment, if requested by payments by instalments, if requested by an applicant, is not only common sense, I think it's best practice. Now, these changes are important and they will help to ensure that the redress scheme functions in the interest of survivors. But I do want to touch on the recommendations in the second anniversary review, which the government has so far refused to act on. Now, as I mentioned in my earlier remarks, Mr Deputy Speaker, Ms Crook delivered her report to the Minister at the end of March this year, and in conducting her review, Ms Crook met with 81 survivors. She heard from support services, government agencies, and received around 226 submissions, on top of their commissioned feedback study, of which 503 survivors, support groups and institutions participated. Now, not all groups were happy with the way that process was undertaken. I particularly want to place on record the concerns that Clan raised when we heard public hearings, and I pay tribute to all of those advocates, but particularly Clan, that has been leading the fight for justice for survivors for so long. Now, Labor has also made repeated calls for significant changes to be made to the scheme, and that's what we're doing with the second reading amendment today, increasing the minimum payment to $200,000, which was a key recommendation of the Royal Commission, ensuring that payments are not indexed when calculating a redress payment, ensuring that prior payments which do not relate to institutional child sex abuse are not deducted from redress, introducing an advance payment scheme for elderly and ill, ensuring governments act as funders of the last resort for all institutions, guaranteeing that the review of an offer of redress will not result in the offer being reduced, and providing necessary ongoing psychological counselling and support of recipients of redress. Now, that's a big issue that I want to place on record today that the government needs to do more on. They need to be working, I think, more constructively with organisations, they need with support groups and also survivors themselves. Now, we know that there is a huge list of recommendations that are not included in this bill, and I simply say to the government, you know, I want to support and trust what the government is saying on this, but their record so far in delivering a redress scheme that should be meeting expectations has not lived up to that so far. And someone who has been following this issue for a number of years, I really want to make sure that the government hears this message today. They have to do better with the implementation and management of the redress scheme in this country. We have such a duty and obligation to those survivors. We have such a duty of care to ensure that those people's voices are not only heard, but the scheme is as simple and as easy to navigate as possible. Now, all the evidence that we've heard is that that is not the case. I think, to be fair to the government, they have attempted and tried, but they need to do better. And that is not from the member for Oxley or the Labor opposition. That is the voice for so many in Australia that need this scheme to work. The families of survivors, the people who have been caught up in the system, the people that haven't come forward yet because of their fears or concerns around accessing the scheme, the difficulties that they're having in navigating with the Commonwealth Government, the fear of government, the misunderstandings of what's happened. So Ms Crook's report is really a vital and important one, and I'm hopeful, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the government will look at all those recommendations, and I will take them at their word that they will be working through them. Whilst this bill today deals with some modifications to the scheme, there is still a lot of work to be done, a huge amount of work to be done in terms of giving justice to survivors. And I finish my remarks today by paying tribute to all of those survivors. Understanding their pain and trauma is one thing, but delivering justice for them is another. And I commit myself today to make sure that I keep learning, listening and hearing their experiences, bringing their voices to the parliament to ensure that justice is not only seen to be done but is delivered for the pain and trauma that they have gone through their entire lives.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank all members who have contributed to this debate. This bill will amend the primary legislation for the National Redress Scheme for institutional child sexual abuse in response to recommendations from the final report's second-year review of the National Redress Scheme undertaken by Ms Robin Croak AO. The review makes 38 recommendations to increase access to redress and improve the scheme's operation, making it more trauma-informed, efficient and ultimately more survivor-focused. The Australian Government is prioritising initial action on 25 of the 38 review recommendations, in full or in part, and is investing over $80 million over 4 years in the 2021-22 budget to support implementation of these recommendations. This bill makes legislative changes giving effect to a number of these recommendations. Importantly, the measures in the bill make genuine changes that will have a real and direct impact on a survivor's experience in accessing redress through the scheme in the short term, while further improvements continue to be made. In line with the scheme's governance arrangements, all states and territories have agreed to the amendments in the bill. Work is underway to ensure administrative arrangements are put in place to enable measures to commence as soon as possible, especially for advance payments to be made. More substantial changes to the scheme arising from the review require further detailed development work and consultation with state and territory governments, survivors, institutions and other stakeholders. The government is continuing to consider and consult on these issues. I commend the bill to the House.
The original question was that this bill be read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Fenner has moved, as an amendment, that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I put the question. All that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I put the question. All that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading a bill for an act to amend the National Redress Scheme for Institutional Child Sexual Abuse Act 2018 and for related purposes.
I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I call the Honourable Minister.
This bill be now read a third time.
Put the question. All of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading a bill for an act to amend the National Redress Scheme for Institutional Child Sexual Abuse Act 2018 and for related purposes. Government business, order of the day number 2, Defence Legislation Amendment Discipline Reform Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Discipline in the military is critical to the success of the Australian Defence Force. It almost goes without saying, but it is so very, very true. The men and women who don an ADF uniform are made of special stuff, the right stuff. They are disciplined beyond any measure in civilian life and need to be. Rigid training hones the discipline in them. The Defence Legislation Amendment Discipline Reform Bill 2021 updates the Defence Force Discipline Act to enhance the management of disciplinary matters within the ADF. These are good amendments. These are timely. Our ADF is always under pressure. That's the very nature of the critical role it plays, and this is certainly so today. Our military personnel, from the Chief of Defence right through to the newest recruit, are also the very best in the world at what they do. I've been lucky enough to visit Al Minhad Air Base, Camp Baird, in the United Arab Emirates twice. First time in August 2014 and then again in October 2019. On both occasions, and having the opportunity to speak to military personnel from other allied nations, I was told our ADF men and women are the ones they want to serve alongside. Australian men and women are regarded highly for their courage in combat, their ingenuity, service, respect, integrity, excellence and discipline. Of course, ADF personnel are only human. Whether they are old hands in the Special Air Service or on their first posting after marching out of recruit training, they still have human frailties. They make mistakes. They err. No one is perfect, and whether it's an undisciplined act or something that requires their superiors to intervene on a more serious nature, then commanders need the tools and the guidelines to enable them to make the right call every time. And these amendments do just that. For a little historic context, and not that ill discipline began at this point, not at all. I'm not saying that. I'm not suggesting that in any way, shape or form. But it is an interesting anecdote nonetheless as part of this debate. But before providing that, before going into that narrative, I would point out that Air Force, armies and navies have been instilling discipline and meting out military punishments for breaches since the start, since that long line of Khaki happened even well before Gallipoli. And it annoys me that we do have some modern military historians, and I'll use that word in inverted commas, who wish to put 21st century slants and revisit and rewrite such things as Anzac Legends simply to sell a book. And then there are some journalists and media organisations who are only quick, Mr Deputy Speaker, to besmirch the good names and reputations of our SAS and others when they are only in possession of half the facts or none at all. The old saying, "I wouldn't want to be in the trenches with that person," certainly applies in these cases. The SAS does so much to protect this nation and to assist other nations. They are the best of the best. Some of the media coverage attempting to tarnish the names of some soldiers because of a song played at a funeral is, quite frankly, beyond the pale. It's so typical of a society prone to catastrophise the very, very smallest of issues. And those of us fortunate enough to have never experienced the physical and mental pressure of a soldier involved in active combat and the subsequent lifelong bonds held between brothers in arms and sisters in arms should not be so quick to assume the worst in people or throw wild accusations which affect the whole instead of perhaps a few. As I stated, there is a fascinating piece in relation to the military and disciplinary procedures from way back, although it seems like only yesterday. In my local newspaper, the Daily Advertiser, and I was working there at the time, the edition of Thursday, 14th of February 1985, there was an article highlighting the fact that women had just entered the recruit training at the 1st Recruit Training Battalion, Kapooka, Blamey Barracks, the home of the soldier. And the article said, "The first Australian women to train alongside men in the Army arrived at Kapooka last night. 2 buses, one from Sydney and one from Melbourne, delivered 48 new recruits who will go through an intensive training period for the next 11 weeks. The women, whose average age is 18, will undergo virtually the same training as men. The only difference is that hand grenade throwing has been completely ruled out because that is combat-related, and there are slight variations on physical requirements. That, I'm thankful to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, has changed. Next week, this is the article continues, next week the new recruits will rise at 5:45 a.m. to start training drills, field and bush exercises and weapon handling. The Kapooka recruits form Delta Company, and yesterday's arrivals will be known as 31 Platoon. Recruits have come from all over Australia and have signed for 3 or 6 year terms. The first busload from Melbourne arrived at 5:50 p.m. and the girls shuffled out to prepare for their first taste of Army life, standing at attention during a roll call. The second bus load arrived from Sydney at 7:20 p.m. After the roll call, the women dragged heavy suitcases to the barracks, their new home for the next 11 weeks. That period will not be an easy one, according to Royal Australian Army Ordnance Corps manager Bob Antonius. He said training and night study will mean a 17-hour day for the new recruits and there wouldn't be time for them to fraternise. Although the women will be billeted in a barracks less than 50 metres from male soldiers, a hands-off warning has been issued. An officer spoken to last night would not specify what punishments would be carried out for those disobeying the warning, but agreed guilty male soldiers could be in a great deal of trouble. Indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. Senior Army officers did not allow us, this is the newspaper, to speak to the recruits when they arrived last night. However, one recruit spoken to in Melbourne yesterday was enthusiastic about her new career. Helen Jones, 20, from the Victorian town of Portsea, signed on for 6 years. Recruit Jones has had 18 months' experience in the Army Reserve. I realised I wanted more after being in the Army Reserve, she said. Delta Company will be under the command of Lieutenant Jill Curry, and 31 Platoon Leader is Sergeant Gail Leggy. And after the 11-week training period, the recruits will decide which army trade they will undertake. The next batch of recruits, 32 Platoon, will arrive in 4 weeks. One wonders what happened to those recruits, but it was a proud day when those women arrived at Kapooka. And indeed, the little anecdote about the fact that there was going to be very strict rules enforced as far as fraternising, as the journalist Steve Connolly called it, indeed, no doubt, was carried out, because Kapooka has always been the home of the soldier, but the home of discipline as well. And I'm proud to say it's in my electorate of Wagga Wagga, and it does a great job. And successive commanders have ensured that the discipline has been what it needs to be at Kapooka. And indeed, this amendment improves the management of disciplinary issues in the entire Australian Defence Force. And the Act enables, of course, commanders in the ADF to ensure and enforce military discipline and ensure the safety and well-being of servicemen and women. I'm pleased that the amendment will result in a military discipline system which is going to be more efficient and easier to understand, and perhaps most importantly to use. It will reduce needless delays while being fair to those involved. And this was a point made by the member for Stirling, and in his contribution to this debate on Monday, he talked about the fact that it will result in a system that will be far easier to use, and it will reduce unnecessary delays. And he should know, having served in the Australian Army, he would know this. He said this is important because if somebody has a pending infringement hanging over them for months or potentially longer, then it can impact certainly their morale and that of the rest of the unit, and their ability to attend promotional courses and other training activities as well. So it's really important that we get in and deal with infringements quickly when they occur. And morale is something that is so critical in the ADF. And I do acknowledge not only the member for Stirling but other members in this place who have served, parliamentarians who have come here having given service in the military. I commend them, and we say always thank you to them and to all of those who have served, who are serving, and those who indeed will potentially pull on a uniform in the future. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, the majority of breaches covered by the DFDA are of a uniquely military nature. They range from offences which are operational matters, indeed right through to being late for work, and sometimes late for work can be a serious breach as well. Unlike other occupations where you could be 5 or 10 minutes late in the defence, this can be a critical error. But serious criminal offences or other illegal conduct can be referred to civilian authorities, such as the civilian police. It is critical that breaches of discipline are resolved expeditiously and fairly to maintain morale, as the member for Stirling pointed out, to ensure good order and fighting capability. We need to, of course, at all times maintain an operationally capable Defence Force with the absolutely highest levels of professional competence, and we do, commitment, and we have, and discipline both on and off duty. And as I say, we can be very proud, and we are, of those people who pull on a uniform, because the service and sometimes the sacrifice they make is the ultimate. And what they do for and on behalf of our nation in difficult times is beyond measure. And we should be very thankful, not just on Remembrance Day, Armistice Day, not just on Anzac Day, but every single day. And this will provide commanders within the ADF the necessary tools to better carry out their mission. The bill will reform the ADF's military discipline system, and in particular, and this is important, the lower-level summary system and disciplinary infringement scheme, so that we do have that ability to get these matters resolved quickly, because resolving these matters quickly is what it is all about. It will make it easier to use the Act when dealing with minor discipline matters particularly when deployed on operations, when members are out in the field and things are alleged, that they can be resolved quickly and amicably, and everybody can get on with what they need to do. And it will build on what is working well, and that's important. The disciplinary infringement scheme, by enabling a broader range of minor breaches of military discipline to be managed faster and simply as disciplinary infringements, rather than service offences where their intricate adversarial court-like procedures currently apply. This will also provide a more formalised and better structured discipline hierarchy based on the seriousness of the offending, available punishments, rank of the individual, and that's critical too, and the seniority of the discipline authority. As well, the changes introduce several new service offences relevant to the modern ADF, and the new service offences to be introduced include, I'm pleased to say, cyberbullying and the related offence of failure to comply with a removal order concerning cyberbullying material, failing to perform a duty or an activity, and failing to notify a change in circumstances when in receipt of a benefit or entitlement will be introduced. And that cyberbullying aspect of this amendment is so critical, because we are in a new era where mobile phones can be used, dare I say, in the context of this debate, as weapons. And people do not need to have some things filmed and then shared amongst colleagues, and it makes it so much more critical when you are in either close quarters, close confines with work colleagues, as the unique nature of military service provides. And so I'm very pleased, and I know that the parliament will be also keen to see this measure adopted as part of this amendment. Now, the changes build on the very successful and highly regarded disciplinary infringement scheme. They will provide more opportunity for our people to choose to have a wider range of minor breaches of discipline dealt with in a less confronting manner than before the more formal court-like and adversarial summary authority tribunals. And this reduces stress on all involved. So what we want and what we are going to get through these amendments is a better discipline system, managed well, done properly, and I commend the amendment to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. And first, I think it would be remiss at the commencement of remarks on a bill related to the Australian Defence Force to not first make mention of the milestone yesterday of the exit from Afghanistan of the United States and, of course, the experience over the last month, particularly of our own heroic ADF personnel, other personnel from other agencies, DFAT, Home Affairs, and the effort that they've gone to help as many people, particularly Australian citizens, safely leave Afghanistan, and of course pay tribute to all of those that served there over the last 20 years, and particularly the 41 fallen Australians. I pay tribute to them, their sacrifice, and of course the sacrifice of Australians throughout the history of the Commonwealth in conflict, particularly major conflict overseas, and particularly those that lost their lives. And it's a poignant reminder of how significant this bill is, because our Defence Force is so vital to, of course, the national security of our nation. They have our utmost respect, and we need to ensure that our legislative frameworks when it comes to dealing with them are modern and efficient. And those are the two things I'd like to reflect on in my contribution in support of this second reading. But firstly, can I also pay tribute to those that have already made a contribution on this bill, particularly ex-service personnel, and I apologise if others did, but I think certainly the member for Stirling and the member for Solomon, I think I heard both of their contributions. There may have been other former serving personnel who have contributed to this second reading debate, but I was quite interested to hear both of their contributions because they are uniquely qualified to speak on this. Can I also pay tribute to my colleague Senator Andrew McLaughlin, who I know was quite involved in the process leading to this bill coming to the chamber, and he has a particular experience when it comes to military justice, and I know that other contributors in this second reading debate talked about the contribution that he made to what is now before this parliament, so I pay tribute to him. I'm very proud that we have some excellent ADF capability in my home state of South Australia, particularly RAF base Edinburgh, which frankly is a RAF and an Army base. It's a vital national security asset to the Commonwealth, and many people that serve on that base and serve in uniform live in my electorate of Sturt adjacent to that base. And we're also very proud to have such a significant defence industry capability in South Australia. We are building the future Royal Australian Navy, the frigates and the submarines in South Australia. And of course we have other great military assets like Kultana and Woomera, which are used so vitally in testing and proofing ranges and so on and so forth. This bill, of course, does two important things. It improves the efficiency of our military justice system, and it modernises our military justice system. And I might pick up on the second first, because I join with Mr McCormack, pardon me, the member for Riverina, I forget his new title briefly there, in the comments he made about modernisation, in particular introducing cyberbullying as a category that needs to be reflected in our military justice system, and I endorse the comments he made. This is vitally important that we recognise that this is a potential, not just in, of course, the services, throughout our society, and we've changed and updated and modernised other elements of our justice system to make sure that we recognise the significance of this type of activity as bullying, and potentially leading to very, very significant long-term impacts on the people that are victims, and in many cases it can lead to suicide. It is a very serious thing that we need to acknowledge, and we need to indicate that we won't tolerate it, and we believe that anyone that engages in it should be appropriately dealt with. And I think by the amendments through this legislation to ensure that that's very clear in the military justice system, that will send the message to those who serve in uniform that in the ADF, just like any other part of our society, we don't tolerate what is an emerging new form of potential harassment. And with mobile phones, smartphones, etc., all the various devices that can capture material now that haven't existed in the decades gone by, I understand why it isn't until now that we haven't necessarily properly had a mechanism in place to deal with that category of offence, but I'm very pleased that it's being picked up in this legislation here. And some of the other modernisation in the Act, which other speakers have talked about, I also endorse. I think it's vitally important that as regularly as possible we're ensuring that something like the military justice system is capable and competent to deal with the most modern developing offences that may not have existed in decades gone by, but do in fact exist now and need to be appropriately dealt with through the mechanisms of the military justice system. The second is efficiency, and again we've talked about the defence infringement system and the lower level summary offences, and certainly particularly the member for Stirling's comments about this as someone who has experienced the military justice system. I don't cast the aspersion that he's necessarily been within it, but that he's served in uniform and therefore is aware of the examples of how the system perhaps hasn't been necessarily as efficient as it could have been in the past. We talk sometimes as a saying, the punishment should fit the crime. I think also the process should fit the crime. And although I've not served, I understand from the contributions of those that have that at times some of the disciplinary processes can frankly take far too long, and particularly for some lower level offences, the fact that you've got a question mark over you and that you're awaiting the outcome of a particular disciplinary procedure can cause significant impacts on your career. It can hold you back from consideration of certain promotions or progression for your career. And in some ways, I think the comment was made by one of the contributors that having a low-level conviction of something is better than having an outstanding matter for the same allegation, because until that allegation is resolved, effectively you can be put on pause, if you like, for any progression through the ranks within the ADF. And I think we can all agree that it is fair and right that people get access to as swift justice as it is fair justice for them, and that they should not have to wait for an undue period of time because there's particular bureaucracy or delays that we can potentially avoid to get an outcome when certain allegations are hanging over the head of a service personnel. Equally, and something else that contributes to the efficiency of this, of course, we believe in the right to the presumption of innocence, which is very important, and we also believe in the right of appeal, and that if a decision is made against someone, if they are whatever the discipline right might be, whether or not it's a conviction or whatever action it might be, it's important that there's an opportunity for review. And again, that has to be in the context of the scale of the offence and the scale of the consequences that the person is subject to if they are found to have committed that offence. Equally, when you've got summary justice being distributed, it's important that there is an appropriate scale of review in place for those determinations that might be made against someone. And that's another thing that this bill does. It creates efficiency where allegations are made, but it also ensures that there's a fairness, there's a presumption of innocence, and there's some natural justice in the processes, so that as the scale of an alleged offence is more significant, so too is the substance of the process, the right to appeal and other representation. The military justice system has the capability of courts-martial and undertaking proper trial where the offence meets that threshold, and equally, as has been mentioned by other contributors, of course the civilian justice system is very common to be referred to when there's an allegation of a crime that's been committed that would equally be a crime of the same substance outside of the military system in civilian life in this country as well. And I think that that's very important. It's important that we make sure that we have a very high standard when it comes to discipline in the forces, but also if you serve in the forces you should have the same rights and privileges as any other citizen of this country. Clearly, the Defence Force needs its own system of enforcing its rules, and the consequence of not doing something, say not following an order in the Defence Force, is quite different to any other workplace. And other offences in the military system that wouldn't be considered offences, you wouldn't use the term offence in other workplaces or other parts of our society, is vitally important within the ADF, because, as I mentioned at the commencement of my remarks, of course, we rely on them so much to secure our national security and the interests of our country. We're proud of them and the service that they provide to our country and have throughout our history. And this is a good opportunity for us to make sure that a military justice system that is very important is also modern and efficient for them, so that they are capable of receiving justice and also have no ambiguity whatsoever about what the standards are for them and what is expected of them. With that, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House, thank all those that have contributed to the debate, thank you for the bipartisan support of this important reform from all those on both sides of the chamber. And I think this is an excellent outcome, particularly for the men and women that serve our nation with such great distinction in uniform. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Defence Legislation Amendment Discipline Reform Bill I rise to address. There's no doubt that we live in a changing society and changing workplaces, and many of the actions and acceptance of behaviour perhaps yesteryear is no longer permissible, not just in defence, but right across society. There's been a lot of reform within the workplace around our treatment of individuals, bullying, for instance, but not only not only in that way. Respect, I think, is the bottom line, and how to reach and the value of reaching speedy resolution on problems that exist within the workplace. We all know that a problem that is hanging out there unresolved in a workplace can cause tension between workmates, and defence is no different at all. And so as the conditions change, as society changes, so too do the rules need to change. Defence, of course, was once a place largely of male domain. It is now a very mixed workforce, and once again, in many cases, activities that may have been tolerated in the past will no longer be tolerated in defence. And when infringements occur in this area, they need to be dealt with quickly. They're not something you want hanging around for a long time. We've all seen, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm sure, I haven't served in the forces, but been depicted quite well, the kind of induction that people get into the Defence Forces with the sergeant or the corporal around about 50 millimetres away from the inductee, yelling their tonsils out, and in a very confrontational way. I had a friend, for instance, some years ago who joined the reserves, and he gave up after a few weeks, I must say, when in the middle of a rain event he was asked to dig a hole under a tree, and once he'd completed the task he was asked to shift it, basically fill it in and start again somewhere else. Now, I don't know whether that kind of treatment goes on in defence today, but I suspect it's not the same as what it was, because the expectations of society and your workers, and that's what, in the end of the day, that's what Defence Force employees are. Our workers are quite different. So, looking for a bit of inspiration, I googled up famous AFL sprays, as it were, and I saw Ron Barassi giving someone a dreadful dressing down. Rodney Eads, a complete rant. Malcolm Blight, there's a whole list of them. You watch them today, it's not the way they treat their workforce. Treated with much more respect, because society's expectations have changed, and dispute resolution as a rule is dealt with very quickly. So basically it doesn't fit the bill anymore, and neither does it in the modern Defence Force. The essence of this amendment is discipline resolution. The linking between cause and effect. If I sin today, do I get dealt with tomorrow, next week or next year? And the purposes that sit within defence at the moment can often lead to next year, because it ends up in an adversarial court situation, which of course at the end of the day only makes people more reluctant to report poor behaviour. So this moves in that area. It takes effect. It takes account of the modern world, and the member for Sturt just spoke about it, but the fact that the electronic world now, our mobile phones have such a big part to play in society. There's an instant camera in our pocket or in our hand at any given event, and the ability to spread information, misinformation, rumours and all those other kinds of things around on the electronic services. Well, we need to be up to date in the Defence Force as well, and I'm pleased that this legislation takes those issues into account. Our military, our military has an excellent reputation worldwide as a well-trained, highly disciplined unit that can get jobs done that need to be done, and we owe a great debt of gratitude to them. And every year, when it comes to those important dates on the calendar, Anzac Day, Remembrance Day, Long Tan Day now, or Vietnam Veterans Day, we pause to reflect on those who have served in our country's service. But we shouldn't forget it on any given day. Certainly, individuals get changed in the Defence Forces. I would say generally for the better. Not always, because sometimes they come away with poor experiences and things that cause mental issues. But on general and across the board, if one of my children was wanting to go into the military, I would be encouraging them, not discouraging them. So that's what I think of the organisation and the values that it holds, and the important role that it delivers for Australia's place in the world. And that's why we need to keep it relevant. That's why we need to keep it up to date. Pleased that this legislation is receiving bipartisan support. And I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I recommend the legislation to the House. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
For a very short minute.
I think the member for Grey was expecting it to be 1:30, but what he's done is given me an opportunity to begin my contribution, which will continue at an appropriate opportunity. In speaking to this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, can I firstly acknowledge that I speak today on the 70th anniversary of the ANZUS Treaty, an incredibly significant agreement between our nation, New Zealand and the United States. Now, of course, that treaty is in particular focus at this time, given the events at Hazard Karbai International Airport over recent days.
Order. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Eden Monaro.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Across my electorate, the first day of spring usually represents the turning point for communities. In the snowies, it usually means there are only a few weeks left of the snow season, with the last of skiers and snowboarders filling the slopes for their last chance at a good run down the mountains. On the coast, it's when whale season's getting into full swing and visitors from Canberra, Victoria and across New South Wales come to the area to experience a few degrees of extra warmth. But this year, the change of season isn't bringing with it the same feeling of fulfilment, anticipation or excitement. The school holidays can no longer be relied upon as a time of good tourism traffic because Eden Monaro has lost most of the last 7 school holidays. First bushfires, then the first outbreak, followed by border closures, further outbreaks, and now this lockdown. The snow is almost gone and the money that usually comes with it was gone a long time ago. We can't replicate winter, and now our businesses must wait till next season to get another chance at that snow traffic. For an area of the country that has had next to no COVID cases and has luckily avoided outbreaks, what is happening in other regions across New South Wales is continuing to have a devastating effect on our communities. Last year, local businesses had JobKeeper. They had a way to keep the connection between themselves and their employees. People kept their jobs. This year, that support available breaks that link. This is almost 2 years of missed tourism income, and our businesses can't hold on much longer.
Order. The honourable member's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Ryan by video.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today I had the pleasure of representing Home Affairs Minister Karen Andrews as myself and Commander Sirik from the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation launched a new partnership for Trace and Object with Suncorp Stadium here in Brisbane. And as part of the upcoming football matches in September, we will be putting Trace and Object up on the big screen at Suncorp Stadium so that more people than ever before can engage with the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation and look at some Trace and Object images which have been pulled as part of cold cases where children are being exploited, and they can look and they can be part of identifying various objects that might lead to a break in the case. And the work that AFP officers are doing in this regard is so very, very important. They're searching the darkest reaches of the dark web, engaging with some of the worst predators imaginable. And Trace and Object is helping to involve the Australian community in protecting our children, which is so very important. So if you're an amateur sleuth or a keyboard detective, have a look at the images on the ACE website and see if you can help crack a case and save a child from exploitation and abuse as we assist the AFP. It's why this government is so passionate about keeping our kids safe, keeping our families safe, supporting the ACE and the work of the AFP officers.
I give the call to the member for Lyons by video.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week, the people of Brighton elected a new mayor and a new councillor. I'd like to congratulate Lee Gray, who won the race convincingly. Lee is an experienced local councillor who has spent 16 years in service to the community he now leads. He is as local as they come. Raised in Bridgewater, Lee has lived in nearby Brighton for more than 2 decades. In Lee Gray, Brighton has a mayor who is passionate, dedicated and ready to lead the city as it embarks on a journey of extraordinary growth. I'd also like to congratulate Aaron De La Torre on his election as councillor. Aaron's a good man and I've known him for years. He's lived in Brighton his entire adult life with his young family and he is a driving force for good. Aaron's a proud union man, leading the Australian Services Union in Tasmania. With his towering height and his lumberjack beard, he cuts an imposing figure, but he is one of the most genuine and thoroughly decent people you'll ever meet. I am confident Aaron will make a fantastic contribution to the Brighton community in his new role as an elected councillor. And finally to outgoing Mayor Tony Foster, the Don Bradman of Tasmanian local government. Tony has diligently served the people of Brighton as councillor and mayor for an incredible 34 years. He's earned his retirement. I wish him all the best. Brighton couldn't have done it without you, Tony. Have a fantastic retirement.
I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, and I am thrilled to report to the House that electricity prices are falling in my home state of South Australia. And on the weekend I welcome the announcement from the Essential Services Commission of South Australia confirming a further drop in the average household retail electricity bill since the awful depths of the dying days of the previous Labor government, where we had the highest electricity prices in the country, and on some metrics I think at one point we had the second highest electricity prices in the world. Well, we're turning that around, and of course now we've met the election commitment the state government, now government, former Liberal opposition made to reduce the average household bill by over $300 a year, and ASCOSA confirms that since the election it's already $303 a year, that the average household electricity bill is lower than in the dying days of Labor. Now, the job's not done. We want to keep reducing electricity prices, of course, but it's great to see them going in the right direction, and we know how vital it is for businesses and families that electricity is reliable and affordable. It underpins so many decisions, particularly investment decisions, particularly in those sectors that are energy intensive. For too long, South Australia was on the wrong side of that equation, but we are regaining the great legacy of Sir Thomas Playford and again being a low-cost electricity jurisdiction once more.
I give the call to the member for Kingston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, too many women and children in Australia are victims of domestic and family violence, with one woman every 9 days on average tragically killed. And 1 in 4 women have experienced physical and/or sexual violence from a current or previous intimate partner since the age of 15. These numbers are far too high and they demand action. And the southern suburbs of Adelaide, where I live, is not immune, with too many of our women and children sadly experience domestic violence. And we know that early intervention and prevention is key when it comes to stopping this from happening. Unfortunately, there is no current preventative domestic violence service hub in the southern suburbs. Access to education, therapy, counselling and referrals to support can help women and their children before it reaches crisis. But without a dedicated prevention hub, this won't occur. Now, this has been the demand of women in the southern suburbs through the Southern Women's Matters Group, along with the Shadow State Minister, Katrine Hilliard, calling on both the state and federal government to fund a support hub in the southern suburbs. I join their call, asking the government to take action and make funding for a preventative domestic violence service hub available in the suburbs of Adelaide.
The honourable member's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to update the House on our investments through the Townsville City deal. For some time now, the deal partners have been working to identify how to relocate the $195 million which had been set aside for stage 2 of the Horton pipeline, but then was rejected by the state Labor government. Recently, we made two announcements which will deliver on the aims of the City Deal. The first is $15 million towards the Royal Flying Doctor Service for a brand new base and maintenance hub at Townsville Airport. The second is $40 million to go toward transforming Reef HQ into Australia's National Centre of Excellence for Tropical Coral Reef Education, making it a premium tourism destination. Both these projects will have significant positive economic, educational, health and social benefit for our community. They are great examples of listening to the community, working to secure the commitments, and now we'll work hard on delivering. We've outlined our remaining priorities for the funding, and it's a matter for the deal partners and the Queensland State Government and the Townsville City Council to discuss them. Unfortunately, there's been disagreement on some projects, but I'm urging everyone involved to put the community ahead of personal or political preferences. And in the meantime, I'd once again urge the state Labor government to get on with the job building stage 2 of the Horton Pipeline. More than a year on from the rejection of the funding.
The honourable member's time has expired, and I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. When it comes to this government and COVID vaccinations, Australia's children are neither seen nor heard. Amid all the talk from this Prime Minister, and it is largely just talk, it's as if our 12 to 15-year-olds don't exist. The United States and Canada started vaccinating that age group in May. Many European nations started in June, as did Israel. They knew it was a race. Canada has now fully vaccinated 60% of their 12 to 15-year-olds. Australia has managed zero. Even parents with children deemed eligible because of underlying health issues are struggling to get appointments for their kids. Either national plan targets should include 12 to 15-year-olds, or the government needs to specify vaccine targets for that age group. Children should be vaccinated quickly, and their parents deserve to know when. Parents across Australia are struggling in lockdown, dealing with the added stresses of homeschooling. At the very least, they're owed the basic courtesy of clarity. We desperately need to see our children back at school, but not at any cost, and certainly not at the cost of risking them coming home with COVID. The Prime Minister needs to stop trying to force exhausted parents to look through his rose-tinted glasses. The Prime Minister needs to be straight with people and look after these young Australians.
The member for Bonner has the call.
I thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm happy to share that the Lindum Crossing safety upgrades are getting underway. I've been fighting for this upgrade since 2017, when over 7,000 locals in Bonner signed my petition to fix Lindum Crossing. We were successful, and in 2019 the federal government committed $85 million to this worthy project. Brisbane City Council have also come to the table with $40 million to fix Lindum Crossing. And, Deputy Speaker, we are moving forward with the first stage of the level crossing safety upgrades, thanks to $1 million from our federal funds. The immediate safety upgrade to the Lindum Crossing will include the installation of new and extended median islands, as well as new on-road line markings and resurfacing, with works beginning at the end of November. The second stage will utilise $10 million of our government's $85 million commitment to this project, with plans currently being finalised and the upgrade due next year. This upgrade has been a long time coming, but the good news is that it is now underway, and we are motoring ahead with these project upgrades and making sure that we fix Lindum once and for all.
The member for Scullin has the call. Member for Melbourne. Member for Melbourne has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We've seen terror and horror in Afghanistan. Australia has committed to take 3,000 refugees, but this is not enough. We must take at least 20,000 Afghans in addition to our annual humanitarian intake. And those currently here on temporary visas must also be allowed to make Australia their home. The government cannot seriously suggest that these people can be returned to the Taliban. We have to take more people, not just because it's the right thing to do and something Australia did after the Tiananmen Square massacre and the war in Vietnam, but also because Australia has helped create this terrible situation. The decision to invade Afghanistan 20 years ago was made by Prime Minister Howard, exercising his unchecked power to blindly follow George Bush into an imperialist war and keep us there. It's what happens when you have no independent foreign policy. And even today, the government slavishly celebrates the ANZUS Treaty without any reflection on the cost of this prolonged war. This very quickly became a war without clear strategic objectives, which allowed murder and terror to flourish. And even though we were constantly told we had to put troops in harm's way to defeat the Taliban, 2 decades of continued military aggression has destabilised the country and left the Taliban in control. The government should apologise to the people of Afghanistan, and the government should apologise to Australian service personnel for putting and keeping them in harm's way without any clearly defined mission goals. And future parliaments, not the Prime Minister, should decide if we go to and stay
The honourable member's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Deputy Speaker, I believe our nation's greatest challenge is not COVID-19, but resolving the China question and pursuing peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. We know that the international political economy is amidst a period of heightened uncertainty, and the strategic challenges we face as a nation are as great as we've seen for generations. But our end goal is clear. It is peace, it is stability, it is an Indo-Pacific free from coercion. It is a region in which nations, economies and people can be free, where sovereignty is respected and where individuals can trade and speak freely, where international laws are prevailed. No matter what future scenarios people paint or strategies that they put forward, a constant has to be the primacy of our relationship with the United States and the relationship they have throughout the Indo-Pacific. Indeed, today we celebrate that relationship with the United States, marking 70 years since the signing of the ANZUS Treaty, a treaty that not only underpins our relationship but is an outward expression of that which binds us, which is our values and that of freedom. God bless Australia, God bless the United States of America, and God bless the relationship between our 2 great nations.
The member for Watson has the call.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. John Coombs, the National Secretary of the Maritime Union of Australia, former National Secretary, passed away this morning. Most Australians remember John as a champion of the MUA during the notorious Patrick waterfront dispute. The scenes of workers turning up for work to be confronted by dogs and men in balaclavas sent shockwaves throughout Australia. The entire workforce was sacked. Against all odds, resisting the might and power of government and business, John was tenacious in defence of his members, and he won. His fight for justice resonated with workers around the country. I remember the ACTU Congress which followed. John was treated as a hero for every worker. People understood his fight was for his members, but his victory empowered all workers. For a time, John and I lived around the corner from each other. He was forever proud of his members, not only when they fought for their own rights, but when they fought for others around the country and for those as far away as South Africa. He thought the world of Greg Combay, and I was in touch with Greg this morning. Greg said to me, as someone who spent many years working with John, sharing the experience of one of the most bitterly fought industrial disputes in our history, but more importantly, having enjoyed the warmest and most deeply felt friendship and many wonderful occasions together, I feel John's passing very keenly. I offer my condolences for Gwen and all of John's family, and to all who loved him.
Order. The member for Mallee has the call.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. COVID has challenged us as a nation in ways we have not experienced in our lifetime. The losses are profound. Lost jobs, businesses, careers and opportunities. Children have missed out on social and educational growth, locked away from families and friends. We have missed first hellos and last goodbyes. We have had tastes of freedom only to have it ripped away from us time and time again. We are mentally and emotionally fatigued by trying to do the right thing or left feeling guilty if we don't, even in regions with 0 cases of COVID month after month. There are over 15,000 small businesses in Mallee, and many have failed due to ongoing lockdowns. Over half the shops in Mildura are now for lease, as business owners have given up. Educational outcomes for our young people are also suffering. There are 131 schools in Mali with over 24,000 students. Only time will tell how deeply the past 18 months of scattered learning has affected them. Patrick McGorry has spoken of the deepening mental health crisis, the shadow pandemic. I see it like an iceberg. The real threat is below the surface. I think we currently only see a glimpse of the potential risks ahead of us. To reduce the risks of the shadow pandemic, we need a reconsideration of the restrictions
Order.
in
The honourable member's
situations.
time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australian Reading Hour is in its 10th year, and this year more than ever we've needed our books to transport us from the daily reality of viruses and vaccines, homeschooling and travel restrictions and lockdowns. The magic of books has kept our sanity and transported us to places we couldn't physically travel to. Books are an escape from the worries of everyday life and reduce stress by 68%. Reading makes your world bigger, even if you're confined to a hotel room in quarantine, because books can make the impossible possible. This year especially, when we're more disconnected from each other than we've ever been, reading each other people's stories allows you to walk in their shoes for a mile. Books build empathy and connection and help you feel less lonely. On Tuesday, the 14th of September, we celebrate the joy of reading with Australian Reading Hour, where we ask everyone to read for 1 hour. You can read anything you like, but the theme for this year is Stories That Matter, which has made me think about Australian stories that matter most to me. And so my top 10 in order are Cloud Street by Tim Winton, My Brilliant Career by Miles Franklin, A Kindness Cup by Thea Astley, Boy Swallows Universe by Trent Dalton, Such Is Life by Joseph Furphy, Charades by Janet Turner Hospital, Bring Larks and Heroes by Thomas Keneally, Praise by Andrew McGann, The Narrow Road to the Deep North by Richard Flanagan, My Brother Jack by George Johnson. Happy reading, everybody.
Order. The member for Robertson has a call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the COVID-19 vaccine rollout continues on the Central Coast with over 110 locations on the Central Coast where you can go and get vaccinated. This includes over 70 GP-led clinics offering Vaxzevria, formerly known as AstraZeneca, with 15 of these offering Pfizer, 44 community pharmacies administering Vaxzevria, and as of this month, they will also be able to administer Moderna. There's ample supply of Vaxzevria available, and I've heard many reports of locals securing bookings within days of ringing up. The Erina Respiratory Clinic also offers Vaxzevria and Pfizer, and there are 2 state-run clinics also operating at Gosford and Wyong Hospital. The COVID-19 vaccines in Australia are safe, they're effective and they're free. And for every Vaxzevria vaccine administered, a Pfizer dose is freed up for somebody who really needs it, including those under 18 and pregnant and breastfeeding women. I'm pleased to be advised that the Pfizer supply continues to increase across Australia, and we've just announced that there'll be an additional 40 GP-led clinics administering Pfizer vaccines across the Central Coast this month, taking the total number of GP-led clinics to 55 across the coast. The federal government believes that all Australians should have access to a vaccine when and where they are available. I encourage all Central Coast residents to make a choice for your country, your community, your family, yourself, for any or all of these reasons, and go and get vaccinated to help stop the spread of the Delta variant.
The honourable member's time has
Vaccine is the
expired,
one
and
that-
I give the call to the member for Macon.
Mr Deputy Speaker, in what has been described as a fairy tale journey, after 7 years in office, South Australian Governor Hugh Van Lee ended his term yesterday. Born in Vietnam in 1954, Hugh Van Lee arrived in Darwin in December 1977 as a 23-year-old boat refugee with little more than the clothes he was wearing, having fled at the end of the 10-year Vietnam War. His arrival was very similar to that of so many Afghan people that have fled their homeland in recent days. 3 decades later, Hugh Van Lee was appointed Lieutenant Governor of South Australia, and on the 1st of September 2014, Governor, a role in which he has been so warmly received by the South Australian people and in which he has served with dignity, professionalism and humility. As patron of more than 200 organisations, Hugh Van Lee, most often accompanied by Mrs Lan Lee, became the People's Governor. Hugh will be replaced by career diplomat Frances Adamson, who becomes the 3rd woman to serve as South Australian Governor. I congratulate Frances Adamson and wish her well in the role. I also thank Hugh Van Lee and Mrs Lan Lee for their service to South Australia and wish them every happiness in the next phase of their lives, in which I have little doubt they will both continue to serve South Australia in some capacity.
And I call the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to those residents getting tested to shield us against COVID-19 and, more critically, to those that are making sure they're tested. Locally, the testing centre run by Sandy Hospital and its ambulatory care centre and Brighton Golf Course have conducted an incredible 120,000 COVID-19 tests over the past year. Led by Amanda Murphy, David Osman and Dr Vanessa Thompson, SAC's walk-through sites and pop-up clinics have made testing more responsive to the outbreak where they've occurred and accessible to residents locally. Now their operations team, led by Helen Kenny, Brid Crowley, Emily Kate Daly and Daniel Chechner, are delivering vaccines, putting 38,000 jabs into people's arms since June. Thank you to the team for your efforts, and to the whole team at the Sandy Hospital for being at the frontline dispensary of vaccines with local GP clinics and pharmacies. And as reality has set in, everyone plays a critical role in ensuring jabs get into arms. Residents carry the burden and responsibility to make sure that they get a COVID vaccine so they have the armoury to confront a post-COVID-0 future, and we give thanks to those who have, to those that will, and those that are helping them do so.
I call the member for Oxley.
I rise to thank the people of my electorate and the whole state of Queensland for their incredible work in containing COVID-19 and for their commitment to keeping themselves and their neighbours safe from the virus. Since June, there's been 16 potential outbreaks in Queensland. 16 times the people of Queensland have been faced with COVID-19, faced with the Delta strain, and we did what it took to come out on top. But the people of Queensland are incredibly fortunate to have a Premier and a state Labor government that they can trust to make the right decisions at the right time, even when the Prime Minister and the federal government try to stand in their way. Last week, Premier Palaszczuk stepped into the enormous leadership vacuum created by the Prime Minister, and she announced that her government would build a regional quarantine facility at Wellcamp Airport. Labor has repeatedly called on the federal government to build this facility. Back in July, Labor leader Anthony Albanese showed the leadership that should be coming from our Prime Minister and toured the site and listened to the people of Queensland. He then called on the Prime Minister to step up, do his job and build the facility that Queenslanders support. Quarantine is a federal responsibility, and we have a government that is determined to shift responsibility, like everything else, onto the state governments. The Prime Minister had two jobs this year: to roll out the vaccine and establish a safe alternative hotel quarantine. Both have been abject failures. It's clear Queenslanders deserve a federal Labor government that's on their side.
Call the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Over the last week, Australians have been tuning in to watch our incredible Paralympic athletes compete on the world stage in Tokyo. Just like their Olympic counterparts, our Paralympians have been well represented on the podium, reaping over 50 medals in the Games so far. I had the pleasure of hearing the stories of two North Sydney-based Paralympian swimmers, Matt Levy and Tiffany Thomas-Kane, when I caught up with them via Zoom from Tokyo. Matt, a veteran of the Paralympic swimming team, was born with cerebral palsy and a vision impairment. He told me with a shrug how he has endured over 50 operations in his lifetime. Matt made his Paralympic debut in Athens 2004, making this his 5th consecutive Paralympic Games, becoming only the 2nd athlete to achieve this. In Tokyo, he has added a bronze and gold medal to his already impressive collection. Tiffany became the youngest Australian paraswimmer to compete at the World Championships when she participated at the 2015 edition in Glasgow at just 13 years of age. She went on to win a gold and bronze in Rio in 2016. Already at these Games, this inspiring young woman has won bronze in the 200-metre individual medley and is on track to defend her 200-metre breaststroke crown, winning her heat in the event just this morning. Matt, Tiffany and the entire Paralympic team have made their communities and their nation so proud. We are all inspired by your efforts and wish you all the best of luck for the rest of the Games.
The member for Scullin.
Mr Speaker, I rise to recognise the completion of the Hume Freeway interchange at Ahern's Road, which opened yesterday. Now, Speaker, this is something that I've been campaigning for since before I was elected to this place. And in December 2013, I tabled a petition of residents of Epping North and Wollert to fund connecting Ahearns Road with the freeway. This is a win for them. For years now, there's been a grassroots-led campaign fighting for funding for this vital interchange to better connect people in this fast-growing part of Melbourne to opportunity and amenity. And I pay tribute to the hard work and the dedication of community members like the Aurora Community Association. I thank the City of Whittlesea, my state colleagues Lily D'Ambrosio and Bronwyn Halfpenny, because this was a project based on real need, not something dreamt up in a minister's office and plonked on a spreadsheet before an election. It will make a real difference to people's lives. But, Speaker, this is not a project that should have taken so long to build, and it shouldn't have taken the immense pressure led by community and also the consistent support of the member for Grayndler, now the leader of the Labor Party. But Melbourne's outer suburbs simply can't rely on a Prime Minister who announces projects before an election, like commuter car parks, but which will not start in that term of office. Melbourne's North deserves better. Melbourne's North deserves the infrastructure people in growing communities deserve, and that will only come from an Albanese Labor government.
The time has concluded. I'm sorry for the member for Bennelong. There's only a few seconds left. It now being 2 o'clock, in accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. Questions without notice. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer to threats by the Attorney-General that state governments may again face High Court challenges to force their borders open. Can the Prime Minister confirm that he spent $1 million of taxpayers' money supporting Clive Palmer's attempt to tear down the Western Australian border last year, and that some of it went directly to Clive Palmer?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, we did not pursue that matter, and we are not pursuing those matters.
The member for Fisher has the call.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Given that we know widespread lockdowns present a significant negative effect on our economy, will the Prime Minister outline to the House how sticking to the national plan ensures a way forward for our country to safely live with the virus, restore Australia's economic future and get businesses going again and Australians into jobs?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Fisher for his question. Can I especially thank him for his untiring advocacy on the issue of mental health in this parliament, and particularly for our young people. He has been an extraordinary advocate and informed the government's policy significantly, including the more than $2 billion that we announced in last year's budget. And I commend the member for Fisher for his extraordinary work and passion. Mr Speaker, he also knows that the national plan will enable Australians to live safely with the virus into the future. That's what it achieves. That's why it's important to move away from the heavy burden of these terrible lockdowns that are being lived with in 2 states and 1 territory, even now as we speak, and also to not have to live with the threat of such heavy lockdowns hanging over the rest of the country, Mr Speaker. The national plan is essential, critical to Australia's economic recovery. And today, Mr Speaker, the national accounts that have been released affirms that despite the tremendous challenges of COVID over the course of 2020-2021, our economic response as a government, investing in the resilience of the Australian economy and the businesses and the households, Mr Speaker, has proven to be highly effective. And that has ensured, Mr Speaker, that Australians have been able to continue to make their way through. Now it's certainly difficult, there's no doubt about that, Mr Speaker. But what the national accounts reveal is an economy that is resilient, an economy that has been supported by the targeted and well-thought-through economic interventions, Mr Speaker, that is seeing Australia through. Supporting incomes, keeping our economy ticking over, enabling Australians to build their first home, supporting new investment of businesses all around the country to drive our economy through at a very difficult time. Mr Speaker, all measures working closely together to achieve what has been, over the course of 2020-2021, an extraordinary economic comeback. An economic comeback that some doubted would occur, Mr Speaker, but now puts Australia on the course of the last financial year as one of the most successful developed economies in the world in countering the impact of COVID-19. But the challenges are still there, and we are now going to face the same challenge again. As the Delta strain has wreaked its havoc on countries all around all the world, and including here in Australia, we will mount that comeback again, Mr Speaker, and the same economic policies and determination and commitment that has seen Australia once through this pandemic economically, putting 1 million people back into work, Mr Speaker, we will do it again, Mr Speaker. And Australians can have confidence that we will produce through our policies, the confidence that they can go ahead, Mr Speaker, to support an economy that guarantees the essentials that Australians rely on.
Has concluded. And I call the member for Whitlam.
Thanks, Speaker. My question's to the Treasurer. The Treasurer said our economy was ahead of the pack, but new numbers show it's growing more slowly than the US, the UK and the OECD average. And the current quarter has been extremely tough for Australians. Was your claim ahead of the pack about as accurate as your claim to be back in black?
The Treasurer has the call.
Mr Speaker, the Australian people watching today's question time could be mistaken for thinking the honourable member actually wanted the economy to contract in the June quarter, Mr Speaker. They were actually begging and hoping and wishing that our economy would contract. Well, the reality is it didn't. The reality is it didn't. The reality is that at 0.7% in the June quarter, we saw economic growth that was better than what the market was expecting, Mr Speaker, and that we now see our economy at 1.6% bigger than it was going into the pre-pandemic levels. Now, the honourable member references other countries. Well, let me tell him that in France, their economy has contracted by 3.2%, whereas ours is up by 1.6%. In Germany, their economy is contracted by 3.3%, where our economy is up by 1.6%. And in the United Kingdom, their economy is contracted by 4.4%, and our economy is up by 1.6%. Now, Mr Speaker, these are the June quarter numbers. And of course, we're going to have a tough September quarter with our two major states in lockdown. But I'd say to the honourable member, what these numbers show today is that our economic plan has helped drive economic growth. And I point to the dwelling investment numbers, up by more than 15% through the year. A pipeline of 151,000 house approvals over the course of the last year, driven by programs like Home Builder that those opposite did not support, Mr Speaker. And our immediate expensing provisions that have seen machinery and equipment up since the last October's budget by more than 22%, Mr Speaker. Normally, in a recession, you get businesses that put their wallets back in their pocket and don't invest in economic growth. But these businesses across Australia are buying a new harvester for the farm, they're buying a new cafe machine for the coffee shop, they're buying new tools and equipment for the tradie, and they're investing in their future because they have hope and they have confidence about Australia's future. So today's economic numbers show that we had seen solid growth over the June quarter, that our economy is strong, our economy is resilient, and our economy will bounce back strongly once restrictions start to ease.
And I call the member for Dawson.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and my question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Will the Deputy Prime Minister outline to the House how regional Australia has been front and centre, delivering 0.7% growth in today's national accounts figures, confirming the success of the Morrison-Joyce government navigating Australia safely through the pandemic?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I'd like to thank the unassuming and quiet and retiring member for Dawson for that question. The member for Dawson, who was instrumental in Mackay Ring Road Stage 2, and the one thing we're not looking forward to is another one of his, whatever that TikTok or whatever put on Facebook. He has been absolutely incredible for Urana Dam, and I look forward to working as hard as I can, as quick as I can, to get that dam built. Mr Speaker, the national accounts, agriculture, highest ever gross value at $48.3 billion, up from $48.1. Agriculture, Mr Speaker, contributed more than a third of last year's GDP growth. Now, Prime Minister, isn't a difference that you make in the short time I've been back in the agricultural portfolio?
Just this week.
Mr Speaker, it has been an incredible thing to go to sale yards. Once, I remember, Mr Speaker, if you got $1.20, you're doing well. I was speaking to Scotty Simshauser, and she's probably watching out there from Tamworth. I said, Scotty, what's the price today? $5 a kilogram live. $5 a kilogram live. I said, hey, Scotty, how about we buy some fat lambs? What's that going to set me back? He went, mate, you're well over $200. I can remember
Members
the
on my
time,
left.
Mr Speaker, that if you got $40 for a fat lamb, you're doing well. Mr Speaker, agriculture under this government has been a roaring success because it shows a plan. It makes sure that we work hard, and I'd like to commend the Prime Minister and the Treasurer. Instant asset write-off. It was brilliant. Whether at McDonald's Transport, Prime Mover, instant asset write-off. You're buying a cattle crush from Gyra, buy it up to your yards, instant asset write-off. You're buying panels,
Member for
instant
Griffith
asset
is warned.
write-off. If you are doing the things that make your productivity greater, you could get the support from a coalition government, and the coalition government has taken this section of the economy roaring ahead. And we believe in irrigation. Mr Speaker. We're building dams. Dry acre at St George probably produces you about, I don't know, $60 worth of wool. A green acre, irrigated acre, $9,000 worth of cotton. We know the numbers. We know how to make this economy bigger. We know how to create the economy that can pay for the great stimulus work that this government has done to keep Australians going forward, to keep our net growth going forward, to keep our nation safe, to give the Australians the hope and the safety of a plan that will take them to a better future.
And I call the member for Oxley.
My question is to the Minister for Regional Development. I refer to the announcement made by the Minister for Regional Development of $8 million for the Fitzroy Community Hospice. Why did the Minister allow Senator Pauline Hanson to gazump himself and the member for Capricornia and announce the grant the day before?
The Minister for Regional Development and Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And I'd like to note that, of course, we have Labor Party members who lobby us for grants, especially in regional areas, because we love regional areas. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I can give you the letters. It goes very well. It goes very well. And of course, we have senators who lobby us. But I can tell you one thing. Mr Speaker. It's the member for Capricornia who, because of COVID, can't be here today. It's the member for Flynn sitting up there. That's the reason we got Rookwood Weir. I've seen the member for Flynn's seat, member for Capricornia worked for it. And I can tell you it's the member for Capricornia with the Keppel Bay Sailing Club, $20 million. She was instrumental in that. And I can tell you, Mr Speaker, it's a Rocky Sports Stadium. I look forward to continuing on to be the Rocky Sports Stadium.
Just resume his seat for a second. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Yes, Mr Speaker, goes to relevance. The question goes to why it is that Senator Hanson is making government announcements prior to the minister.
Will resume his seat. I listened carefully to the Deputy Prime Minister at the beginning of his answer, and I appreciate it. He mightn't have answered in the way the Leader of the Opposition wishes, but I do think he was relevant to the question, and he's now giving some context. So we'll keep listening.
And context I'm happy to give. Because although I note that Senator Hanson has lobbied it, I can tell you right now that the member for Capricornia with the Rocky Hospital car park at $7 million, or the Rocky Sports Stadium for $23 million, or Rookwood Weir, $183 million, the Rocky Ring Road, Beef Australia.
I do think the Deputy Prime Minister's now sort of straying from.
I accept your
from the one example that was given in the question to a whole lot that weren't asked about.
Mr Speaker, and would say that quite obviously it is the case that if we have an announcement then a whole range of people, like, you know what they say, we say about success and failure and the parentage of both, but it's we can tell you that success is driven by government. Announcements are driven by government. The government has the Expenditure Review Committee. Government has the Expenditure Review Committee that approves the money. The government has the Cabinet that approves the policy. And this government on this side has a member for Capricornia, Michelle Landry, who's been an absolutely tireless worker for her electorate, just as the member for Flynn has, just as the member for Hinkler has, just as the member for Clare has, just as the member for Riverina has. It has been a great team that has brought so much to regional Australia, and I look forward to working with the member for Capricornia for so many other further announcements, because the people of Central Queensland realise that when they had the other side of government in, they were forgotten about. They were taken for granted.
Members on my left.
They were taken for granted. And what the final insult was for the people of Central Queensland, where this piece of infrastructure is the leader of the opposition went up there, but he didn't want to take the media to Warrenbar. We all remember that.
No,
there we go.
You're
like
well and truly straying now, Deputy Prime Minister.
The only thing you know, the only time you find him is if the lawnmower accidentally hit him. So, Mr. Speaker, the member for Capricornia, I know, is making sure that she will continue to frequent my office, lobbying for things. As no doubt other senators will. As no doubt members.
Member for Griffith, I'm being very tolerant. I have been very tolerant. It's now ended. I realise there aren't a lot of people here, but I'll still use 94A. And I call the Leader of the Greens.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Your job is to keep all people safe, not just some. But even though you've set an 80% vaccination target for adults, there's no target for children, nor for at-risk communities like First Nations peoples or people with disabilities. Everywhere from Wilcannia to the United States, we're seeing the virus rip through at-risk communities. Prime Minister, at National Cabinet this Friday, will you ensure the National Plan has separate vaccination targets for children, First Nations people, people with disabilities and other at-risk groups, so that they're vaccinated to at least the same levels as the broader population when restrictions are eased?
The Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question and highlighting those very important groups within our community, all of which are encompassed within the National Plan. And the member may not be familiar with the details of the National Plan, Mr. Speaker, and in particular how it recognises that even within the overall vaccination targets of 70% and 80%, that there is a strong recognition in all the work that has been done going into that plan that there will need to be careful management around vulnerable communities. Those vulnerable communities are coal communities, they're Indigenous communities. There are a range of many other communities, Mr. Speaker, where vaccination levels, for a range of reasons, those who are homeless, Mr. Speaker, those who are have issues with substance abuse, Mr. Speaker. There are a range of varying groups across the community which will require continued careful management for their public health. Now, the Chief Minister here in the ACT has been making this point extremely well, and he and I have discussed it on numerous occasions as we've been preparing plans to deal with a pandemic that post-70% and 80% vaccinations will require an ongoing and very careful public health plan that deals with disadvantaged communities, socioeconomically disadvantaged communities. We've seen this in how the pandemic has played out, not just here in Australia, but all around the world. And there will be a very clear and cooperative national strategy that deals with the ongoing public health needs of disadvantaged communities. But that plan will ensure that the broader community will also be able to go forward. And this is why it's a safe plan. It's a safe plan that enables the broad spectrum of Australia to move ahead and to avoid these terrible lockdowns that are causing so much pain, and for Australians to move on from that and not live in fear of them either, but at the same time ensure that we have very targeted and focused public health responses at a state and at a federal level that understands the very serious needs of those communities, be they in remote places. This is a matter the Chief Minister of the Northern Territory has consistently raised, and we have worked together on from the outset, Mr Speaker, working closely with him, as we indeed are now, because there is such a disparate, Mr Speaker, performance on vaccinations, particularly in the Northern Territory. And so that is exactly what the National Plan provides for. I'm sure the member will be pleased to hear that. And if you'd like to learn more about it, Mr Speaker, then we'd be very happy to ensure he could be provided with further details if he was so interested.
And I call the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer remind the House yet again of the Morrison government's very strong record of ensuring our economy remains resilient in the face of the many challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Robertson for her question and acknowledge there are more than 10,000 businesses in the honourable member's electorate who are going to benefit from the immediate expensing provisions that are now available to them as a result of policies that we've supported on this side of the House. And I had the welcome opportunity to join the member for Robertson in her electorate before these lockdowns, and I had an opportunity to meet with a young female apprentice, a young female electrician apprentice, and to hear how the government's wage subsidy is supporting her opportunities to get into training and to get a job. Now, Mr Speaker, today we had the national account numbers, and they showed that the Australian economy is strong. They show that the Australian economy continues to grow. They show that the fundamentals of the Australian economy remain sound, and that the Australian economy remains resilient in the face of the biggest economic shock since the Great Depression. Now, Mr Speaker, in the June quarter, 29 days saw lockdowns in one part of the country or another, including across our 4 largest states. Yet our economy still grew by 0.7% ahead of market expectations. And we have seen through the year growth of 9.6%, Mr Speaker, strong through-the-year growth across our economy. Now, this growth was driven by an improvement in household consumption, up 1.1%, more than 15% through the year. And our tax relief that we've provided to Australian households saw nearly $4 million in the June quarter go into households' pockets. And we also saw dwelling investment off the back of programs like Home Builder, up again more than 15% through the year with a strong pipeline of construction. We saw business investment, particularly machinery and equipment, being very strong, with machinery and equipment up by more than 22% since last year's October budget. That's the fastest growth in machinery and equipment expenditure in nearly 20 years, Mr Speaker, in nearly 20 years off the back of our immediate expensing provisions. And as the Deputy Prime Minister has said, farm GDP has been extremely strong, up by more than 40% compared to over through the year, Mr Speaker, as a result of a bumper winter harvest. So whether it's household consumption, whether it's dwelling investment, whether it's business investment, or whether it's farm GDP, or even public sector final demand, which is government infrastructure across the states and territories, it's helping to create more and more jobs. So we can be hopeful, we can be confident, we can be optimistic about our future because the Australian economy and its fundamentals remain strong.
The member for Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Why didn't the government put rules in place to require JobKeeper payments to profitable companies with rising revenue to be returned to the taxpayer? The government makes welfare recipients and parents who receive the childcare subsidy return excess payments. Why weren't the same rules put in place for profitable companies with rising revenue?
The Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, when we announced JobKeeper, at one of the most difficult times this country has seen in decades, the country was looking into the economic abyss like so many countries around the world. People didn't know whether they would be able to go to work the next day. or indeed if they'd ever see work again. Mr Speaker, the number of people who, that very day we announced it, were intending to have had given to them notices that they would not be coming back to work. I've heard the stories from all around the country. And when we announced it, it had many purposes. Of course, to provide that income support that was necessary on a scale Australia has never had to engage in before, and to effectively marshal the private sector payrolls of this country to deliver a level of social security and income support we had never seen before. And it was a great partnership between the government, between private sector employees and indeed Australia's financial institutions and the banks, to enable that level of economic support to provide an injection of confidence that was so desperately needed. And we made a deal, Mr Speaker, with the employers of this country. We said we are going to provide this support for companies going into this situation, and it will be there for 6 months. That's what we put in this place. We made that promise, and Labor voted for it. Labor voted for it, Mr Speaker. We said we were going to stand by this economy and those businesses, and we made that legal. We did that together. And, Mr Speaker, what I hear from those opposite now is they want to change the rules afterwards. They want to change the goalposts. They want to shift the mark, Mr Speaker. They want to have it each way, Mr Speaker. They want to support JobKeeper and they want to oppose JobKeeper. This is a constant theme of the Leader of the Labor Party, Mr Speaker. This is a constant theme. We made that commitment.
Will resume his seat. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. On direct relevance, the question does not go to the whole of the JobKeeper program. The question. So I've got the call for the moment. The question does not go to the whole of the JobKeeper program. The question goes simply to those employers, those companies that ended up with rising revenue and turned a profit.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm going to hear from the Leader of the House, and then I'm ready to rule. But I don't want to keep cutting the Leader of the House off.
No, well, Mr. Speaker, at some stage I probably should put a question to you about this continual conduct, which you've commented on, and I think chastised both the Leader of the Opposition and the Manager of Opposition Business on a number of occasions, because it is an abuse of the standing orders, and they repeat getting up and making a statement which goes beyond the standing order, Mr. Speaker.
The Leader of the House. Sorry? Okay. Well, look, I will rule on whether points of order are frivolous or not. I've heard from the Manager of Opposition Business. The question was very specific, but the way it was framed was, why didn't the government take certain action? And I think the Prime Minister's been very relevant up until now. I'd have to say the answer has nothing to do with his observations about the Leader of the Opposition, because he didn't ask the question. But certainly in explaining how the program evolved and how it passed through the parliament, I mean, that is being relevant to the question, even if he's not answering in the way you'd prefer, the Prime Minister.
Speaker, the question put by the Labor member, betrays what we have seen from the Labor Party in this place. It betrays, Mr Speaker, because what was essential at that time was that what was committed to was followed through, Mr Speaker. And that is what gave the Australian business community the confidence to keep people on the payroll, to then put 1 million people back into work, and to ensure that, Mr Speaker, under the national accounts, as we have just seen, that Australia's economy is now bigger at the end of June than it was before we went into the pandemic. What we have seen, Mr Speaker, in the questions put by the Labor Party is they will happily change the rules on business, Mr Speaker. They will happily flip it, and they cannot be trusted. They cannot be trusted on anything they say when it comes to the economy, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister's time has concluded. I'm calling the member for Wentworth. Member for Wentworth has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Defence. Will the Minister please inform the House of the significance of today's 70th anniversary of Australia's most important strategic and military partnership, the US alliance?
The Minister for Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question, a man who has served his country as an ambassador and continues to do great work as a local member of parliament and one of the strongest supporters of our relationship with the United States. Mr Speaker, as we know, 70 years ago today in San Francisco, the compact was signed between Australia, the United States and New Zealand. Of course, it came off the back of the Second World War, and it came off the back of an effort of our allied troops to save the world from a particular course and a direction that would have been harmful, devastating to the entire world for many decades. The world would never have recovered from the Second World War had the United States and the Allies not approached Germany and the forces against us during that period without the resolute capacity that only the United States can bring to a wartime effort. And since that time, Mr Speaker, over the 7 decades, we have stood with the United States. The United States has stood with us. We've seen in its most recent iteration in the Middle East, we bought out 4,100 Australian citizens, visa holders, permanent residents. Not one of those people, Mr Speaker, would have made it to our plane if it wasn't for the effort of the United States. And it wasn't just us, Mr Speaker. New Zealand, France, Spain, rattle off the countries. They were not able to have a presence at Kabul without those 4,000 soldiers there and without the 1,000 British soldiers there, an incredible partnership for us with the United Kingdom as well. Our countries would not have achieved the success without the United States. And so we turn our attention now, Mr Speaker, to the Indo-Pacific region, and we know that there is greater uncertainty in this region than at any time since the Second World War. And it is more important than ever for countries in our region to see the rock that is the relationship between the United States, our country and New Zealand. Our shared values, our perspective on the world, our belief in freedom of speech, our belief in a sovereign right, our belief in making sure that democratic processes prevail has been at the core of the peacetime success that has resulted in millions of people being lifted from poverty and put on a much more certain trajectory than otherwise they would have faced. And with uncertainty in our region now, Mr Speaker, the Australian public knows that our ANZUS alliance is more important now than it even was 70 years ago. And for all of those leaders on both sides of the equation who have given their commitment to this compact for 70 years should know that this government will continue to reinforce the ANZUS Treaty for many, many decades to come.
The Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I join with the Defence Minister and others who spoke earlier today as well in commemorating and indeed celebrating the 70 years of the ANZUS Treaty. It is our most important relationship. It will be even more important going forward given the uncertain times that we're in, and I certainly commend my further comments and indeed the comments of both sides of the House in the earlier debate on what is a bipartisan commitment between Australia and the United States based upon friendship.
The member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Rachel in my electorate is 24 weeks pregnant. She cannot get an appointment for the vaccine recommended for her until November 2. She's on the wait list at 5 GP clinics and was turned away when she tried to get a vaccination at a walk-in clinic. In Newcastle, another pregnant woman, just like Rachel, is in intensive care with COVID. How could the Prime Minister leave pregnant women so vulnerable?
The Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And whilst I don't have Rachel's details, I'd be very happy to receive them and to see if we could assist in some way, shape or form. We are aware of the other case to which the member refers, and we are seeking details from New South Wales Health. At this stage, I've not received them, but I have requested them. In terms of vaccination for women who are pregnant, on the 9th of June, 2021, the Australian Technical Advisory Group on Immunisation, ATAGI as it's well known, in conjunction with the Royal Australian and New Zealand College of Obstetricians and Gynaecologists, or RANZCOG, issued a joint statement recommending that pregnant women are routinely offered Pfizer mRNA vaccine at any stage of pregnancy. From a Commonwealth perspective, they have been prioritised through that period, and we have been encouraging general practices, Commonwealth vaccination clinics, and as well as state clinics in order to provide that support. I know within the Hunter region there are over, more broadly, there are over 8,500 primary care vaccination sites across the country, and approximately 200 are in the Hunter region, as the member would be aware, and this includes 110 general practices, 2 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled health services, and over 70 community pharmacies. In particular, 50 of those general practices have had early access to Pfizer in the Hunter region, and we would be happy to assist in either of those cases. We continue to encourage all practices to provide priority to pregnant women in line with the advice of ATAGI as issued on the 9th of June.
And I call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer inform the House how the Morrison government's unprecedented financial support and its decisive economic management is keeping our economy resilient as we move towards a national plan to return to life after the COVID-19 pandemic? Is the Treasurer aware of any alternative policies?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Lindsay for her question and acknowledge her strong support for the policies of the Morrison government, which are designed to help create jobs and help Australia get through the biggest economic shock since the Great Depression. And last year, at the height of the pandemic, we were staring into the economic abyss. Treasury thought that the unemployment rate could reach as high as 15%. That's more than 2 million Australians potentially unemployed. And that economic growth could contract in the June quarter by more than 20%. That's nearly the size of the Victorian economy. That's what Australia faced at the height of this pandemic. And we responded with overwhelming and unprecedented amounts of economic support. Direct economic and health support now totalling more than $300 billion. And that economic support has seen a strong rebound across the economy. At the back half of last year, we saw the strongest growth numbers in more than 50 years. We've seen our unemployment rate come down to 4.6%, the lowest in 12 years. I point out to the House that when we came to government, the unemployment rate was 5.7%, Mr Speaker. And I point out that today, as of the end of the June quarter, our employment levels are 1.5% higher than they were going into the pandemic. And in Canada, they're 1.5% below. And in the United States, they're 4.5% below. So, Mr Speaker, we have put in place policies that have helped support the economy. Now, one of those policies is JobKeeper. And JobKeeper supported 3.8 million Australians and around 1 million Australian businesses. It's a program that was described by the Governor of the Reserve Bank as a remarkable program. And the Australian National Audit Office said the ATO in administering the program was highly effective in their management of risks. And we also know from a Treasury review that, in their words, the Federal Treasury, they said that the program was well targeted. Now, Mr Speaker, am I aware of alternative approaches? I am from those opposite who seek to diminish from what has been the most remarkable economic support program this country has ever seen, and a program that has helped support millions of our fellow Australians. And now the Labor Party is seeking to destroy a fundamental tenet, a fundamental position in our tax system, and to force the Tax Commissioner to dump data before the Senate. Now, Mr Speaker, that is a dangerous precedent, and that is one that has been called out by business groups. Our programs throughout this crisis, including right now with the COVID disaster payment and the business support payments, are designed to keep Australians in jobs.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said, ultimately everything is a state matter. Was it the states or was it the Prime Minister who failed to deliver enough vaccine supply?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Speaker, I was being asked about state borders when that matter was raised yesterday, Mr Speaker.
Members on my left.
That is a public health social measure. A border closure is done on the basis of a public health order. Mr Speaker, it's done on the basis of public health orders. That's exactly what it is. The Leader of the Opposition might want to freshen up on some of the facts, Mr Speaker. He might want to get across some of these issues if he wants to engage in these snide interjections, Mr Speaker, that are a result, Mr Speaker, of his own lack of knowledge and understanding of the challenges this country faces. Mr Speaker, what I do know is this. Today, Mr Speaker, I read that this is a very wise statement made by a member of the Senate, Mr Speaker. I think we are getting to the end of the lockdown era, partly because we are doing so well on vaccinations. Mr Speaker, Senator Kitching, the Labor senator from New South Wales, Mr Speaker, has had an outbreak of truth in the Labor Party, Mr Speaker. There's been an outbreak of truth, Mr Speaker. But I think the Leader of the Opposition remains vaccinated against the truth, Mr Speaker. Means completely vaccinated. There's no shortage of that, Mr Speaker, when it comes to the Leader of the Opposition. Today, Mr Speaker, what we do know today is, Mr Speaker, again, more than 330,000 vaccines and doses administered right around the country again. Today, Mr Speaker, we will go close. Indeed, I expect we will breach the 20 million doses that have been administered around the country. This week, Mr Speaker, we announced the 500,000 of additional doses of hope coming for Pfizer, Mr Speaker, through the arrangement we were able to put together with the government of Singapore. The 1 million doses and more that we're able to secure in our arrangement with the Polish government, Mr Speaker, working these issues, ensuring we leave no stone unturned to ensure that we can continue to accelerate the vaccination program that is now achieving rates of weekly vaccination, Mr Speaker, that exceed those even of the United States and the United Kingdom at their peak. Now, those opposite, they may want to talk this down. I'm pleased Senator Kitching has decided to take a different approach. They may want to seek to undermine and be negative, Mr Speaker, and hope for the worst, but the government will continue working to deliver for the best of this country, Mr Speaker. And we're not only seeing that with the vaccination program, we're seeing it with the economic supports, Mr Speaker, that has enabled us to bring Australians through one of the biggest crises this country has ever seen, Mr Speaker. So we will continue to do that, Mr Speaker, while the opposition will continue to be negative.
The Prime Minister's concluded his answer. Is the Leader of the Opposition can't be seeking the call for a question. He's seeking it.
I'm asking the Prime Minister to withdraw the comment that he just made. He's made it repeatedly. I've now lost 7 of my constituents have died. No one in Australia is hoping for the worst from this disease, because that's the worst, a loss of life. And
So
I ask the Prime Minister
the
to
Leader of the
withdraw.
Opposition's made his point. The remark was not unparliamentary. There's no doubt about that. The Leader of the Opposition can make the request, which he's done, but it's a matter for the Prime Minister, given it wasn't an unparliamentary remark. The member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. Will the Minister please update the House on how Australia's vaccine rollout and national plan will assist small businesses and employees to return to work?
The Minister for Health has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Higgins for her question and her work as a national leading paediatrician prior to coming to this place. We know that in the last 24 hours, over 560,000 cases have been diagnosed as part of the global pandemic, and 8,500 people have lost their lives. These numbers continue every day at agonising global levels. Australia has been spared so much of it, but we have not been spared absolutely, as we see so clearly in New South Wales, Victoria and the ACT at the moment. But one of the things which is fundamental is what's occurring at the moment with vaccinations. We see, as the Prime Minister has said, over 334,000 vaccinations in the last 24 hours alone, the highest rate for a Tuesday, which always leads to a very good outcome for the rest of the week. We're now at 19.7 million and, as the PM says, expected to pass over 20 million doses today that have been delivered. And very significantly, that's 1.95 million, almost 2 million Australians in 1 week. Almost 2 million Australians in 1 week, or almost 10% of the eligible population, have come forward for either a first or a second dose, a rate which is higher than anything achieved by either the United States or the UK at the peak of their rollouts. And to do that, we're drawing upon the entire national network, our GPs, our pharmacies, our Commonwealth vaccination clinics. In particular, I want to thank and acknowledge our Aboriginal medical services and our state vaccine clinics. Very importantly, as we do this, we see that we are on the cusp of achieving 60% first dose coverage for the entire nation. That should occur probably during question time today. 60% first dose rates for the entire nation, and in the coming 48 hours we are likely to pass 80% of everybody over the age of 50. That 80% mark for everybody over the age of 50. And for the country as a whole, what matters about that 60% first dose rate means that we are now approximately 2.2 million Australians from the 70% level. We are now approximately 4.2 million Australians from the 80% level. So these numbers are not that far away. And at the pace of almost 2 million vaccinations a week, you can see how close. You can see that it's there. You can see that we're on the cusp of achieving the levels which will allow the national plan to be delivered to help create jobs and save jobs. And I welcome the comments of both the New South Wales and Victorian premiers recommitting to that plan to save jobs and save lives.
The Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday the Prime Minister said ultimately everything is a state matter. Was it the states or was it the PM who failed to vaccinate aged care workers? Is it any wonder the New South Wales Premier is aghast at this performance, saying today, quote, "There was a process where aged care workers would get vaccinated first. We had tens of thousands of them in New South Wales who hadn't been offered the vaccine. We're playing catch-up now." Isn't Premier Berejiklian right?
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and the Minister for Health and Aged Care may wish to add to that answer. The vaccination rate for aged care workers now is 78.8% on first dose, Mr Speaker, and 56.7% on second dose. Importantly, for aged care residents, Mr Speaker, the first dose vaccination is 89%, and the second dose vaccination rate is 84.4%, Mr Speaker, and we know that that is the principal reason why we have seen in the course of the outbreak in New South Wales there's such significant fall in fatality rates compared to what we saw with a similar number of cases in Victoria in the outbreak last year. And, Mr Speaker, that has been an extraordinary effort by many, including the vaccination program led by General Frewen, Mr Speaker, and by Professor Murphy prior to that. And in addition to that, Mr Speaker, the great work being done by the New South Wales Government in partnership with the federal government. So, Mr Speaker, I thank them for that. We've been continuing to work on what is a very difficult program in that sector, but we do know the decision taken by our government to ensure that we focus first and absolutely on getting to every single residential aged care facility in this country and being able to offer two-dose vaccination has saved hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of lives, Mr Speaker. And that is ultimately the outcome that this is all about. Saving lives, saving livelihoods, Mr Speaker. That's what our program has been doing. More than 30,000 lives have been saved in this country because of the responses that the government, together with our partners around the country, have been putting in place now these many months, more than 18 months. And not only just the 30,000 and more lives that have been saved, Mr Speaker, but the million jobs, the million Australians who are back in jobs and can look forward to a future with confidence, Mr Speaker, because they've been living in a country whose COVID response has done both of those things. saving lives and saving livelihoods. And, Mr Speaker, I need to add to it an earlier answer. I referred to Senator Kitching as being a senator from New South Wales. She's indeed, as we all know, a senator from Victoria, Mr Speaker, and that's the truth, just like she said.
No, the Prime Minister—
I was just adding, Mr Speaker. But the Minister for Health.
The Minister for Health.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And to add to the Prime Minister's answer, 225,000 aged care workers have now had vaccinations, and what we've seen is that the pledge to put in place mandatory orders has had a major impact. We know that access has been available, but what we've seen over the last 6 weeks is 13,000, 11,000, 14,000, 13,000, 18,000, 7 weeks, 21,000 and 16,000 workers now take up the vaccination. I welcome the fact that last week New South Wales added a public health order to this. All of those elements have helped lift those rates. We do know that, unfortunately, it has been necessary to mandate. The access has been there, but the uptake is now there. We welcome it. It's saving lives and protecting lives.
The Minister's time has concluded. I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Health. Will the Minister please update the House on actions the Morrison-Joyce government is taking to protect regional, rural and remote Australians during the COVID-19 pandemic?
The Minister for Regional Health.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd first like to compliment the member for Mallee for her fierce campaigning and advocacy for her cross-border communities to make sure they don't get caught in the COVID crossfire and make sure they got the access to the medical services across the river or across the border that they deserve. Please be reassured that we are vaccinating in record levels around rural, regional and remote Australia. That is why, in the last week's figures, 493,000, almost 500,000 of those 1.9 million doses were delivered in that out of the metro regions in Australia. It's constantly being calibrated and recalibrated and adjusted so that we get more points of care, more points of vaccination, more point-of-care testing around regional Australia. In the member for Mallee's electorate, she'll be reassured. She's there on the ground. She probably knows this, but just to illustrate the point, there's 10 general practices in her hometown. There's 5 community pharmacies. There's 1 Aboriginal medical service and there's 1 Commonwealth vaccination centre. And the Royal Flying Doctor Service has brought forward their latest visit this week, not only into the Mallee but up near the Queensland border, down on the coast, just yesterday and today at Wreck Bay. I would like to compliment Flying Doctor. They have turned up again, and I want to give a big shout-out to one of their nurses, Kellyanne Johnson, who's Indigenous, is from the Jervis Bay area, and they were running a huge clinic in Wreck Bay. And the oldest recipient was an 88-year-old Indigenous lady, and the youngest was a 12-year-old boy. And one of the local leaders said Kellyanne is an inspiration, and now all the little kids say they want to be a flying doctor nurse too. So thank you, Kellyanne. But seriously, that lattice work of community-based primary care vaccination sites is why this ramp-up is working in regional Australia. If you look at the national figures, in the metro districts and outer metro, the vaccination rate last week at the finalisation figures was 58%. Just across the border, in rural and regional Australia, it was 57%. So we're matching the metro rollout. There are some waves where we're a bit behind, but we're catching up rapidly. And in the remote part of Australia, we have got extra support through the ADF and through the Oz medical assistance teams. Rural Australia not only generates the wealth of the country, it's also the playground of the city folk, and we are working to make sure regional, rural and remote Australia reaches the 70% and reaches the 80% at the same time, so we can all get going and get our life back. We have a plan that's being delivered.
The member for Werriwa has the call.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday the Prime Minister said ultimately everything is a state matter. Was it the states or was it the Prime Minister who failed to establish a system of safe national quarantine?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Again, Mr Speaker, I mean, the question from Labor is misrepresenting the statements of yesterday, Mr Speaker. I've made it very clear that the border measures that are put in place by the states relate to public health orders, and they are clearly responsibilities of the states when it comes to people moving from one state to another. So, Mr Speaker, I would ask that the Labor Party cease in misrepresenting that. But, Mr Speaker, I'm asked about quarantine, and the most important challenge for quarantine right now is to ensure that home quarantine trials are successful, so home quarantine becomes the norm, that enables Australians who are overseas to be able to return, that enables Australians who are here now and who have been vaccinated can go overseas, Mr Speaker, as they used to, and be able to return and quarantine at home. This is the very matter I was discussing only last night with the New South Wales Premier, because it's so important to enable international travel to start again, that home quarantine, Mr Speaker, is the answer to that. That is what is set out in the National Plan. That is what is agreed in the National Plan. That is what has been led by the Commonwealth, Mr Speaker, in moving us into a home quarantine phase that will enable Australians to travel again. It will enable more people to be able to come into the country, be they students, or be they skilled workers that are so necessary for Australia's economic performance, and that they, Mr Speaker, can take advantage of a range of different quarantine arrangements, both commercially provided and otherwise provided, that will enable the National Plan to gear up and strengthen our economy into the future. So, Mr Speaker, home quarantine is what is needed. Home quarantine is what is going to release Australians out of the lockouts, Mr Speaker, out of the lockdowns, and to ensure that safely Australia can live with this virus. And I would urge all members of this chamber to support the move to go now to home quarantine that will see Australians be able to return home who are vaccinated, and vaccinated Australians being able to travel again, to be reunited with their families overseas, Mr Speaker. That is the challenge that's now before us. That's what's set out in the National Plan that I took to the National Cabinet and was agreed, and I look forward to working closely, whether it is in South Australia, where the trial is already underway, where further trials will be done in New South Wales, and I encourage all other states, be it in Queensland or Western Australia, Tasmania, Mr Speaker, to get on board with those initiatives. I know they're watching those trials very closely, and they'll be very enthusiastic about taking it up, because the National Plan enables Australians to live with the virus, and home quarantine enables Australians to live with that virus and connect again with each other and all around the world.
The member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence Industry. Will the Minister please outline to the House how the Australia-US Defence Alliance is creating a stronger partnership between our defence industries so that our ADF has the capability it needs to keep Australia safe and secure?
The Minister for Defence Industry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Sturt and just acknowledge and thank him for his passion and interest in South Australia's defence industry, especially that world-leading shipbuilding industry. Thank you so much. Mr Speaker, today we celebrate our long-standing and deep friendship with the United States, 70 years of the ANZUS Treaty, an unbreakable bond that has reached new heights, especially between our two defence industries. We have joined Lockheed Martin in the US, Mr Speaker, to deliver the most advanced war-fighting aircraft in the world, the F-35 Joint Strike Fighter. 50 Australian companies share in some $2.7 billion worth of work in this program, with Australian-made parts on every F-35 globally. Morand in Melbourne manufactures the vertical tails. Ferrer Engineering in Brisbane manufactures the weapons adapters, and CableX in Melbourne, well, they manufacture the cabling. Mr Speaker, I had the great pleasure of witnessing this partnership in action firsthand when I visited the F-35 production line in Dallas, Texas, some 2 years ago. It really was indeed a very proud moment to see those very shiny, upright Morand vertical tails on every F-35 on the assembly line. Australian workers and also defence personnel train and work in the US with their American colleagues in the F-35 program, Mr Speaker, creating new skills to operate and to maintain these aircraft at home and also abroad. Mr Speaker, when I went to the US, I went with one goal in mind, and that was to win more F-35 work for Australian defence industry, and I'm very proud that we succeeded, Mr Speaker, with Western Sydney-based Quickstep winning more manufacturing work because of that visit. And only last year, Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister and I announced the first military aircraft to be designed and built in Australia in more than 50 years has been rolled out in partnership with Boeing, and I'm talking about the Loyal Wingman, Mr Speaker. The development of this aircraft in Australia is Boeing's largest investment in unmanned aircraft outside of the United States, and we should be incredibly proud of that. This will ensure our two countries have a leading edge, Mr Speaker, in the field of autonomous warfighting capabilities. And a bit closer to home, here in Canberra, Mr Speaker, CEA has developed the world's most advanced radar systems for defence capabilities, and with exports to the US of that particular capability. Mr Speaker, the ANZUS has taken our alliance to excuse me, put my teeth back in, to new levels. This is creating a much stronger, not yet, a stronger bond between our two countries, Mr Speaker.
Well, I think it'll get a
and
run.
as the Minister for Defence Industry, I'm very focused on bringing us even closer together. No one can say with any certainty, Mr Speaker, what the future threats are to the security of this country. But what is clear is that a defence industry partnership with the US ensures that our men and women in uniform have what they need to keep us safe and secure.
And I call the member for Macon. Member for Macon might just start again, and we'll start the clock again. Your microphone wasn't on at the beginning.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday the Prime Minister said, ultimately everything is a state matter. Was it the states or was it the Prime Minister who said the vaccination program was not a race?
The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister's made very clear that the statement made as the preamble to that question is not accurate. It related to a response the Prime Minister gave when asked about the closure of state borders. It has been repeated since the Prime Minister has raised this, and, Mr Speaker, it is very clear that this misleading statement, regardless of how often it's repeated, is factually not correct. And, Mr Speaker, it shouldn't be allowed.
Leader of the House, no, I can't agree with the Leader of the House. The practice has made very clear, and since 1901, it's not for the Speaker to vouch for the accuracy of statements, or of questions, or indeed answers, or indeed answers, which is, if someone claims to have been misrepresented, we've got the standing orders so organised that there's an official capacity for them to do that at the end of question time, or at the end of when a comment's been made. So the question is in order, and the Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I would encourage the member to go and have a chat with Senator Kitching. Mr Speaker, I would encourage him next time they're in their caucus room, Mr Speaker, to go and have a chat with the ALP Senator for Victoria about the progress of the vaccination rollout, Mr Speaker, which she has made very clear is the reason Australia is moving away from lockdowns in this country, and I welcome her acknowledgement of that, Mr Speaker. Those here who sit opposite us may want to come in here every day, Mr Speaker, and seek to undermine that program. They may wish to engage in their usual politicisation of the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr Speaker. They may wish to choose that, but they reinforce only one thing to the Australian people, Mr Speaker, that they are only engaged in negativity. They are only engaged, Mr Speaker, in running down the country. Even here yesterday, the Leader of the Opposition—
just say to the Prime Minister that the question was asked by the member for Macon, and the Prime Minister needs to be relevant to the question that was asked by the member. It's not an opportunity to begin a political debate on yesterday or today or any other matter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What I can confirm is that, as the Minister for Health and Aged Care has done, is that today we are likely to go past the milestone of some 20 million doses of vaccines being administered around the country. 20 million, Mr Speaker. 20 million doses, and that means that some almost 60% of the eligible population, Mr Speaker, aged over 16, will have had, around 60% of them, would have had their first dose in this country. And, Mr Speaker, that's around 35.7% who've had a second dose. And for those over 50, Mr Speaker, it is almost now 80% who have had their first dose and 52.9% who have had their second dose. And very importantly, Mr Speaker, 87.8% of those aged over 70, the most vulnerable in our community, have had their first dose, and 63.8%, Mr Speaker, have had their second dose. And I can update the House on my earlier response, as further information has been brought to me after my morning briefing this morning, that for aged care workers, Mr Speaker, first dose is now 82.9% and second dose is 61.3%, Mr Speaker. So, Mr Speaker, the vaccination program is a central part to the government's national plan to get Australia beyond these lockdowns which are doing such terrible damage to people in this country, and that we need to get past these lockdowns, Mr Speaker. And the vaccination program is liberating Australians from those lockdowns, Mr Speaker, which is the objective of the national plan. Not to keep Australians shut in, Mr Speaker, not to keep Australians locked out of states around this country. Mr Speaker, the national plan is about opening up Australia. The national plan is about connecting Australians to other Australians and connecting Australia's economy to the world, Mr Speaker, so Australian businesses can continue to go forward and have confidence to invest and to employ.
The Prime Minister's time has concluded. The member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. Will the minister please update the House on how the Morrison government is working closely in the ANZUS alliance to tackle the threats of serious organised crime and terrorism in order to create a stronger Australia and keep all Australians safe?
The Minister for Home Affairs.
Well, thank you, and I thank the member for his question and recognise his ongoing interest in national security matters and the great work that he is doing as a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. So, on the 70th anniversary of the ANZUS Treaty, it's worth reflecting on the strength of our alliance and the great strides that we have made together in addressing a range of challenges, because it's a fact that COVID is not the only challenge to our safety and security. And it's a fact that serious and organised crime and terrorism are threats that don't recognise borders. That's why our government continues to build ties and work extremely closely with allied nations, particularly our ANZUS partners, who are also part of our Five Eyes intelligence network. I've had a number of meetings recently with the US Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas on a range of national security issues. And of course, our two nations will continue to work very closely and very effectively on a range of operational issues. Now, we've seen that just recently with the success of the AFP's Operation Ironside. Now, that operation was born out of the very close relationship between the FBI and the AFP. It's been a very long-standing relationship that has served Australia and the United States very well. Now, our international network was mobilised and we worked very collaboratively on the technology that enabled us to listen in on criminal networks and ultimately to be able to take them down. Now, this has made Australia a safer place by taking drugs and crime bosses off our streets. And so far, 293 offenders have been charged and close to 5,000 kilograms of drugs have been seized. And Australia, of course, is also a big beneficiary under an historic new data sharing agreement with the US that will give our local law enforcement agencies more tools with the fight on crime. So after we passed enabling legislation in June of this year, we are now looking to settle and finalise the terms of that agreement and to do that before the end of this year. Now, when it comes to national security and when it comes to the safety of our community, Australians know that this government, the coalition government, is a government that they can rely on to keep them safe and secure. And we're absolutely getting on with the job of making sure that we are looking after the best interests of Australians, and we are taking every action that we possibly can to ensure that they are safe and secure at home and in their communities.
The member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday the Prime Minister said ultimately everything is a state matter. Is it the states or is it the Prime Minister who is responsible for vaccinating children aged 12 to 15? When will they be vaccinated?
The Prime Minister.
Well, thank you,
has the
Mr
call.
Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. It is indeed the federal government's responsibility to run the national vaccination program. Mr Speaker, I've made that point very clearly from whether it be this dispatch box or any other place which we've been speaking from, and we've made that very clear. And indeed, when we receive the final advice, the member would be, because I know he does follow these things earnestly, when we received the final advice from ATAGI last Friday, we made the immediate decision to proceed with the vaccination of 12 to 15-year-olds, and bookings will be available from the 13th of this month. And that will follow the expansion of the problem into expansion of the program to 16 to 29-year-olds from earlier this week. And, Mr Speaker, we did that, knowing full well that we'd be able to give greater support to that vaccination program for 12 to 15-year-olds because of what we knew was in the works in terms of accessing additional supplies, Pfizer supplies, particularly out of Singapore, Mr Speaker. And we were able to announce those decisions,
Member for
Mr Speaker, this week,
question.
which shows an additional 500,000 doses that we're able to bring forward and ensure that that can support the vaccination of children aged 12 to 15. Now, Mr Speaker, we will report those figures of vaccinations of those 12 to 15, as we have reported all other figures throughout the course of the pandemic and been very transparent about them, because I know that parents, as a parent of 2 children aged between 12 and 15, Mr Speaker, the parents will be very interested to know about how we're progressing with those vaccinations for that age group. It's an important group to be vaccinated. That's why we moved immediately to ensure that they, more broadly, would be able to be vaccinated. We'd already taken the decision some weeks ago, Mr Speaker, for those in Indigenous communities and remote places, with those with other health conditions, to be vaccinated prior to that. And that program has already been running now for many weeks, as the member is, I'm sure, aware. And I want to thank, as the member himself, a local health professional in his own community over many years, greatly respected, Mr Speaker, knows the tremendous job that general practitioners are doing supporting that vaccination program. And, Mr Speaker, when you're talking about young children, as I'm sure the member knows, I'm sure he's given many injections to young children, the opportunity for them to go and sit there with the local GP who's helped them with every other sneeze and sniffle or even more serious things over time, and to be able to see a face they know, to be able to get that injection and to have that assurance from that health professional is extremely important. And I want to thank the GPs as they go about that job of vaccinating our children. That's an important trust we give to our GPs and nurses and everyone else who's doing it. And so I thank you for doing it, and I thank you for the way that you will engage in that. I'm pleased that we've been able to get the additional doses to support that, and there are more irons in the fire as well for that outcome as well, Mr Speaker.
The member for Mackellar. Member for Mackellar. The member for Boothby.
There is a technical issue. Am I able to ask the question on behalf of the member for Mackellar?
Yeah, this is questions without notice. Anyone
okay,
can
great.
ask a question.
Let's go. My question is to the Minister for Employment, Workforce Skills, Small and Family Business. Will the Minister please update the House on why sticking to the national plan is vital for Australian small and family businesses, especially in light of today's national accounts and especially for those residents of the member for Mackellar's electorate?
The Minister for Employment.
Let me thank the member for Boothby. I was expecting the member for Grey to ask the question. Today's national accounts, of course, have got a pleasing number at 0.7% growth for the June quarter. But importantly for small business, and whilst the results are better than many expected, small business is still doing it tough. And unpacking the numbers today, we see one of the biggest contributors to the 0.7% growth in the quarter is household consumption, driven by expenditure on services, and many of the providers of those services are our small and family businesses. Services like cafes, restaurants, hotels and transport services and the like. Now, this demonstrates the fundamentals of the economy under the stewardship of the Morrison government are strong, and they bounce back strongly once restrictions are lifted. It also shows that Australian households are doing their bit by supporting our small to medium enterprises through local consumption, and it's important that we continue to do our bit as well, Mr Speaker. Now, it's clear that the supports the Morrison government has put in place during the pandemic are working, and they're working well. But it is fundamental we continue to stick to the agreed national plan if we're going to follow this through. The national plan is our national hope. It's the national hope for small and family businesses right across Australia. If we stick to the national plan, our small and family businesses, our families operating them, can actually plan with certainty. If we move away from our national plan, we will take national hope away from them. Our small businesses have been fundamentally impacted by COVID-19. We all know that. It's why the Morrison government has put in place the largest package of financial supports in our nation's history, $291 billion worth. Everything from JobKeeper to business support payments, the SME Recovery Loan Scheme, all there to assist small and medium enterprises. They buy us time, but they aren't a permanent solution for our small business community. As the Prime Minister has said, as we fight our way towards 70% and 80% vaccination rates, as per the agreed national plan, we can open up Australia, and that means our small and family businesses can open up. The national plan gives us certainty. The CEO of Cosboa made this very well, Alexi Boyd, saying small businesses need to be able to plan. She welcomed the national plan. Her words were, "It's great we've now got this. It's imperative that all states work together to support the reopening as fast as we can." The Morrison government is on a unity ticket. We're all on a unity ticket over here with small businesses on the national plan. It's now important that everyone else and every other parliament joins that unity ticket with us.
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper, and in adding to the first answer to the first question from the government side today, Mr Speaker, I table an open letter from the business community representing some 80 different organisations encompassing Australia's largest businesses, in particular, Mr Speaker, asking for governments to work together to implement the national plan and chart a path out of the current lockdowns, and I table that letter, Mr Speaker.
The Leader of the House, we'll just do papers first and then I'll...
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Our documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Thank the Leader of the House. The Leader of the Opposition had indicated he wished to have the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to give a personal explanation.
Does the Leader of the Opposition claim to have been misrepresented?
I do, Mr Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition may proceed.
Again today, the Prime Minister repeated his statement in relation to COVID that I was, quote, hoping for the worst. This is wrong and offensive. The worst outcome from COVID is the loss of life, which tragically over 1,000 families in Australia have felt. The suggestion by the Prime Minister says a lot about his character and undermines the dignity of the House, and it should not be repeated in this House.
Hear, hear. We'll now move to the matter of public importance. I've received a letter from the honourable member for Whitlam proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the failure of the government to manage the economy in the interest of working people and small business. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I call the honourable member for Whitlam.
Thanks, Speaker. The Prime Minister of Australia is an economic failure. He was the last person in Australia to learn that a health strategy in the middle of a pandemic is an economic policy. He is the root cause of the pandemic and the lockdown misery that is ripping its way through Eastern Australia. His negligence is costing Australia and the Australian economy $3.2 billion every week. That's $19 million every hour. The nation is divided, and he is the cause of it. Western Sydney is at a flashpoint right now. Division, small businesses on their knees. The health system in crisis. In my own electorate and in the Illawarra, according to the Regional Development of Australia, they have lost, in my region, 10,400 jobs, 10,400 jobs through this latest wave of COVID-19. Our unemployment rate is estimated to be 12.4%. Small businesses are in real trouble. They aren't getting JobKeeper, and JobSaver payments simply aren't coming through. Insufficient support for small businesses. They are closing their doors. The Prime Minister's answer to this bin fire that he has started in New South Wales and Victoria is to pick a fight with the two states, the two big states that aren't actually in lockdown. Can you imagine what the people in Western Australia are thinking today? I mean, yesterday it was announced that they're getting the AFL Grand Final, a big economic boost to that state, but at the very same time, the Prime Minister, who makes a habit of protecting the Neanderthals on his own backbench, is comparing West Australians to cave dwellers. And in Queensland, where today and tomorrow and the next day kids are going home from school in the normal fashion. And on the weekend, they'll be participating in school sport. And in the evening, they'll be going to a restaurant or a club. They'll be going to a pub. And on Sunday, they'll be going to church and they'll be going to places of worship. But this Prime Minister's answer to the bin fire that's going on in New South Wales that has spread to Victoria is somehow to blame the people and blame the premiers of Queensland and Western Australia, who are quite rightly trying to protect the public health and the small businesses in those states. He is the bloke who starts the bushfire and then starts people who are starts telling people who are trying to put the bushfire out to put down the hose. If this Prime Minister wants to know what a dangerous and ignorant cave dweller looks like, he should grab a mirror. 8 long years and no economic plan.
Order.
8 long years.
The Minister on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The member knows full well that imputations upon members is not within the standing orders. He's been here long enough.
The member will withdraw the imputation.
I withdraw. 8 long years and no economic plan. 8 long years and no economic plan. Now, if you're an ordinary working Australian and you look at economic policy, the things that matter to you are the ability to put a roof over your head, a house that you can call home, a steady job that gives you the ability to pay your bills, hope that your kids will get a good education and set them up for good jobs into the future, hope that the government gets the big calls right and puts the interests of Australians ahead of their own political interests, hope that the government is going to put the country's interests first. But instead of all of that, we've got a government that has racked up record deficits and record debt with nothing to show for it. At the very time the Prime Minister was congratulating himself about how well the economy was going just a few short weeks ago, real wages in this country actually went backwards by 2%. The Prime Minister was saying that the economy was going gangbusters, but ordinary Australians were finding it harder to pay for the things that they need on a daily and weekly basis. And a housing crisis I mean, parents around the country today are wondering whether their kids will ever be able to afford a house, to put a roof over their head and to call it their home. We've had a boom in insecure work. 1 in 5 jobs are now so insecure that people find it almost impossible to get access to credit, to even dream of a day when they'll be able to get a mortgage to buy their own home. We've seen a crash in productivity, and the trade deals that this mob brag about are not worth the ink that they are written with. The very moment when it matters the most, the very moment when we think these trade deals should matter, they fall apart, and this government thinks it's a great idea to go and pick a fight with our biggest trade partners. This is the mob that calls themselves great economic managers. They are abject failures. They are looking after themselves and not the people of Australia. They've put $4 billion in the last budget away in secret slush funds so that they can repeat the travesties that Australians have been horrified over the last few months. The Leppington Triangle. This mob who say they are so good with money spent $30 million on a parcel of land that you could have picked up for $3 million. Tell me again how good you are at managing money. The sports frauds and the pork and ride. I mean, at the time when we are looking for infrastructure projects that are going to set us up for the future, this mob's idea of nation-building infrastructure is 6 car parks in the Treasurer's own electorate, most of which will never get built. They have no plan for the future. A government that was interested in ensuring that we were going to come out of this pandemic and out of this economic crisis in a better shape than we went into it would have a plan for the future. But this Prime Minister's just got a plan for the next election. We've got a skills crisis in this country and we've got a productivity crisis in this country. If you want to set yourselves up for the future, what will drive the future is going to be investment in skills, investment in ideas and ensuring that we've got the energy to drive industry. But this mob over here are afraid of new ideas and they're afraid of the causes of new ideas. There is no other explanation for a government that in the middle of a pandemic, when we should be rebuilding and retraining, rips the guts out of our university system and rips the guts out of our vocational and education and training system. Instead of training our kids, instead of ensuring that we are using this crisis as an opportunity to build the capital and to ensure that our kids have the skills for the future, their big plan is to hope for the day when we can open the borders up again and bring in skilled tradespeople from overseas. Australians want this government to train our own kids to ensure that they are fit for the jobs that are going to get us out of this pandemic, not to be relying on the lazy pathway, divesting our university, divesting in our vocational education and training. Deputy Speaker, this mob have no plan for the future. Now, the core message that this mob are going to take to the next election is that things were going very well until the pandemic came along. The fact is that they weren't. They had doubled the debt before the pandemic and they have tripled it now. We saw business investment falling off a cliff, wages at a 10-year low, productivity going backwards, and the simple fact of the matter is that they've got no plan to get us out of this mess. Their core message at the next election is going to be, trust us. Things were going well before COVID, and they'll go well somehow magically after COVID. Deputy Speaker, we've seen enough of this lot. You can't trust the bloke who started the fire to put it out. That is the simple fact of the matter. You can't trust the bloke who started the fire to put it out. He won't hold a hose and he's got no plan for the future.
I call the Minister for Employment.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, it's all hyperbole today, the same rubbish talking points we've heard year in, year out from an opposition with no ideas. Today's matter of public importance a matter that the Labor opposition believe is of such importance at a time when the national accounts have come out showing our economy in such strength, considering the position we're in, is to talk about a failure to manage the economy. So let's speak about the economy, not in gesticulating and hand-waving like the member for Whitlam does, thinking that blustering noise and volume alone substitute for hard facts and realism. Let's go to the hard facts from today. National accounts. Nominal GDP growth was strong for the financial year, increased 4.1% ahead of the budget forecast of 3.25%. Real GDP grew by 0.7% in the June quarter, a staggering 9.6% higher throughout the year, the strongest through-the-year rate on record. Growth was stronger than market expectations and ahead of what was forecast, with reputed economists forecasting a 0.1 drop to a 0.7 realisation. Our economy is now 1.6% above its pre-pandemic level, with the recovery continuing to lead the pack ahead of advanced economies. And this apparently is the failure of the government's economic approach. It's extraordinary. Household consumption increased 1.1% to the June quarter, contributing 0.6 percentage points to GDP, up 15.4% through the year. Consumption increased 12 out of 17 categories. New business investment rose by 2.3% in the June quarter, with continuing strength in new machinery and equipment investment, increasing 2.4% to a staggering 19.5% higher throughout the year. Since the October budget, investment in new machinery and equipment has increased 22.4%. Staggering increase right across the board, from tradies right the way through small and family business through into the medium and large sector. It is the strongest period of growth since 2002, but those opposite believe that it's a failure of the government to manage the economy. Strongest period of growth since 2002. Almost 115,000 jobs were created in the quarter, with the unemployment rate now below pre-pandemic, below March 2020. The only industrialised nation on earth. The only industrialised nation on earth that has got more of their citizens employed now than pre-pandemic. But apparently there's a failure of the government, except we're the only nation on earth industrialised to have more of its citizens employed. May I say to those opposite, wake up. Wake up and have a look. Household gross disposable income continues to be supported by the government's tax relief, with a further $3.8 billion flowing to more than 11 million households. And a vaccination program that continues at enormous speed, over 300,000 per day. Today it is likely we'll be moving towards 20 million doses. And this is one of the reasons why we've laid out a national plan, that the state premiers and the territory leaders have agreed to the national plan. It's the reason why we call on all of our state leaders to continue to adhere to the national plan. The national plan is our national hope. It gives hope to individuals in our small and family business sector. It gives them the confidence to plan. The current phase we're now in has got a range of measures, including lockdowns, that are hurting so much. But as we move to 70% of adults aged 16 and over fully vaccinated, we'll move into a transition phase, and then up to 80% into a consolidation phase. And the consolidation phase is about living with the virus, maintaining, minimising serious illness and deaths. Measures may include lifting inbound and outbound travel restrictions for vaccinated Australians. Student, work and humanitarian visa holders can return. Baseline community restrictions only, i.e. it's getting back to life. It's allowing us to plan. That's why the national plan is so important. And whilst right now there are restrictions imposed through state-based public health orders, the federal government is stepping up and providing much-needed support, despite the national account showing through to June the strength of the economy, despite the record number of Australians into jobs. The support continues to roll out. As at midnight on the 31st of August, over 1.8 million Australians have received a COVID disaster payment, $5.14 billion going into citizens in need. 52,000 claims for COVID disaster payment have been processed on 31st of August 2021. Since 1 July, 1.7 million claims have been granted for New South Wales alone. The list goes on. And the support measures for business, especially the small to medium enterprise and the small and family businesses, are extraordinary. COVID-19 disaster payments are lump sum payments for workers unable to work, with eligible workers now receiving up to $750 per week if they lose 20 hours or more, and between $8 and $24.50. Small business support is also offered outside of New South Wales across every other state and territory on a 50-50 funding basis with the Commonwealth. We're helping businesses employ staff by providing wage subsidy of 50% of an apprentice's or trainee's wage, $3.9 billion in boosting the apprenticeship commencement scheme. Upwards of 200,000 apprentices now coming through and expected on over 70,000 employers. The single biggest kick-up that we can look at in the last decade across the apprenticeship space. Introducing new insolvency frameworks to help small to medium enterprises restructure. Through the Coronavirus Small and Medium Enterprise Guarantee Scheme, we're providing guarantees of 50% to lenders for new unsecured loans, and guarantees of 80% are available for firms previously on JobKeeper through the Recovery Loan Scheme. We're increasing the instant asset write-off threshold from $30,000 to $150,000 for assets that are previously purchased. Business investment and economic growth is benefiting from advanced appreciation. Temporary full expensive incentives, cash flow support through temporary loss cashbacks, increased mental health funding support for small business owners. And I think it's one thing we can all generally agree on is so important in terms of the mental health support for those who are finding it difficult. Targeted assistance for severely impacted regions, extending digital solutions, including the Australian Small Business Advisory Service to include general business advice on going digital, backing in the Go First local campaign to encourage businesses. And on top of that, for the small to medium enterprise, from 1 July this year, their tax rate went from 30% to 25%. It's progressively down, of course, from 30% over a number of years, but is now down to 25%, which is extraordinary for small business. We're improving payment times by ensuring that bills are paid on time, and from 1 July is paying invoices up to $1 million within 20 days. That's the government's commitment to what we're doing with small businesses, requiring large businesses and certain government enterprises with a total income of over $100 million to report on how and when they pay small businesses. We will change the law so that the ATO cannot commence recovery against small business whilst there's a dispute in place. This is the government that has put in place the small business court within the AAT, where there are no lawyers. If you're going up against the ATO, there are no lawyers, there are judgments within 28 days and a set fee under $1,000, so someone can go in and get quick justice. This is what this government is doing to stand up and support small and medium enterprise businesses. We're not sitting on our hands looking at the current account numbers coming through and going, those numbers aren't bad, the economy and the fundamentals are strong. We are continuing to do more and more to assist. We're reducing regulatory compliance costs. We're moving through our automotive franchising reforms and the franchising reforms which have moved through in the last few weeks. And of course, we're continuing to provide funds for financial counselling and assistance. We will continue to secure our recovery. We will continue to lean strongly in to support the economic fundamentals of our nation. Those opposite would have you believe that 115,000 more jobs now, Australians employed than pre-COVID, the only industrialised nation on earth, that's a fluke. Those would have us believe opposite, that the strength of our economy as shown through the national accounts, that somehow that's a fluke. I've got news for the opposition. It's careful economic management that's delivered those results for Australians.
I call the honourable member for Eden Monaro.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And let's be real, this government has no plan. not to help in a disaster of whatever nature it is. It doesn't understand that its lack of planning has major flow-on effects to real people. Its lack of foresight and governing by focus groups has plunged it into a series of reactive decisions. This government will always be remembered as the I don't hold a hose government, which is a metaphor for so much. So much of my electorate was devastated by the Black Summer bushfires. The whole country saw the effects of these catastrophic fires, and most understand there is significant trauma associated with these events. People lost their lives, others lost homes, properties, businesses, livestock and their livelihoods. But the bushfires didn't just impact those who were on the front line. They had flow-on effects to the whole community, and these effects are still being felt today. Imagine if you earned 70 to 80% of your income in a short period of time over summer. And because of this disaster, your entire area is deemed a tourist evacuation zone, seeing literally 80,000 tourists leave your area in a short window of time to keep them safe. Rather than proactively working with communities and businesses to support the economies of towns that were devastated by fires, this government sat idle and waited until community pressure forced them to act. The Morrison government did not understand that the flow-on effects of these fires meant businesses lost a whole summer of income they rely upon to get through quieter winter months. This lack of planning has continued under the Morrison government, and it has caused immense damage to Australia's economy, the economies of towns across my electorate, and to individuals and small businesses. This year, the Prime Minister had two of the most important jobs: a speedy vaccine rollout and effective quarantine. They were the most important things he needed to get right to keep Australia's economy ticking over and to keep communities safe. But the Prime Minister's lack of proactive planning has flow-on effects. I mean, who on earth wouldn't order enough vaccines for the country? He chose not to ensure we had a variety of vaccines available. He squandered the position that the Australian community and our premiers and chief ministers put us in by not being actively involved in a vaccine rollout. He said it wasn't a race, but it was. The Prime Minister ignored the calls for purpose-built quarantine facilities. The Morrison government made these choices, and the result has been an economic disaster. His choices and his failure on vaccines and quarantines have plunged half the nation into lockdown, and these lockdowns are devastating businesses, workers and communities in my electorate. Small businesses in my electorate are calling out for support, but the Morrison government is failing to deliver. When Sydney first went into lockdown in June this year, the Morrison government didn't offer to support businesses across the country that were impacted by this lockdown. Support was available for people who lost their jobs in Sydney. Support was there for Sydney businesses. But this lockdown crippled our snow industry. Businesses in the snowy mountains make 80% of their annual income during the winter months. Sydney siders account for around 70% of all visitors to the ski fields. Support needed to be rolled out immediately, but it wasn't, and it wasn't rolled out to our communities. And the result has been workers losing their jobs. With no one on the slopes, you can't keep employing ski instructors. With accommodation empty, cleaners will let go. Right now, small businesses in my electorate are in crisis and workers are suffering. Businesses on the coast are usually preparing for the September school holidays and for the summer influx. Businesses in Braidwood, Bungendore and Cooma are usually getting ready for the huge amounts of traffic transiting through their towns during the warmer months. It's usually a push to hire more staff and get them trained up, but businesses can't do that because they can barely keep their heads above water and let alone plan for the future. I mean, how can you plan for a peak tourism season when Eden Monaro has lost most of the last 7 school holiday periods? How can businesses continue when they are constantly cut off from their main sources of income? Last summer, thousands of people left the region due to the Victorian border closure because of the Northern Beaches outbreak in Sydney. In a space of one day, businesses lost weeks' worth of income that they were relying upon. Right now, these businesses need reassurance that support will continue when these lockdowns end. They need to know that if borders are closed and lockdowns continue, that this government will have their back. Businesses and workers in my electorate need a government that has a real plan to repair the economy. They need a government that considers the flow-on effects of their decisions, a government that proactively plans for our communities. They need a government that will deliver for workers and small businesses. They need a Labor government.
I call the Honourable the Minister for the Environment.
Thank you very
very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on today's MPI. Labor speakers are high on invective, high on insults and indignation, high on their respective high horses. What I would love them to do is get down on the ground and take a walk through the streets of my town and see the effect of the current global pandemic on the businesses and the workers that I represent. With great respect, Member for Eden Monaro, the bushfires were 18 months ago, and as Environment Minister I'm closely involved in our continuing response, and I know how hurtful they were, and I know how important they are. With great respect, members opposite, the experiences that you are bringing to the chamber today are the experiences and the problems that you have seen from the past, because you never articulate a strategy for the future. You never bring solutions to this chamber. You only bring nastiness, negativity and lack of hope. So for any small businesses or workers who are listening to this today, please don't believe what you hear from the Labor Party, because it's really easy to talk about how bad things are. I know how bad they are. But maybe it's just a little bit too difficult for Labor to get on board with a national plan that looks to the future, because the one thing that people do not want to listen to us arguing about in the chamber today is the circumstances of the difficulties of people's lives and making it political. This should not be the subject of an MPI. This should not be the subject of a nasty debate across the chamber. In the middle of a global pandemic, a conversation about the economy is quite relevant. I actually don't think it's a bad debate to be having. And with that in mind, we can talk about the good indicators that the Treasurer has brought to the parliament today, that new business investment has risen by 2.3%, that since the October budget, investment in new machinery has in fact grown by over 22% because of the instant asset write-off. That gives businesses confidence about the future. Labor is giving businesses no confidence about the future at all. Labor is just saying to business, look at what happened last month, 6 months ago, 12 months ago, and base everything that you see on those times with respect to what's going to happen in the future. Don't listen to us. Now, come on, listen to what the Prime Minister and members on this side of the House have been saying, because what we have said is that we cannot hold the economy back. Look, the indicators today are really good when you consider the global pandemic. The indicators today should give people confidence that we can bounce back, and we know that the economy can bounce back. So hold that thought if you are a small business or a worker that is worried. Hold that thought and recognise that when lockdowns lift, when vaccination rates lift to 70 and 80%, when border closures are lifted, the economy and the businesses that you work for and the businesses that you own can bounce back, because the Morrison government is making the decisions that will help you. Not wringing our hands, not looking at the past like Labor, not raking over old coals, but working out what you need, what your business needs, what your family needs, and what will make a difference in your community. And we absolutely want to do that for you, and we are doing that for you. No one knows that better than me, Deputy Speaker. I represent border communities. I've seen 4 savage lockdowns, tourism operators who have amazing sites to show visitors but no visitors to come to them, family businesses that have mortgaged their houses, take loans from their parents often, are sitting in motels where nobody rings up, or when they do it seems it's only to cancel, desperate for a future income stream and confidence that means they can go on. And I think it's absolutely appalling that Labor would seek to take that hope away, because that's what they're doing today. That's what this MPI is all about. The only thing that sustains these businesses is faith in the reopening. Do not take that away. That faith that the economy will reopen, as per the Prime Minister and the government's national plan, that we will learn to live with the virus, that we will increase the vaccination rates, that we will lift lockdowns and borders, and we will allow you. As members say, it's not about support funding. It's about opening up and allowing us to go back to work.
I call the honourable member for Cowan.
I am just astounded that this minister has just stood up and told the member for Eden Monaro and all the residents of Eden Monaro to basically get over it, and the fires were 18 months ago. I think it is incredibly insensitive of the minister to stand up and say that in response to the member for Eden Monaro raising very rightly and very sensitively the concerns of her constituents. Deputy Speaker, on the matter before us today, when I was a researcher and a professor, I used to tell my students three things about research. I used to say to them, always look at the source of the research and the claims that are being made, always look at the methods that were used to collect the information, and always look at the interpretation of those results. Now, there's an old saying that, quite honestly, I just made up, which is that you can take the girl out of research, but you can't take research out of the girl. One wouldn't, for example, take on face value any health advice offered by the member for Dawson. Now, in question time today, Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister continued to spin the claim that the policies of the Morrison government put 1 million people back into work. He's also made the claim that the so-called coronavirus recession is 30 times more dire, so to speak, than the GFC. Well, in response to that claim, Professor John Quiggin of the University of Queensland School of Economics said that 30 times is, he called it nonsensical and an illogical calculation. Professor Jacob Madsen from the University of Western Australia said the Prime Minister's comparison was amateurish and ludicrous and demonstrated the inherent danger in measuring changes from rates of figures close to zero. Again, look at the source, look at the methodology, and look at the interpretation of results. It's a fairly lofty claim for the Prime Minister to make, to say that his government has put 1 million people back into work. It's actually, marketing spin, if we're honest. If you can trust a Prime Minister Scott Morrison, to deliver anything more than just big announcement and smoke and mirrors, then you really need to be looking at the source of the information and the source of the claims made. The fact is, Deputy Speaker, that the employment that has been available since the start of COVID has not been spread evenly. And in fact, most of that employment, most new jobs have been created in 2 states, Western Australia and Queensland. Well, hello. Those 2 states, particularly in Western Australia, and I feel very blessed to come to you from Western Australia, have been kept safe because of the actions of their premiers in shutting down, sharp shutdowns that have not only protected the health of West Australians and Queenslanders, but protected the health of the Queensland and Western Australian economy. Now, the Prime Minister said ultimately everything is a state matter, but it appears to me, Deputy Speaker, that he only wants to make it the responsibility of the states when something goes wrong. But when something goes right, when employment and jobs are created, it's due to the federal government. It's due to his policies. No credit to the states when things go right. But the absolute fact is that in COVID-ravaged states that are COVID-ravaged because of the abject failure of this Prime Minister on quarantine and vaccine, the employment rate has declined. Whereas in states where the premiers have taken resolute actions against COVID, often in defiance of the Prime Minister's attempts to open borders, in siding with Clive Palmer in Western Australia, for example, often in defiance of the Prime Minister, those states have done well. But employment is not only measured by but the health of the economy is not only measured by employment. And as members on the Labor side noted, there are many more measurements about our economic growth that disprove the claim that this government makes. Remember the source, remember the methodology.
Order.
Remember
The honourable member's
analysis.
time has expired. I call the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. Well, of course, this is one of those great oops moments where this morning at the opposition's strategy meeting, which is probably a term I use sarcastically, they've discussed the fact that the national accounts will be released today, and in their great hope and delight that the figures would not have been positive for our economy, some genius has decided to move a matter of public importance related to economic management. Evidently, the national accounts have been released later in the morning, and thankfully for both the government and the people of Australia, Labor's wish and dream did not come true and our economy grew in the quarter by 0.7. And so now they're stuck with a motion that maybe someone else was intending to speak to from the opposition if that result had been slightly different. And instead the poor member for Whitlam is sent in with that very cobbled-together, half-hearted effort to make a case which is completely not borne out by any economic data, most particularly the data released today being the national accounts, which saw our gross domestic product increase by 0.7% or 9.6% over the last 12 months, and a 1.6% growth in our economy since the beginning of this pandemic. So I apologise to the Labor Party, but not to the people of Australia, that we are a government that is growing our economy and creating jobs for the people of Australia. The motion talks about working Australians, and thank God we've got so many more working Australians than we would have had if some of the more dire predictions at the start of this pandemic were to have come true. Obviously, early on, we're all aware that Treasury, the Reserve Bank, eminent economists all believed we could have been heading for double-digit unemployment in this country, and instead, of course, the most recent unemployment numbers see a 4 in front of it, which is an unbelievable achievement. There are challenges within that data, to be sure, but thank God we are where we are, as opposed to where some of the worst predictions could have been for the working people that this motion speaks to. Indeed, also the small businesses that this motion speaks to. I have the honour and privilege, like most members of parliament, to visit so many small businesses in my own electorate, and I can tell you that the message is resounding, that the support provided by our government over the last 18 months has made an enormous difference for them, not only in keeping the doors open, but in many cases giving them a confidence to make decisions to grow their business. The instant asset write-off is a great example of that, where so many businesses that I go and visit have made decisions to invest in plant and equipment to put money into their business that they might not otherwise have done if they didn't get the encouragement from the ability to immediately write off the value of that asset in the next tax return. Other decisions for small business support that we've made throughout this has given businesses the confidence to know that their government in tough times is there to support them. And none better example than JobKeeper. And if we want to talk about working people, working Australians and supporting them, I think the JobKeeper program will go down as one of the great public policy legacies in the history of this nation's economy. It was that decision, coupled with the other measures of support, that I believe led to the unbelievable outcome when it comes to employment statistics compared to the very grim predictions in the early days of the pandemic. Now, there's more work to be done, and we've got a lot more to do. And with an election due by next May, of course, we'll be looking forward to talking to the people of Australia about our plans for the future. But what we've had in the contributions so far from those opposite is a glimpse into what their vision for the future of the Australian economy, which is nothing at all. So we're campaigning against a question mark at the next election, evidently, and I look forward to that because I've heard so many contributions, not just in this debate, but in so many discussions on things like the pandemic over the preceding months, where the Labor Party, as previous speakers from the government have pointed out, are only hoping for terrible economic news that does not eventuate and continuously praying for that into the future. Well, shame on you. Your dreams have not come true. The economy is growing. We have not shed jobs in the hundreds of thousands like the early predictions showed. And in fact, We've got very bright outlook for this economy. The only danger to this economy would be a change of government. The only thing that would see the bright future turn in the reverse would be if those opposite were elected at an election next year. Thankfully, all indications are that there is no chance of that occurring.
Order. Order. I call the honourable member for Oxley. I call the honourable member for Bruce.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I can see why Christopher Pyne sent him here. We do miss Christopher Pyne every time he gets up. What the Prime Minister has done to my home state of Victoria and our biggest state of New South Wales can never be forgiven or forgotten, as the Prime Minister's desperately hoping. The lockdowns are on him, the fake who sits over there in the Prime Minister's chair. He let this disease into our country before our population were vaccinated, because he failed to build quarantine. That's the hard truth of it, Deputy Speaker. But his failure to manage COVID-19, it's not just a health crisis or now a mental health crisis engulfing the eastern seaboard. It's an economic disaster. Australia's economy is bleeding hundreds of millions of dollars every day, billions of dollars every week, and now tens of billions of dollars of extra debt added to the debt for the next generation to repay, paying economic support that we should not have to pay if this bloke had done his 2 jobs. The economy is now hostage, frankly. Families are being kept apart across the country. People are out of work. Small businesses are failing from a lack of support because the Prime Minister failed to do his 2 jobs: build quarantine, get enough vaccines. Today we learnt the government's trumpeting. We had economic growth at 0.7%, and they think that's a good result. Have a look at the United Kingdom, which is properly vaccinated. They have growth of 4%. We've got fewer jobs, lower pay, higher debt, and the risk of another recession now. And the government's failures have diminished the hard-won gains and the sacrifice made by millions of Australians, including in my home state of Victoria. Last year, Australians did their bit, but their government has let them down and failed them. Now we've got the gaslighting champion of the world. The Prime Minister's going for that title. He's telling us he's for freedom. I mean, move over, Freedom Boy over there. We've now got Freedom Daddy coming at you. He's hoping that Australians will forget that he's the reason that they're in lockdown. He's the reason we're facing another risk of a recession. As has been said, it's like getting the arsonist who lit the fire to come and try and put out the fire. But even before the pandemic, Australia's economy was weak, and the government's also hoping that Australians just forget this. In the 8 years since this government's been in office, real wages are lower than when they were elected. Australian workers are taking home less pay in real terms than 8 years ago when this mob were elected. Real wages fell by 0.7% between 2013 and 2019, before the pandemic even hit. The Prime Minister can't blame COVID for this. This is the result of his failed economic management. Economic productivity has declined after 8 years of the Liberals. Household debt's up, housing affordability is stuffed. We've got the 3rd highest household debt in the world. A housing bubble, it seems, emerging. Inequality is worse. We've got $1 trillion of Liberal debt now with nothing much to show for it. They've spent $100 billion of new money in this budget, $100 billion last year of new money in the last budget, and yet their projections are real wages will continue to go backwards. Deputy Speaker, they are not managing the economy in the interests of small business or ordinary workers. But we could ask, who is actually benefiting? Well, the answer is pretty clear, Deputy Speaker. It's big, profitable companies. From the biggest rip-off in the history of Australian public administration, $13 billion of JobKeeper wasted, paid to firms whose revenues were rising. The wage subsidy is good. It was Labor's idea. It was to save jobs, not to pay executive bonuses or increase profits for big companies. As Peter Strong, the former CEO of the Council of Small Business, said, it's pretty close to theft. The government has turned the Australian Treasury into a giant ATM, where big business, they back up the truck, probably in the dead of night with the Treasurer there, shoveling the cash in the back of the truck, and off they drive. It's like a money laundering scam, because this is not money the government had in the bank. This is money that they're borrowing, billions every week, borrowing for the next generation to repay, while they're paying it to businesses now to increase their profits and pay executive bonuses. I mean, big business couldn't believe it, could they? They'd think they'd won the lottery. They'd think, who would be so stupid so incompetent as to pay us to increase our profits and not create jobs? The Morrison government. That's the answer, Deputy Speaker. As I said, it is the biggest single rip-off in the history of Australia. No wonder the government is desperate to keep the list of companies who got JobKeeper a secret. Citizens in every other country know who got the wage subsidies, but not Australia. I wonder how many of them donated to the Liberal Party, Deputy Speaker. That's a topic yet to be explored.
I call the honourable member for Cowper.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'd start by commending the member for Sturt for his outstanding contribution earlier in the day. Can I acknowledge that there are so many businesses across Australia and throughout my electorate who are suffering emotional and financial distress through the current lockdowns. I thank you for doing what you've done over the past couple of years. We have a roadmap out of these lockdowns, and we will get there as soon as we possibly can. One thing I do know, Deputy Speaker, is the people in our communities are sick to death of motions like these. We are treating them like fools. We are taking them for mugs. They know what's happening on the ground. They're on the ground. They're in those businesses. They're working hard. They're doing it tough day after day after day, and this type of nonsense does nothing to raise their confidence. It does nothing to give them that hope that we as politicians should be doing every day out there, urging and helping. And we know, and they know, that as a result of this government's swift economic actions at the start of the global pandemic, in this quarter alone, as we know, GDP grew 0.7%. It's a positive. We shouldn't be trying to turn that into a negative. And to be 9.6% higher through the year, the strongest through the year rate on record, it's a positive. We shouldn't be trying to turn that into a negative. We need to put that information out there to the public, to the business people, and say, good on you. This is as a result of your efforts. And we as a government are helping them. In my own electorate of Cowper, population of 165,000, I'd like to use Cowper and represent it as the perfect microcosm of what's happening across the country when it comes to this government's support of the economy. This motion talks about managing the economy. Well, this government has done that. We've done it through the tax relief. 56,600 taxpayers and their families in my electorate who will benefit from tax relief of up to $2,745. This is a result of the Coalition's decision to extend the low and middle income offset 21-22 and bring forward stage 2 of the government's tax plan. This is managing the economy. These people are grateful, and I know that because they tell me. We've also extended the Job Trainer Fund that supports over 500,000 new places across the country to upskill job seekers and young people, 2,195 apprentices in Cowper. And through this measure, there'll be more opportunities for apprentices and trainees with the expanded wage subsidies. It's good for the economy. It's good for morale. There's more jobs. And when we come out of these lockdowns, people can go back to work because they're not glued to the television watching Question Time or MPIs. They're worried about whether the lockdowns are going to be lifted in New South Wales on the 11th in the regions. But, Deputy Speaker, this government supported our employees, employers over the past 18 months. The JobKeeper payment in Cowper supported 5,800 businesses and 19,900 employees in Cowper to help them through the pandemic, keep them connected to their employer and give them that hope for the recovery. And that's exactly what we did. We recovered well. Nobody had a crystal ball. Nobody saw Delta. We had a plan. And because this is a 1 in 100 year pandemic and there's no handbook for it, this government has pivoted and changed to move with the circumstances. We saw through the budget investment in roads, rail projects, safety and community infrastructure programs. The Coffs Harbour bypass is just one project out of the $3.8 billion in New South Wales. The $1.8 billion for the bypass alone. It's going to create around 12,000 direct and indirect jobs and already engaging with the community in providing jobs. Deputy Speaker, we've got to stop these cheap shots. We need to be honest with the public. We need to be honest with ourselves and do the right thing by the public and provide them with that hope and that confidence that they need.
I call the honourable member for Macquarie.
Well, those opposite must be breathing a sigh of relief that they can blame everything on COVID, that they have no power over anything, that they can't predict it. Hello, we know that there are going to be different versions of COVID that hit us, not just this year, but in years to come. There is ample capacity to plan, but not for this mob. What they're going to do is blame everything on COVID. They're going to say, we don't have enough jobs, oh, that's because of COVID. We don't have enough workers, oh, that's because of COVID. Every problem that they come across. The problems we see now and the problems we see in the future are going to be put down to COVID, but they cannot hide their economic mismanagement behind a veil of COVID. Let's be really clear. There's $1 trillion of debt. $1 trillion, a figure this country has never before seen. Forget the GFC and the ridiculous allegations that were made during the GFC for a commensurate spend to tackle something. It was the right spend for the right time. This mob have spent $1 trillion, but it wasn't all on COVID. They can't hide behind COVID here because 2/3 of that $1 trillion was spent before a single COVID case landed on our shores. It is something that they will hide, they'll pretend it didn't happen, they'll try and rewrite history, but the facts are there for all to see. I want to talk about workers. This motion is about how the economic mismanagement happens and how it affects people. And those people are workers and small businesses. But let's talk about workers. I want to talk about real wages, which we know have fallen. Again, this is just not a point of view that we have. This is fact. There is evidence. It's the government's own evidence that shows us that real wages have fallen and that they're lower than they were when the Liberals came to office 8 years ago. So that's one side of it. Of course, the other side of it is how this government has tried to support workers in this second wave of COVID, in the Delta wave of COVID, but they haven't bothered to support every worker. They've been very free to say only some workers matter, just as they did with JobKeeper when arts workers didn't matter, when university workers didn't matter, when local government workers didn't matter. Well, let me give you an example of one of the groups that does not matter to this government, and that's 16-year-old apprentices. 16-year-old apprentices are excluded from the government's COVID disaster payment. They're excluded because of their age. Once they turn 17, they're eligible, but for some reason the effort that a 16-year-old makes as an apprentice isn't worth as much as an effort that a 17 or 18-year-old makes. And I've had many apprentices, young apprentices, kids who've got off their backsides, gone out, found an apprenticeship and said, this is for me. They get up early, they work their long days, they study, they help their families financially and they save for their own future. Travis from Hawkesbury, he lives in South Windsor, he's a diesel mechanic, he's one of those affected. As is Madison. Madison is a 16-year-old full-time apprentice, and this is what she wrote to the Treasurer. She explained that she's no longer in school and has been stood down without pay from work from her apprenticeship. I'm unable to claim COVID disaster payment because of my age. I'm bringing this to your attention as it may not have occurred to you how the age restriction on the COVID payment is affecting apprentices like me around Australia. She said, we've all been working full-time and we're told we have to go on youth allowance. We're losing more than half of our income, however, we still have financial commitments. I would love to hear back from you concerning this issue. That's nearly a month ago, and the Treasurer hasn't even bothered to get back to Madison. Now, Madison is an electrician apprentice. She wants to work in that trade, and she deserves to be supported throughout this time. It's an absolute disgrace that no one from government has bothered to get back to her. What message does that send to young people? Now, if small business was as poor at planning as this government is, or spent so wildly, they'd be out of business. For small business to buy something and pay 10 times more, that's what this government's done. $30 million for land valued at $3 million. This government wouldn't have a hope running a small business, and it's not doing anything to help workers survive.
I call the honourable member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm flabbergasted. This is the gotcha moment you have when you don't have a gotcha moment. You see, they were at their planning strategy meeting this morning and they thought, you know what we're going to do? We're going to make the economy the subject of the day because those negative June figures, that negative quarter figure, that'll be out and that'll look really bad. So we'll really double down. But while we're on this side cheering on the economy and backing the resilience of Australian people, those opposite, quite frankly, are hoping in their heart of hearts that the Australian people and the Australian economy falters. They're like a gymnast who's in second position waiting for someone else to come along and hoping that they drop the baton, the hoop, the ball, smiling all the time so as to pretend to be backing their compatriot, but really deep down they're hoping, drop the ball, drop the ball. I want to double down on something I did last week, Mr Deputy Speaker, and that was to call out those opposite, and in particular the Leader of Government, of opposition business, but in fact anyone, to come to the dispatch box, if they're so keen on running down the Australian people, the Australian economy, our approach to this 1 in 100-year global pandemic, come to the dispatch box and tell me what other country in the world you would rather be in today. I saw the Leader of opposition business move forward when I made the challenge. When he realised what the challenge was, he slunk back on the front bench because he knew, even with his immeasurable, and it is significant, oratory skill, he couldn't deal with that question. He couldn't deal with that question. But the good news, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the Australian people have an opportunity, in my view, to compare and contrast. We had the global financial crisis where those opposite were in charge of the Treasury benches. Now remember, this was the crisis that never actually arrived on Australian shores. And the Australian people have an opportunity to compare the way we've dealt with a 1 in 100-year global pandemic, the greatest challenge to global economies since effectively the end of World War II. And so, in making that comparison, they will of course look at the things we have done to support the economy in the face of that pandemic: JobKeeper, instant asset write-offs, instant expensing, cash flow boost, all the measures that we've gone about supporting businesses. And on the other hand, the Australian people will consider schemes like, Mr Deputy Speaker, and you had a front row seat to this, so I'm sorry to trigger you, but do you remember the minerals resource rent tax? That was a doozy. That was a tax that was going to assist with the economic fallout from the global financial crisis, but the problem with it is, first time in, I think, political history, it was a tax that just was incapable of raising any revenue. So they'll be comparing our measures around JobKeeper with minerals resource rent tax. But let's not stop there. What about cash for clunkers? That was my personal favourite, cash for clunkers. Now, when I first heard it, I thought it was the then government talking about a remuneration scheme for their MPs, cash for clunkers. But in fact it wasn't. It wasn't even the worst of the programs. In my view, in penultimate position in terms of worst programs that those opposite when in government dealing with the GFC implemented was overpriced school halls. I still visit schools today, Mr Deputy Speaker, that have three-quarter basketball courts. Now, I, like others, enjoyed so much watching Paddy Mills and the Boomers do so well at the Olympics, but I noticed they played on a full-size basketball court, not a three-quarter-size basketball court, but schools in my electorate have three-quarter-size basketball courts. But the most tragic, of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, of their programs was, of course, pink bats. Now, this program we shouldn't laugh about because, of course, its implementation led to the death of Australians. So, quite frankly, you can come in here, those opposite can come in here and put up these fake fights about running down the Australian economy. The reality is no one's prepared to stand at the dispatch box and tell me, or indeed anyone else, what country they'd rather be in, because quite frankly, they know that this is both one of the safest jurisdictions in the world and one of the best led with the strongest economy. And at that time, the Australian people, within 9 months, will have an opportunity to compare and contrast the disastrous programs of those opposite during the GFC versus our management of this pandemic.
Order. This discussion has concluded. I call the honourable member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, I present the committee's report entitled One Nation, One Family, One Future, Deepening Relations with the Pacific Nations Through Trade. And I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Leave granted. The member for Griffith. Leave is granted. The honourable member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, I present the report entitled One Region, One Family, One Future, Deepening Relations with the Pacific Nations Through Trade. Before I go into the nuts and bolts of this report, Deputy Speaker, can I just reflect very quickly on the title? One Region, One Family, One Future, because it encapsulates not a summary of the report's recommendations per se, but the outlook of the committee when deliberating and formulating this final report. You see, together with Pacific Island nations, we of course do share one region. We are their backyards as much as they are ours. But we're more than neighbours that just happen to live close to each other. Indeed, we have an affinity between our people that goes far deeper, something that is more akin to a family. And as a family in one region, indeed, we have a shared destiny, thus one future. Deputy Speaker, after 56 submissions and 8 public hearings, including round tables with diplomatic representatives of Samoa, Solomon Islands, Tonga, New Caledonia, New Zealand, Vanuatu, Papua New Guinea and Kiribati, and also with many business people in the Pacific region who are trading and investing, the inquiry looked at both the challenges and the opportunities. And we have together, therefore, as a committee, put forward this report for government consideration. In doing so, we make 5 recommendations to government. Firstly, we recommend the government prioritises its support for the Pacific region to recover from COVID-19 by increasing development assistance, providing vaccine coverage and assistance in the event of a COVID-19 breakout, outbreaks and so forth, and assessing opportunities to restore international trade and travel when, of course, it is safe to do so. Secondly, we recommend the government prioritises activation of greater trade and investment with countries of the region by considering measures and reforms to the Pacific Agreement on Closer Economic Relations, known, Deputy Speaker, as PACER+, providing support to make it easier for Pacific Islanders to access the Australian market, supporting further research into trade and investment, supporting the establishment of national standard bodies, supporting the Pacific Quality Infrastructure Initiative, promoting pilot investor tours to Pacific Island countries and assisting countries wishing to join Australia's CAVA commercial importation pilot. Thirdly, we recommend the government improves travel and mobility between Australia and countries of the Pacific region by establishing a Pacific travel bubble subject to health advice and related processes, investigates potential for improving infrastructure, introduces a Pacific travel card, that is a Pacific business travel card, and improves labour mobility arrangements. Fourthly, we recommend the government works towards deepening people-to-people ties between Australia and countries of the Pacific region through sport, churches and media. In particular, Deputy Speaker, a centrepiece of this recommendation, indeed of the report, is a proposal to introduce a new program called Team AusPac, which would be spearheaded by the Australian government and, in partnership with relevant sporting organisations, would create a special program for Pacific Island athletes as part of the Australian Institute of Sport, expand the number of sports to receive special focus under the Pacific Oz Sports Program, build greater capacity for sporting coaches and trainers, and lend support for consideration of a team from a Pacific Island country to enter the Australian Rugby League, the NRL, competition. Team AusPac would also maximise opportunities for Pacific Island countries to be closely associated with and actively participate in the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games in Australia, of course, in South East Queensland, which we have branded as Brisbane 2032. Fifthly, we recommend the government recognises the important role played by Australian states and territories in our relationship with Pacific Island countries, in particular the state of Queensland, which acts as a gateway to the Pacific. It follows, therefore, that the committee recommends the government analyses the outcomes in this report within a Queensland context and also undertakes a feasibility study on expanding the services of a Pacific-focused office of DFAT, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in Queensland, and engages the Queensland Government and its relevant local government authorities to work collaboratively on aspects of this report. Deputy Speaker, I thank all witnesses and those who kindly shared their insight and advice to the committee, in particular the diplomatic and government representatives of Pacific Island countries. I also thank my Deputy Chair, Senator McCarthy, Chair of the Joint Standing Committee, Senator Fawcett, my fellow committee members, and I also say thank you to the dedication and professionalism of the Secretariat, in particular Andrew Dawson. This report does not pretend to be an all-encompassing report or a roadmap about deepening ties with Pacific Island countries across all areas, Deputy Speaker. Rather, it builds on the great work that the Australian government has been doing in this field and focuses in particular on areas of trade and investment. And while we make these recommendations for how we might deepen relations with Pacific Island nations and their people, we do so believing that we are indeed one region, one family with one future, and with that I'm happy to commend the report to the House.
In the absence of any other member seeking leave, I will call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day, number 2, Defence Legislation Amendment, Discipline Reform Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the honourable member for Barker in continuation.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And Mr Deputy Speaker, before question time, I was taking the opportunity when leaning into this bill to acknowledge the 70th anniversary of ANZUS. It's often said that blood is thicker than water, and that is true. But what I've also found is that bonds formed in trenches, in combat, in circumstances of particular difficulty are the strongest bonds of all. And of course the Australian people and our Defence Force personnel have stood shoulder to shoulder with US Defence Force personnel in every conflict and skirmish, every theatre of war over more than 100 years. And of course, that camaraderie and that mateship was confirmed 70 years ago with the establishment of the ANZUS Treaty. I'd like to also just quickly reflect on the events most recently at Hamid Karzai International Airport. Of course, the anniversary today brings into the cold light of day that relationship, but also causes all of us to reflect on the efforts at that airport, where reportedly 13 US Defence Force personnel lost their lives in the last hours of the evacuation as a result of the evil actions of ISIS-K, who snuffed out the lives of both the brave and the innocent as a result of that disgraceful act of terrorism. To the bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, I of course support the bill, the Defence Legislation Amendment Discipline Reform Bill of 2021. The bill, in essence, does three things. The reform measures set out in the bill will result in military discipline system being easier to understand. It will reduce unnecessary delay and allow commanders to more simply and quickly address poor behaviour and create an opportunity for early intervention to better support our incredibly professional and brave ADF personnel. Now, like you, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've got a background in the law. I spent my professional life before entering this place defending individuals facing criminal charges. And I know a few things about criminal law systems, the first of which is that they need to be easy to understand. They operate in both the general deterrent and specific deterrent spaces. If these systems aren't well understood, then it derogates against the ability for that system to operate in a specific deterrence capacity, but equally, and I'd argue more importantly, in the general deterrent space. Because, of course, people need to understand very easily what the systems are that will see them brought to trial. It's trite to say, but obviously justice delayed is justice denied. And so we owe at least that much to our Defence Force personnel, that if they are subject to disciplinary action, that action is taken as expeditiously as possible, and we do everything we can to mitigate against delays, because ultimately a delay in these proceedings creates unfairness and, in many cases, avoids there being a fair outcome. And finally, we need empowered commanders and leaders to be able to deal with matters quickly to address poor behaviour. You see, because of course there are issues that pertain to morale which sit around questions of how one deals with poor behaviour, particularly within an organisation such as Defence. These are unique beasts, if you like, and not the personnel, but rather the organisation of Defence. It's a unique beast, Mr Deputy Speaker, and commanders need to show authority, need to be able to move simply and quickly, and they need to be able to, if you like, nip certain behaviours in the bud quickly. And equally, those that are subject to allegations of these very invariably minor nature, because of course serious matters are referred to requisite police forces for more serious consideration, but they need to be able to be dealt with as quickly as possible, both to nip, as I said, that behaviour in the bud, but equally importantly, so the anxiety and stress around minor skirmishes can be dealt with as quickly as possible. Mr Deputy Speaker, on reviewing the detail, as I did after this matter was discussed within our party room, I was quite surprised to form the view that many of these issues, I'm surprised, haven't been dealt with at this point before. I'm pleased they're being dealt with now. I hope that they'll provide our Defence Force personnel with a greater degree of certainty around the disciplinary system to be used, limit delays and empower our commanders to deal with minor matters as quickly and as expeditiously as possible. I thank the House.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank all members who contributed to the debate on this bill. And I'd particularly like to thank and acknowledge those members who've served our nation in uniform and brought their considerable experience and understanding to the debate on this bill. And I also acknowledge the member for Blair and those opposite for their support of this bill in this House. Deputy Speaker, this bill will reform the system of military discipline for those who serve in our Defence Force by improving the way discipline officers and summary authorities operate under the Defence Force Discipline Act 1982. It builds on the success of the discipline officer system and will enable minor breaches of discipline to be managed as a disciplinary infringement. In doing so, it will remove the stress of lengthy criminal-like investigations and court-like procedures that apply to matters dealt with by summary and superior military tribunals. It also introduces a new cyber bullying service offence. This will send a very strong message to those in uniform that the use of social media to cyberbully another person is unacceptable and will not be tolerated in the Australian Defence Force. Discipline lies at the heart of military service. These reforms will better support Australian Defence Force commanders and give them the tools they need to defend Australia and its interests. Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to defence and for related purposes.
Order is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately. I call the honourable member for Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Leave is granted.
I thank the honourable member for Griffith and I call the honourable minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
Question is that this bill be now read a third time. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to defence and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, National Health Amendment, decisions under the Continence AIDS Payment Scheme Bill 2021, second reading.
Order. I call the honourable minister.
I present the explanatory memorandum to this bill and I move that this bill be now read a second time.
I call the honourable minister.
The National Health Amendment, decisions under the Continence AIDS Payment Scheme, Bill 2021, the bill, makes minor amendments to the National Health Act 1953, the Act, to expressly provide for the Continence AIDS Payment Scheme Instrument 2020, the CAPS instrument, to confer review functions on the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, AAT. On 16 January 21, the CAPS instrument was commended by the Continence AIDS Payment Scheme Amendment Merits Review Instrument 2020, Merits Review Instrument 2020, to provide for internal review of decisions by the Secretary of the Department of Health, the Department, under the CAPS instrument. The Secretary delegates power and functions to the Executive in the Department with responsibility for the CAPS instrument. The Merits Review Instrument 2020 also enables CAPS participants or their nominated organisation affected by the Secretary's internal review decision to apply for an independent merits review by the AAT of the initial review decision made by the Secretary. The bill amendments to the Act will validate AAT review decisions made under the CAPS instrument. CAPS participants are unlikely to seek an independent merits review by the AAT as Services Australia, who administers the program, works with CAPS applicants to resolve issues relating to their eligibility.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time and I call the honourable member for Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the National Health Amendment, decisions under the Continence Aid Payment Scheme Bill 2021. Labor supports this bill. It makes important changes to the Continence AIDS Payment Scheme, otherwise known as CAPS. CAPS is an annual or 6-monthly payment available to people who suffer from permanent and severe incontinence. To changes made by this bill will allow people to apply for an internal review or go to the AAT for a decision made by the Department Secretary with respect to their representatives or payments made under the scheme. Because continence aids are not cheap, they are expensive, yet they are a vitally important product for those who need it. For many, the CAPS goes a great way to making people's lives vastly better, so we support this bill. For the vast majority of Australians, incontinence is not a subject they discuss on a regular basis. It often doesn't make the headlines or feature at the barbecue banter or the water cooler chats, and rarely does it make its way to the chamber. But if you look at the statistics, chances are at least one person around the barbecue or the water cooler might just be experiencing incontinence of some sort, and several people right here in this chamber now. You see, incontinence affects 1 in 4 adult Australians. Men do suffer with it, but mostly it affects women. Urinary incontinence affects up to 10% of Australian men and 38% of Australian women. 80% of those with urinary incontinence in the community are women. And it's not only the aged that have this issue. Over half of women living in the community with urinary incontinence are aged under 50 years. Women who have had 2 or more vaginal deliveries are at higher risk of developing urinary incontinence. In fact, injury during childbirth is the most common cause of the damage, leading to stress incontinence. Now, though women are more predisposed to this condition, men are also very commonly affected. Generally, males who have had their prostate removed or resectioned are more likely to suffer from incontinence. And another population that has a higher incidence is male and female athletes. This includes both endurance athletes and powerlifters. However, this condition can be tricky because it can result from many different stresses and causes. And of course, it's important to note that incontinence can be both urinary and/or fecal. Damage to the nerves, muscle and connective tissue of the pelvic floor can be a cause of stress incontinence, which happens when physical movement or activities simply such as coughing, sneezing, running or lifting heavy objects happens. These things put stress on your bladder. Other causes can include weakness or tightness in the pelvic floor muscles, low back problems, pain, excessive weight, nerve injuries or more serious pathology. Additionally, surgery in the abdominal area can lead to incontinence. Other risk factors commonly linked with it include pregnancy, younger women who have had children, menopause, urinary tract infections, constipation, reduced mobility, neurological and musculoskeletal conditions, and health conditions such as diabetes, stroke, heart conditions, respiratory conditions, and prostate problems, and some medications. And of course, many Australians with neurological and genetic and other disabilities require aids. So sadly, a risk factor for fecal incontinence is urinary incontinence, so one follows the other. Now, I mention all of this as uncomfortable as it may be to hear, because as you can see, incontinence is not some vague mystery illness or rare disease. It is as common as all get out, and it's all around us and amongst us. So it's important to talk about it in places like this House, outing it as an everyday experience that deserves attention. It's important to show that we are informed, that we understand and that we care. Because it is an issue, Deputy Speaker, that is too often hidden, and people are often reluctant to come forward and get treatment. 65% of women and 30% of men sitting in a GP waiting room report some type of incontinence, yet only 31 of these people will seek help. 70% of people with urinary leakage do not seek advice or treatment, and this is especially true for men. For example, urge incontinence, a strong and sudden need to urinate, occurs commonly with prostate disease. It has a low incidence in young men and increases as men age. And as a sign of potential cancer, it's extremely worrying that people don't feel they can report it or seek treatment. Research tells us that many people with incontinence don't seek help. Now, depending on the individual's personal beliefs and feelings about the condition, they might not be bothered by it or try to hide it or deny it or not want to talk about it. It can cause anxiety, frustration, anger, and even grief. There are feelings of embarrassment and shame, and often an overwhelming sense of loss and grief because of the inability to control this bodily function. So understandably, it comes with low self-esteem or confidence. People feel lonely and isolated. There can be a loss of desire for intimacy and an impact on sexual activity. And the impact on mental health is immeasurable. And as I've said, this is far from a condition limited to the elderly, as people imagine. So many young people are affected. For example, 44% of women living in the community with fecal incontinence are aged under 50 years of age. Astonishing. But with respect to older Australians, the outcomes are stark. It's a major risk factor for admission into residential aged care. In fact, fecal incontinence is one of the 3 major reasons, along with mobility, decreased mobility and dementia, for admittance to residential aged care. Another study found that 81% of women and 75% of men in permanent residential aged care had some degree of incontinence that was not self-managed. We were shocked by some evidence given to the Royal Commission on Aged Care on the prevalence and lack of management of incontinence in aged care facilities. So often the smell of urine permeates from the nursing homes where the problem is not well managed. The Commission heard that some management practices actually lead residents to becoming incontinent. Now, I know that such practices can be related to understaffing, where carers and nurses simply don't have the time to toilet residents frequently. As a nurse, I remember good nursing practice is toileting a resident every 2 hours. And what we know now about current staffing issues in aged care is that that would be impossible. So incontinence pads are used instead. And poor residents sit in wet pads and beds for long periods of time. Consequently, they lose bladder tone and they become prone to urinary tract infections, which again contribute to incontinence. It is a vicious circle. Carers and nurses in residential aged care have reported to me that incontinence pads can be rationed. They are locked away. They're not changed as often as they should be, and this is shameful and avoidable. Any review of funding for aged care should, of course, ensure enough staffing to properly attend to hygiene needs, including toileting, but also residential aged care facilities should be held to account for poor continence practices. I believe that the Continence Foundation of Australia has commissioned the National Ageing Research Institute to develop and test a best practice model for continence care in residential aged care. And that's great. I welcome that. But will there be enough staff to implement their recommendations? The Royal Commission recommended an increase in care minutes and a registered nurse on shift in every nursing home. Yet the Morrison government has only accepted part of that recommendation. It's only gone halfway. There's those extra minutes of care, Deputy Speaker, those extra staff could mean less time for residents sitting in soiled incontinence pads and soiled beds. It might even mean more staff to properly toilet their residents so incontinence pads are not soiled or needed at all. And worryingly, Deputy Speaker, recent data has shown us that we are facing a critical aged care workforce shortfall of more than 110,000 workers in the next decade. CEDA Chief Economist Jared Bull said we will need at least 17,000 more aged care workers each year in the next decade just to meet basic standards of care. The National Centre for Vocational Education and Research reveals that since the government came to office, there are over 4,000 fewer health and welfare support workers and over 3,000 fewer aged and disability carers. This is a cut to those coming through the skilled workforce of more than 7,000 workers. The workers in aged care and disability are exhausted, overstretched and under-resourced to the limit, and they lack the resources they need to take care of older Australians and people with a disability. Now, I wonder if the Minister for Aged Care understands this. I wonder if he gets that the real-life implications of an acute shortage of workers and aged care workers not having enough time to properly care for their charges. Imagine how you would feel as a carer, knowing that an elderly man has soiled his incontinence pad and you can't get to him to change it because you're tending to dozens of other residents at the same time. I asked the Minister to imagine if that elderly man was himself. He isn't exactly a young man, not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm not being ageist here at all, but he isn't all that young. and his elderly years are indeed ahead of him, as they are for all of us, me included. Now, I wonder how he would feel knowing that he may find himself in a nursing home in need of incontinence pads. I hope that is a sobering thought. For maybe incontinence and this subject isn't something he turns to, he actually turns his nose up at. Better management of incontinence and indeed maintenance of continence where possible needs prioritising. And Deputy Speaker, it does take specialist care and knowledge to care for an incontinent person. As a nurse, I saw close up the role of specialist continence nurses and the important work they do in helping people deal with a life-changing development. Their role is so intimate, so personal and vitally important. They deal with so many questions about coping at home, managing while at work, dealing with embarrassment, with intimate relationships and impact on the personal lives. Continence care nurses are specially trained nurses with advanced practice skills in continence care. They are experts in its management. They are skilled to help people from different cultural backgrounds at different stages of their life across a multitude of communities in a range of settings. A nurse continence specialist provides services that are an integral part of the healthcare team, along with other allied health professionals such as physiotherapists and pharmacists. Their roles need to be fully recognised and resourced to help people with incontinence have the best lives they can. Our experts spend a lot of time working with and helping carers of people with incontinence. Carers, I must add, can feel overwhelmed with the stress arising from life and relationships changes. There's a huge financial burden of continence care. There's increased time and there's cost spent on cleaning clothes and bedding. They may, of course, find their behaviours in their loved ones difficult to understand and accept, making it harder for them to help the person achieve the best outcomes for each of them. For carers, it's especially important to recognise their own changing emotions and feelings, especially carers for people with a disability, who may be a child, a sibling, a partner, or another relative. It can be exhausting and straining. Which brings me to mental health care needs for someone with incontinence and their carers. As I've mentioned, the impacts of incontinence on people's lives can lead to depression, poor self-image, and even suicide. People with incontinence must be able to access affordable mental health care. So while we support this bill, and it is an important bill for all of the reasons I've mentioned, it's imperative that the government understands the broader impacts of incontinence on the community and their failings, especially when it comes to aged care, disability care and mental health care. I'd just like to finish by adding, if anyone by chance is listening to this speech and they think they need assistance, you can find out where your local nurse continence specialist is by calling the National Continence Helpline. It's a free call on 1800 33 0066. Thank you.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Macquarie.
MacArthur.
MacArthur.
Close. I thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could I thank the member for Boothby and the member for Indi for allowing me to talk ahead of them today, because this is actually the speech I really wanted to give, because I wanted to give the perspective of people with disabilities and incontinence. And I've cared for many children as they grew into adult life with severe disability. And I remember the difficulties that they faced with their children as they approached adult life with faecal and urinary incontinence. And of course we're all born incontinent, and most of us, as our children grow, we toilet train them, and around 2 to 3 most kids are toilet trained. And it's a very exciting time for a parent when your little boy or girl can, and it's usually girls earlier than boys, but when they're finally toilet trained, you can go out without the need to take nappies with you, and go out knowing that you'd be doing an exploration of all the local toilets as your 2 or 3 year old wanted to use the toilet. So that's a really exciting time. For many of the kids that I looked after, that didn't happen. And so for many of these kids, and I can remember the excitement when some parents would bring their 16 or 17 or 18-year-old child in to see me, the excitement that they had when their adult child was finally toilet trained after all those years. But of course many children with severe disability progress into adult life are still requiring continence aids. And that is a really difficult problem. And my secretary, Cheryl Roberts, who's worked for me for now over 35 years, her daughter Stacey had severe disability, and even in her 20s she was not continent. And I asked Cheryl just today before I gave this speech what were the problems that she faced. Now the first thing that people face with this issue is the cost. Adult-sized nappies, and I looked today, the cheapest price for the small adult-sized nappies was $29.95 for a pack of 28, so that's only relatively small ones. Medium-sized, $49.95 for a pack of 28, and for the large size, which many of these now adults need, $61 for a pack of 30, so $2 a nappy. It's a huge cost. And in days gone by, before these were subsidised, the parents had to meet those needs themselves. And for many of the kids that I see, they didn't come from wealthy families. And on several occasions, I actually paid for nappies for their adult child. And it was the introduction initially of the PADP scheme, the program of appliances for disabled people run by state governments, that allowed some subsidies to be provided for incontinent older children over the age of 5 and incontinent adults. And that was a huge, huge positive in their lives. Subsequently, federal government funding became available, and now with the NDIS, it's been a dramatic improvement in the lives of these families and these kids. And as Cheryl explained to me, the difficulties were not only the paying for the cost of the nappies, but if you can imagine, Cheryl's daughter Stacey, towards the end of her life, weighed over 80 kilos. Cheryl herself is only 60 kilos. And she had to not only find a place where she could actually change her adult child's nappy, but be able to lift her and manipulate her. And that was a real difficulty, because even the baby change rooms don't cater for incontinent adults. And Cheryl, as she said, was often resorted to having to change her on the floor without any help to manipulate. So this is a very important bill, because it allows more access to continence aids for people who are incontinent and appeal rights for them. Of course, not only the cost, but the physical costs, the psychological and social costs of having a child with severe disability as they approach adult life who's incontinent is a real difficulty. Not many places are designed to deal with this. So, as Cheryl pointed out to me, and many families have pointed out to me, they were very restricted as to where they could go to find places to change their adult child. And Continence Australia has mentioned this in their snapshot that they did a couple of years ago about what incontinence means for disabled people. And I think this bill is very important in allowing them more rights to appeal decisions about funding for incontinence aids and funding for supports for them. But I would also add we need to make venues more understanding of how to manage continence difficulties in adults, and in particular adults with disabilities. So this bill is a very good beginning of that. We need also, as the Shadow Deputy Minister has mentioned, we need to be very aware of the importance of proper continence management in special aged care facilities and disability care situations, because we know that if continence issues are not dealt with, adults who have mobility difficulties lying in wet nappies for long periods of time not only increase the risk of urinary tract infection, and urinary tract infection can be an end-of-life event in very old, fragile people, but it can lead to the development of pressure sores, can lead to extreme discomfort, pain and a lot of suffering. So continence is a really important issue as adults approach the end of life. So we do support this bill, and I do think there's much more that could be done to support those with continence difficulties. In particular, I want to really make the point that continence is a specialised issue, both for people with disabilities and for older Australians. And I fully support the development of continence clinics, which are able to deal with this very special condition in a specialised way, and in a way that shows understanding of the difficulties it causes. We know in adults that continence can relate to a whole range of neurological difficulties, mobility difficulties, dementia, post-operative for men following post-operative prostate surgery, for women post-childbirth and post-gynecological surgery. So these are issues that all of us may face as we go through life. And it is a highly specialised area, and one that can be managed much, much better if the people that are dealing with it understand the issue and are able to access the services and supports that are needed for people with chronic continence issues. At any stage, it's estimated, and the Continence Foundation of Australia has studied this quite deeply, at any stage around 15% of the Australian population have some issues with continence, and many of them are quite severe, particularly with an ageing population. And it is very important that these issues are addressed for quality of life management, and also to help families who may be dealing with an adult with continence difficulties. So I don't want to talk for too long, but I support this bill very strongly, but there is much more that could be done, and an investment in management of continence in Australia would be very worthwhile for people with disabilities and for our ageing population. I support the bill. I support it particularly for my clients who have disability and continence difficulties in adult life, and I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Macarthur. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I would just acknowledge the contributions and expertise of the members for Cooper and Macarthur on this very important issue. They both have had very successful careers within medical services in Australia, and I know that they have just provided a lot of information that will be of great use to people watching today or listening at home. Mr Deputy Speaker, the National Health Amendment Merits Review of Continence AIDS Program Decisions, Bill 2021, will reform the review of decisions made under the Continence AIDS Payment Scheme instrument, conferring review functions of decisions to the Administrative Appeal Tribunal. This will allow for Australians who are using the CAPS program or their nominated representative to apply for an independent merits review by the AAT for decisions made under the program. This is a common-sense reform to the scheme's operation and brings it into line with many other programs and benefits offered by the federal government to Australians in need. I think it's important to reiterate what the members for Cooper and Macarthur have said and explain a little bit about why this program is needed, who this program assists and how the program helps people, before again reiterating why the changes to this legislation are needed. The CAPS program assists people suffering from incontinence. Like many other health issues that involve bodily functions, is not something many people are comfortable talking about or letting others know that they suffer from. So I hope that by discussing this bill today and the broader issues, we might help someone watching or listening get the help they need, or discuss their problems with somebody to assist understanding and to gain support. And again, I thank the members for Cooper and Macarthur for lending their medical expertise. The member for Cooper was a nurse, the member for Macarthur was a specialist paediatrician, and they have both had personal experience in supporting people and families with incontinence issues. Incontinence is described as follows by the Continence Foundation of Australia. Continence is the ability to control your bladder and bowel. Incontinence is the involuntary loss of bladder and bowel control, and this affects approximately 15% of the Australian population. If you'd like more information about continence and incontinence, please visit the Continence Foundation of Australia's website, which is continence.org.au, where you can find a lot of very clear and easy to understand information, and you can find out more about where to get help and support. The Department of Health also provides the National Continence Helpline, which is staffed by a team of continence nurse advisors and is available to anyone in Australia. It operates from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday to Friday. You can contact the hotline on 1800 33 0066. That's 1800 33 0066, and that is a free call. It's really important to understand that incontinence can affect anybody: men, women, young adults, teenagers and children, and for sufferers it can be deeply embarrassing and affect and impact every part of their daily life. But as the Continence Foundation of Australia explained, there is a lot of help available to people. So again, please visit their website at continence.org.au or call the Department of Health's National Hotline from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday to Friday, on 1800 33 0066. There are, Mr Deputy Speaker, many specific health issues that can cause incontinence. In men, it may be because of prostate issues, or perhaps after prostate cancer surgery, or because of pelvic floor issues. In women, it may be because of menopause, pelvic floor issues, or as a direct result of childbirth or prolapse. It can also affect children and teenagers for a variety of reasons. A range of other serious diseases and medical conditions can also cause incontinence, from stroke and diabetes to dementia and Parkinson's disease. Arthritis and mental health conditions may be linked with incontinence, even if they don't directly cause it. People with incontinence often need careful planning in their days. They need to make detailed plans for travel and ensure they have the continence products they need, which is what this bill is all about. Those who care for people with incontinence also take on an involved and taxing task. It can complicate even the simplest of tasks that most of us take for granted. It can often be one of the most difficult aspects of caring, as the member for Macarthur has just powerfully described. It can be unpredictable and add a lot to a carer's workload. For this reason, there's a huge psychological toll and impact on carers, but also, of course, on the person who's suffering from incontinence. If the condition is not managed well, people may experience feelings of rejection, social isolation, dependency, loss of control, and may also develop problems with their body image. These immense pressures can, of course, as I said, also impact carers, overwhelming them with the stress and straining relationships. While the CAPS program could be considered small within the context of the broader health budget, the subsidy and provision of incontinence products can have a huge impact on a person's life. In addition to the social cost, Mr Deputy Speaker, this has an impact on Australia's overall health system. A Deloitte Access Economics report commissioned by the Continence Foundation of Australia estimated that incontinence costs Australia's health system around $450 million last year alone. The report estimates that further costs borne by the economy generally include productivity losses numbering into the tens of billions, the costs of formal care and aids that this program assists with directly, and the burden of the problems themselves. This is why the effective delivery of this scheme to all who are entitled to it is so important. Every year, the CAPS program helps around 130,000 Australians by providing financial support of over $620 to each person to assist them with the cost of incontinence products. This benefit is non-taxable. It's offered on an annual or 6-monthly basis, and it is provided to those who are over 4 years of age and have permanent and severe incontinence. Earlier this year, the CAPS instrument was amended to provide for an internal merits review of decisions by the Secretary of the Department of Health, and following internal review, an independent merits review of the internal review by the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. This bill amends the National Health Act to make it clear that the results of merits reviews conducted by the AAT are valid. This amendment will take effect immediately after the Royal Assent, and it is an important administrative improvement to the program's operation and to the previous reform. The program is administered by Services Australia, who work with CAPS applications and applicants to resolve issues relating to their eligibility, ensuring that there are very limited numbers of applicants who wish to have decisions reviewed, but in the instances where an applicant wants to have a review, they should be entitled to one, and this is what this bill achieves. Resources such as continence products provided through the CAPS program work hand in hand with such things as the federal government's National Continence Hotline that I have previously mentioned, and also the National Public Toilet Map app, which shows the location of 19,000 public toilets Australia-wide and is a resource also provided by the Department of Health. So if you have a Google, you'll be able to track down both of these very important information resources. These initiatives also, importantly, work alongside the NDIS funding that the member for Macarthur mentioned has made such a huge impact for people suffering from incontinence, and state and territory-run resourcing and funding schemes so that everybody receives the support they need to manage their incontinence. We know that independent merits reviews are key to accountability and transparency in decision-making that affect Australians in many ways, and as such, this is a sensible reform. The bill is designed to provide more support to those that need it most, and it builds upon the Morrison government's strong record of investment in health and healthcare. We could not afford to provide this sort of support without the Morrison government's strong economic management that allows a range of health investments such as this. Broadly speaking, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Morrison government is investing a record $121.4 billion in the year 2021-22 and $503 billion over the next 4 years to provide more support to Australians as we face some of our greatest health challenges in a generation, including the COVID-19 pandemic. I've already referred to the mental health impact that incontinence has on the sufferer and also on carers, as did the members for Cooper and Macarthur. And I do just want to note that there is a record Commonwealth Government mental health investment through our $2.3 billion investment in the National Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Plan. This includes creating a landmark national network of up to 57 additional mental health treatment centres and satellites for adults around Australia, as well as more centres for youth and children through the Head to Health and Headspace programs. I'm incredibly proud that the Morrison government is delivering this record mental health support at a time when the nation most desperately needs it. Improving the mental health of Australians is one of the Morrison government's key priorities, and of course it has never been more important following the impacts of the coronavirus pandemic. I know in my electorate, for example, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are already seeing the benefits that further mental health investment has through the recently opened Headspace Centre in Marion in the heart of my electorate of Boothby. We know that early intervention is essential to minimise longer-term impacts on mental health, and Headspace was created to serve precisely this purpose. The Morrison government is also guaranteeing the future of Medicare through an investment of $125.7 billion over 4 years, which is an increase of over $6 billion since last year's budget, extending a series of primary care measures in response to the COVID-19 pandemic through to 31 December 2021, including telehealth, and continuing to implement reforms to the MBS from the Medicare Review Task Force recommendations and recommendations from the Medical Services Advisory Committee. The Morrison government also has a health reform agreement which will deliver more doctors, more nurses and more services across public hospitals in every state and territory. And again, Mr Deputy Speaker, these are all completely related to making sure that people, whatever their health issue may be, but particularly on the issue we're discussing, which is incontinence, can access their GP, can call their GP if they're not able to travel at the moment or leave their house because of all of the COVID restrictions that we're seeing. It means through our national mental health investments that people can access the support that they need when they need it. Mr Deputy Speaker, I note that we are also listing a record number of medications on the pharmaceutical benefits scheme, and as part of our funding measures, we're also investing $43 billion over 4 years in the pharmaceutical benefits scheme. So this has an absolutely critical role in making sure people can access the medications they need at an affordable price, especially where those medications are for rare diseases and people would never be able to afford them if they had to pay the retail price on the market without the support of the pharmaceutical benefits scheme. With the listings that we've made recently, it represents an average of around 30 listings or amendments per month, or one each day, at an overall investment by the government of $13.6 billion, which reaffirms our commitment to making sure that all Australians can afford the medicines that they need. We're also doing a lot of work with the medicines and technology sector to continue streamlining and deregulating processes to apply for reimbursement of new products and services, Mr Deputy Speaker. We have invested $36 million in the Health Products Portal, where we are creating a new one-stop shop for applying electronically to the PBS Advisory Committee, the Medical Services Advisory Committee and other mechanisms for listing new medicines and medical devices. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the healthcare of Australians is absolutely paramount, and this bill is just one small part of a raft of achievements and record funding amounts that support the health of everyone in the community. The National Health Amendment Merits Review of Continence AIDS Program Decisions Bill 2021 will reform the review of decisions made under the Continence AIDS Payment Scheme instrument, conferring review functions of decisions to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. It will allow for Australians who are using the CAPS program or their nominated representative to apply for an independent merits review by the AAT under decisions made by the program. So it's a common sense reform, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I commend the bill to the House.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the National Health Amendment, Decisions under the Continence AIDS Payment Scheme, Bill 2021. This provides a mechanism for internal review of decisions of the Secretary of the Department of Health under the CAPS instrument and for independent merits review by the AAT. And I want to acknowledge the contributions that have been made in the House this evening about this bill, from the member for Boothby just now, who made the very real connection between mental health and incontinence. We know that a fear of incontinence raises an anxiety and great uncertainty for people, which is directly then connected to their mental well-being. I want to thank the member for Macarthur, who so beautifully humanised this bill. It's not a glamorous bill. It won't make a headline. Probably no one outside this chamber, but the people who really rely on these kind of aids will even know about this. And for all the work that we do in this place, it's actually bills like this that kind of make me feel better about being an MP, to be honest. 1 in 4 Australians experience incontinence. It's much, much more common than people think. More than 4.8 million Australians have a bladder or a bowel problem. And incontinence can impact just about anybody: women, men, children, people from all walks of life and at all stages, as we've heard this evening, young and old, expectant and new mothers, and the elderly. And sadly, though, over 70% of people with urinary leakage never seek advice or treatment for their problem. They're embarrassed and they put up with it as best they can. In my long career in healthcare prior to coming here, I stumbled upon this with people that I met coming into hospital or into healthcare for other reasons, and their embarrassment when they had to undress and it was revealed that they had homemade continence products because they'd never sought any help. Incontinence impacts people's social and emotional well-being and their ability to engage with their community. Some people with the condition haven't gone out for years. They can't go grocery shopping. They've relied on family members to support them with their essentials. There's plenty of people who never play sport, who won't go to a concert for fear that they can't sit through the length of the concert. There's people who don't go out because they know that there's no public toilet anywhere near where they live. And again, I was pleased to hear the member for Boothby talk about the app that helps people find a public toilet. Such a basic thing, but so important if you need it. So much stigma still associated with incontinence and sadly prevents people seeking help for what we know is a really commonplace problem that actually can in many cases be managed and some cases actually be completely fixed. Under the CAPS, an annual or 6-monthly payment is available to people over 5 who suffer from permanent and severe incontinence caused by particular kinds of conditions specified in the CAPS instrument and who meet other eligibility criteria. And these payments help offset the costs of purchasing incontinence products from a supplier of choice. And again, if anyone was listening to the member for Macarthur, they may have been very surprised at how expensive these continence pads are. Introducing a review mechanism is a really sensible change and highly commendable, wholly commendable, and I'm grateful to the government for doing this. There should always be accountability when a government bureaucrat makes a decision about a matter which affects a person's rights and entitlements, and in this case, such a basic right and entitlement. There should be the right to challenge it on grounds that perhaps it's wrong. This government, by its own admission, said that CAPS participants are unlikely to utilise the review pathway, as Services Australia, who administers the programs, often works with CAPS applicants to resolve issues. But further, the Continence Foundation of Australia points out that participants are really unlikely to bother going through a bureaucratic process when the annual maximum payment for these products is only $635.10. Many of these people say it's just not worth the time and the fuss. So while 1 in 4 Australians experience incontinence, only about 135,000 people are actually eligible for this CAPS scheme. And some are deemed ineligible for CAPS as their health professional hasn't described the condition in the precise way required by the scheme. So I really support calls for the decision-making around eligibility for the scheme. They need to be more transparent. Perhaps there needs to be some education of our GP workforce around the precise definition so that they can describe it in the way that is required. And we need transparency with an annual publication of statistics around the use of the scheme, including waiting time for a decision, the number of new applicants. And again, we need to know this, because if we know this, we get a better understanding about what's happening in our public health system and perhaps where there's greater prevalence than we ever thought. We need transparency around the total number of ineligible new applicants or participants and the grounds upon which they're denied access. Really important. As I've said, continence care is expensive, and the Continence Foundation of Australia says it receives over 6,000 calls to the National Continence Helpline every year from callers seeking financial assistance and trying to get help with the cost of continence products. And callers regularly report financial stress, particularly in that period leading up to the annual payment in July, because the CAPS provides for less than 1/4 to 1/3 of their annual expenditure on continence aids. It's estimated that approximately $1,698 is the expense for someone who uses around 18 incontinence pads per week, and we know that there's some people who require many more than that. Incontinence is not only a huge personal cost, but it's a huge cost to the economy. A 2010 Deloitte report estimated the cost of incontinence to the nation at around $67 billion, and that includes money spent on health systems, productivity loss in the workplaces and employment, aged care and carer costs. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I really support the calls from the Continence Foundation of Australia to review the CAP scheme as a matter of urgency to address the following things. 1. The adequacy of the payment in meeting the hygiene and dignity requirements of Australians living with permanent and severe incontinence. The adequacy of the payment in ensuring Australians living with permanent and severe incontinence do not experience financial stress or hardship due to expenditure on continence aids. 3. Establishing a mechanism for regular review of the schedule of eligible conditions causing permanent and severe incontinence. 4. Review of the policy rationale for the difference in eligibility for CAPs between neurological conditions and other health conditions causing permanent and severe incontinence. And 5. Review of the pension card requirements for CAPs applicants with non-neurological conditions, including comparison to similar schemes such as the Stoma Appliance Scheme, which provides free stoma appliances and products to nearly 50,000 Australians. Quite a big difference. I'd also like to turn the House's attention to the Aged Care Royal Commission findings. And the Aged Care Royal Commission looked into the prevalence and treatment of incontinence in residential aged care homes, and it heard that 75 to 81% of all the people in residential aged care facilities live with incontinence. So that's a very big number. The Royal Commission also reported that it heard that staff members don't have the time needed to assist residents to go to the toilet in a timely manner, and too often there's actually a routine use of incontinence pads to manage workload. Again, when we think about people's dignity, fundamental dignity is to be able to go to the toilet. I've worked in aged care, and I've been a director of an aged care facility, and it's something I'm very aware of is managing workload. And many of our elderly people, of course, are frail. It's difficult for them to walk. They need assistance to go to the toilet. So those findings from the Royal Commission are really, really worrying, and again speaks to the urgency that we have as a nation to get cracking on the findings of the Royal Commission and make sure that we've got the workforce in our residential aged care to provide the most fundamental element of human dignity, going to the toilet. And we need our aged care workforce not only to have the numbers to provide that kind of care, but they need to be adequately trained so that they can respond to the needs of people with incontinence, so that they can provide that dignity and respect, and so that our elderly have the best possible quality of life that they can. The 21-22 budget included an investment to support an additional 33,800 training places for personal care workers to attain a Certificate 3 in individual support in ageing, and it's crucial that continence care is part of any training and education. The Continence Foundation of Australia has recommended that incontinence is recognised as requiring both basic and specialised care and support, and is incorporated into the foundational courses for aged care workers. This needs to be back on the curriculum where it's fallen off. This is so fundamental. It's fundamental so that both the current and the next generation of care workers are suitably qualified and trained in safe and effective continence care and incontinence management. It's things like nutrition, it's things like hydration. It's about recognising signs and symptoms of bladder infection. It's about recognising signs and symptoms of muscular dysfunction. It's many elements to this. It's not straightforward. Until recently, Australian registered nurses seeking to specialise as a nurse continence specialist had the option of undertaking one of two postgraduate courses. Sadly, Mr Deputy Speaker, these graduate courses are no longer available, and there's little scope for registered nurses to gain the necessary specialised knowledge required to become a competent nurse continence specialist. So, the Continence Foundation of Australia is actually calling on government to ensure that these courses are placed back on the national curriculum, and I join them in that call. It is projected that by 2030, 6.2 million Australians will be living with incontinence. 6.2 million. And despite this growing prevalence, there's currently no funding commitment or action plan from the federal government beyond June 2021. And, you know, I've said tonight, and I mean it, the government are doing good work in this space, but they need to fix that. We need to make sure that there's ongoing funding. I'd like to recognise some of the champions out there who are working in providing fantastic support for people who suffer from incontinence. And continence nurses are key to this, as are physiotherapists. They enter people's lives with compassion and without judgment. They're people like the member for Macarthur, actually. Such humanity, who talk about an issue that many people will be discussing with them for the very, very first time. They listen carefully, they provide advice, and they go on that journey with these people to make sure that these people are getting continence care that fits with their lifestyle. It takes a pretty special person to do this. I know a few of them. Nikki Malcolm at North East Health in Wangaratta, Kath Thomas, who's a physio, long-standing working in this area, Deborah Gregory, also a nurse working in this area for decades, and Associate Professor Helena Frawley, who's a specialist academic who's looked at this issue for many, many years and has been a leader in research and training of many physiotherapists, and I recognise her too. And I also want to recognise that there's some fantastic programs in my electorate who are doing really good work on incontinence awareness. Gateway Health ran a bladder health education program in Wangaratta and Benalla earlier this year, and they educated participants. They learnt about how bladders and bowels actually work and how to keep your bladder and bowel healthy and with the skills to manage urinary incontinence. North East Health in Wangaratta announced during World Continence Week in June that it's supporting the Bins for Blokes initiatives, and that promotes the installation of incontinence bins in male public toilet facilities. And at North East Health in Wangaratta, they'll provide bins for blokes in male toilets right throughout the health service. Good on them. Gateway Health's Below the Belt program for local men is also a terrific program which looks after men's incontinence and chronic prostate health. Many people don't recognise or realise that men who've undergone a radical prostatectomy very often suffer from incontinence for some period of time after that surgery. The Below the Belt Bladder Health Program provides men in the community with an opportunity to explore a variety of treatment options to suit their individual needs and helps them develop a plan that's really going to make a difference to their lifestyle. And Albury Wodonga Health are absolutely in this space as well, with their Continence Nurse Advisory Service, which has outreach to many small rural towns as well. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, as I said at the beginning, this is an important bill. It's not a glamorous bill, but it's an important bill. And it brings to this chamber the voices of many people who are never heard. And I thank the government for this work, and I commend the members who've had something to say on this, and I commend this bill to the House.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable minister.
Deputy Speaker, I thank you. I present the explanatory memorandum to this bill, and I move that this bill now be read a second time.
Call the honourable minister.
I want to thank all those members who've spoken on this issue. It's one that we often overlook if we're not involved within the sector nor the industry. And we often forget about the impact it has on the social, emotional and mental health state of an individual. The National Health Amendment, decisions under the Continence AIDS Payment Scheme Bill 2021, the bill, makes amendments to the National Health Act 1953, the Act, to expressly provide for the Continence AIDS Payment Scheme Instrument 2020, the CAPS instrument, to confer review functions on the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, AAT. On 16th January 2021, the CAPS instrument was amended by the Continence AIDS Payment Scheme Amendment, Merits Review Instrument 2020, Merits Review Instrument 2020, to provide for internal review of decisions by the Secretary of the Department under the CAPS instrument. The Merit Review Instrument 2020 also enables CAPS participants or their nominated organisation affected by the Secretary's internal review decision to apply for an independent merits review by the AAT of the initial review decision made by the Secretary. The bill's amendments to the Act will validate AAT review decisions made under the CAPS instrument. I thank the members for their contribution and commend the bill to the House.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Reading a bill for an Act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for related purposes.
Order. I call the honourable minister. Oh, I call is leave granted? I call the honourable member for Fenner.
Leave is granted.
I thank the honourable member for Fenner and I call the honourable minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I'll put the question. The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading a bill for an Act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 4, Corporations, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Amendment Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time and I call the honourable member Barton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak to the Corporations, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Amendment Bill 2021. This bill would introduce significant changes to the Corporations, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Act 2006, following a recent review carried out by the National Indigenous Australians Agency. The CATSI Act, as it's known, establishes a special form of incorporation for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organisations. It is designed to make it easier for First Nations people to form and manage corporations that reflect their unique needs and practices. As a special measure, under the Racial Discrimination Act 1975, the CATSI Act is intended to promote First Nations rights, particularly the right to self-determination. Critically, the Act is intended to provide the flexibility for First Nations people to run organisations in accordance with their cultural practice and traditions. But it also functions to ensure strong governance. Many of the most valued and recognised organisations are registered under the CATSI Act. They are part of the backbone to our communities, carrying out essential tasks and advocacy on behalf of First Nations people across the country. Nowhere has this been more plainer than at recent times with the role of Aboriginal community-controlled services, ACCHOs, that have played such an important role in the pandemic response. There are 143 ACCHOs across Australia, employing over 700 workers, half of which are First Nations people. The majorities of ACCHOs are registered under the CATSI Act. Over the course of the pandemic, they have been the front line of the response in First Nations communities, where they have been listened to and adequately adequately resourced, but have seen their capacity to provide flexible and effective services to First Nation communities. Labor strongly supports the continued operation and improvement of the CATSI Act. It is a special measure to promote First Nations economic advancement and self-determination. We welcome the parts of this bill that will make it easier for First Nations organisations to do business and strengthen transparency. However, if we have learned anything from the pandemic, is that we must listen to and support First Nation organisations. At a minimum, we owe it to them to ensure that the adjustments we're making to the CATSI Act strike the right balance. Madam Deputy Speaker, we owe it to them to make sure they are supported, not impeded, by the changes to this critical act. And while many First Nation organisations support aspects of this bill, they have also raised significant concerns, including about the consultation process in the development of this bill. Labor notes that the exposure draft bill was available for consultation for just 1 just a month, from 8th of July to the 9th of August this year. This was a time when many First Nation organisations, including ACCHOs, were dealing with the growing COVID-19 outbreaks in First Nations communities. This made it difficult for organisations to respond, especially given the complexity of the proposed reforms. NACCHO, the peak body representing Aboriginal community-controlled health organisations, have criticised this lack of engagement. In their submission on the draft exposure bill, they said, NACCHO has been disappointed in the cursory approach to engagement undertaken in the review. It is NACCHO's view that the National Indigenous Australian Agency has lost a valuable opportunity to demonstrate its commitment to the new process of partnership with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander leadership as set out in the priority reforms areas of the new National Agreement on Closing the Gap. They go on to say, the main criticism we have of the process with the review of the CATSI Act is that all we have had is consultation, and there has been no clear and systemic engagement with senior Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander leadership in the process of the review and the decision-making in relation to the drafting and the preparation of the exposure draft. They called on the government to delay the progress of the bill to rectify these failures. They also proposed the establishment of a joint governance review group with key leaders of the community control sector. This would provide a vehicle for partnership and shared decision-making in the reforms of the CATSI Act. As far as we can tell, neither of these requests have been fulfilled. These are requests from the Aboriginal Health Services who, as we speak, are battling to protect the most vulnerable communities. Other concerns have been raised in relation to the impact on registered native title bodies. These are the organisations established to manage and protect native title on behalf of the traditional owners. Native title bodies are required and must comply with the onerous regulatory obligations under both the CATSI and the Native Title Acts. Many native title bodies operate with very limited resources. They also have the challenge of bridging traditional and mainstream law to manage the rights and interests of native title holders. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Native Title Council raised concerns that the bill ignores the recommendations from the review to create a separate chapter or division of the Act specifically concerning native title bodies. In their view, the Native Title Council supports parts of the bill. They've also identified a number of impractical and overly onerous changes. They're concerned that the framework could see many organisations, including native title bodies, breach the Act. They're too poorly resourced to comply. Others are concerned that changes could increase the risk of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people being manipulated by parties seeking to profit from organisations with Aboriginal status. I'm glad to note that the bill has been referred for inquiry to the Senate Finance and Public Administration Committee. Labor supports the changes in this bill and make it easier for First Nation organisations to do business. We also support improved transparency and accountability for First Nation organisations. It is essential that representative corporations operate for the benefit of their members and consistent with strong governance principles. But we must be sure that the right balance is struck to ensure that the self-determination of First Nation organisations is not undermined. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, while we will not oppose the passage of this bill through this chamber, it is important that the broader impacts of the bill are examined. This process will enable the Parliament to hear directly from First Nations organisations and interest groups that are most closely affected, including ACCHOs and registered native title bodies, corporates. Labor will reserve its final position on the measures in this bill until we have had an opportunity to consider the inquiry's report, which is due to be completed by 14th of October 2021. In the meantime, we urge the government to support and adequately resource all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organisations, particularly those community-controlled health services that are in the front line of the COVID-19 crisis currently unfolding in Western New South Wales.
And I thank the member for Barton for her contribution. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Obviously on the Corporation Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Amendment Bill. Yes, I've got the right title there, I believe.
You do.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, the electorate of Grey covers over 92% of South Australia. It has an Indigenous population of around about 8%, and it incorporates all of the remote Indigenous communities that sit within South Australia. So I do have a deep interest in the outcomes and fortunes of those people. I often say there's quite a category difference between those that live in remote communities and those that live in urbanised communities on a lot of different levels. Sometimes it's as simple as language, but there's a lot of other things at work as well. And we need the respect and ability to be able to deal with them as different organisations with different needs and wants, and allow and give them the room to make those decisions that affect their future. And this is what this government endeavours to do. But it would be fair to say that over a period of time, and I've been the member for 13 years, that I have been, shocked and disappointed at the income streams that some of these bodies receive from royalties, in particular mining royalties, and yet seem to be doing almost no good at all on the ground. There are a number of them that have been under administration or investigation by ORIC in recent times, but I think it's a far wider and broader issue than just this. And so this amendment recognises the important role that the corporations play in the future or in the current management of Indigenous communities. But it is, when we seek, as we do with this legislation, to improve the transparency and accountability of corporations by requiring them to lay any reports they are required to prepare for the registrar before their annual general meetings, including new remuneration report, which will give members an insight into what the key management personnel in their corporation are being paid and how the corporation funds are being spent. I think that's a very, very important point, because I'm well aware of organisations where they don't always have annual general meetings when they should. They do not provide that information. In fact, there's a complex web of companies which can be set up around these organisations, making it very difficult to chase the money trail at all with the help of highly skilled lawyers that are very expensive. And I think in a lot of cases I'm appalled at some of the services provided to these organisations by their appointed lawyers. It's not easy for governments to legislate for smart appointments or to come down in this area, because of course these organisations are autonomous. They need to operate within the rules that are set and that are policed by ORIC, but it's difficult and hard work, and there are some things going on with corporations within my electorate at the moment which are in dispute with payments and lawyers and whatever. But I think those are very important recommendations. The number of times I've had people come to me and say, we haven't had our meeting. We haven't had our meeting notice. They don't tell us anything. We don't know anything about the finances of our organisation. And you can hardly reach nothing more than the conclusion that people within their own community are taking their own benefit for their friends and families at the expense of others. And I often wonder why it is, if there are these significant streams of income coming to these corporations, that we don't see investments in really useful things like low-cost housing projects. We know there's an ongoing issue with finding housing for Indigenous people in Australia, overcrowding. We're looking at Wilcannia at the moment, where there's 12 people in a house. That's not uncommon, and I know by choice these people, some Indigenous people, choose to live in bigger groups. But we also know that we could do with more housing, and yet on one hand we have corporations taking millions and millions, tens of millions of dollars, and yet we don't see them investing back in the things that would actually be really important to their people. So anything we can do to improve that process and to sharpen up that focus, I think, is good. Reporting on the remuneration of directors and employees, I think, is excellent as well. But at the same time, we need to be able to provide them the flexibility to make those decisions. So I'm very hopeful this legislation will do that. It'll allow, at the other end of the scale, where you've got corporations that aren't in receipt of the rivers of gold, that income less than $1,000 a year, for instance, well, they may apply not to hold an AGM because they may not be doing anything of great significance, and that's a perfectly viable case to make. And I think there's a point here. It's about the application for memberships of a corporation and how they need to be decided within a specific amount of time. These organisations can become a closed shop. Who they accept as contributing members or franchise members can be up to the organisation itself. Now, once again, this is very difficult for governments to implant themselves in this process, because we want these communities to make these decisions for themselves. But I'm aware of organisations where this has become a corrupt practice, where only certain people are admitted, or that a bit of muscle is exerted on those that might be jumping out of line. And so, while we need those corporations to run themselves, to manage themselves and make their own decisions, they also need a framework to operate within, which compels them, just as it would like a district council or any other corporation, to hold the normal meetings and processes which allow for the unbiased and uninfluenced appointment of those people who might become the directors or employees. We've got to work with the corporations. We've got to try and help them. Now, I know the minister is more than aware of all these situations. I've had long and deep conversations with him, and that's this legislation we see in front of us is an effort by a very committed minister to try and bring about structural change that will actually change the way these communities operate, the way the committees that control the assets of the communities operate, and the way they reinvest in their community's future, and ensuring that individuals do not take the cream or take the lion's share, and the rest of the community is left to scrabble over the crumbs and crusts that fall off the table. There is provision within the bill to allow for the adoption of modern technology, and by that, Madam Deputy Speaker, you're probably just about as sick of Zoom meetings as I am. But it seems to be that it is the way that we are certainly going to have to deal with things through the COVID crisis. But I suspect it's one of those changes in society that's, in a lot of ways, is here to stay. One of the things that we don't allow in the federal parliament, for instance, is we do allow contribution online, but we don't allow people to vote online yet, and I don't know that we're ever going to get there or not, and I'm not arguing for change in this particular place, but I think it makes sense that an organisation meeting in a electronic fashion should be able to carry out a vote, certainly at committee level, a little harder at a general meeting as such, and so a provision is allowed for in that. And of course, it's in general we need these organisations to be fit for purpose, and we need them to have a purpose, which is more than just being in receipt of monies and doing what they feel like it at the moment, but actually have a real vision, have a plan, have an idea on where they want their community to be in 5 years, for instance. A 5-year plan would be a wonderful thing, particularly when you're in receipt of an income stream, and then some parameters that actually draw the board of the day to make those decisions to achieve those outcomes and not be just focused on the short term at every given step of the way. I have been saddened by what I've seen across my Indigenous communities over a period of time. We do a lot of good work. We've got some good people out there working very hard for good outcomes. We've also got some people who are not, and they are the blockers of the system. We need to find a way to get around them and take these people forward and get the most out of all the assets and benefits that are provided to them. Thank you very much.
I thank the member for Grey for his contribution. I'm just thinking member for Lingiari is online, and I'm going to give him the call.
Did my friend want to take the call off me? Surely not. Surely not.
Nothing so untoward. You have the call, member for Lingiari.
My goodness. Oh, what happens when you're not there? I understand, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we've only got till 6 o'clock and then we'll be going on to other matters. Is that correct?
That's correct. We will be adjourning for condolence motion at 6 p.m.
So I'll attempt to wind up my comments before 6 o'clock. Can I firstly say that I'm very pleased to be able to speak to this piece of legislation. Can I acknowledge the contributions of the member for Barton and the member for Grey? I'll come back to the member for Barton's contribution in a moment. But just to say, in reference to the member for Grey, he talked about how big his electorate is and how many Aboriginal people, First Nations people reside in it. Well, I don't want to one-up him, but Lingiari is 1.34 million square kilometres and 43% or thereabouts of the population are Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory. And so I've had the experience over many, many years now of working with, directly and indirectly, with Aboriginal organisations and corporations over 30 years. And I've seen some that are good and some are not so good. But I recall the debates that took place around the introduction of the Corporations Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander 2006 Catchy Act when it was first introduced. And if my memory is correct, it was done to replace the old Commonwealth Councils and Associations Act. And it was done to give us a better body of law, recognising that, as the member for Barton said, it was a special measure and it was designed to give effect and acknowledge Aboriginal people's right, First Nations people's right to self-determination, and to recognise and incorporate the need for cultural practices within organisations as they were developed. And of course they vary across the country. And as the member for Barton rightly pointed out, there is some concern which has been registered about the consultation that has taken place around the development of this particular piece of legislation, which the government claims will modernise the Catchy Act and strengthen the governance of First Nations organisations by and it has a number of objectives, including to make it easier and less costly for organisations to register and operate under the Act, provide more flexibility in business structures that can be adopted by corporations, increase the transparency of corporation operations, streamline the process of winding up defunct corporations, increase corporations' access to modern technology, including for managing membership, and expand the powers of the registrar to respond to non-compliance. Now, as the member for Barton pointed out, First Nations people and organisations have welcomed some of the recommendations or some of the changes in the bill, but have registered their concern about the lack of consultation. And I think it's worth just contemplating for a moment the need to appreciate the range of organisations that might be caught up in this catchy act. We could be talking about very small community organisations in remote parts of the Northern Territory, for example, or we could be talking about complex business enterprises and community enterprises in Western Sydney or South East Queensland or indeed in Darwin. So there's a diverse range of interests. And of course what we know is that in remote communities there is an absolute need to provide the assistance that people require to understand the governance obligations they sign up to when they form these organisations, and they need to be assisted in managing the governance of those organisations, and there needs to be flexibility in the way in which they're administered, and the oversight of them needs to be flexible. And I note that, as the member for Barton said, there are 143 Aboriginal community-controlled health organisations around this country, all doing magnificent work. Now, by and large, they are employers of a large body of people, professional staff, that have good administrative structures, good compliance, and are very their books and their administration is very transparent. And that's to be applauded. But as Nacho has pointed out, there's a great deal of concern about the cursory nature of the engagement undertaken by this review of First Nations communities and organisations, and reminds us of the national reform of the Closing the Gap in their agenda, shared decision making, building the community controlled sector, improving mainstream institutions, and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander-led data. Well, it's very clear from the process which the government NIAA has undertaken on behalf of the government for the review of this legislation, that they've seemed to lost sight of those obligations and those undertakings as priority reform areas, because we really do need shared decision making. So who are the shared decision makers with the government around these particular proposals? Who have they discussed them with, and whose approval have they sought? They say they want to build a community control sector. Well, the only way to build a community control sector appropriately is engage properly and not from afar. So I'm concerned about the lack of engagement with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organisations in the development of this legislation. And there have been many critics who have similarly raised their concerns. The Shadow Minister has made it clear that our intention is to support this legislation, but refer it off to a committee and reserve our final position until that committee has undertaken its work. I understand it's now close to 6 o'clock, Madam Deputy Speaker. If it is close to 6 o'clock and you'd like me to sign off, could you just raise a hand? If I've got more time, raise the other hand.
You can continue if you have a few more brief remarks to make, but otherwise we're going to move into condolence.
The member for Fenn is very keen
you'll
to
be
shut down.
sorry, member for Lingiari. You will be allowed to, continue your debate, just at another time.
And I appreciate that. No. Look, I appreciate that. I'm just sort of giving him a prod. I'm quite happy to complete my remarks right now. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Excellent. I thank the member for Lingiari for his honest cooperation. Member for Fenner.
I thank the member for Lingiari for his prod. He will be greatly missed when he retires at the end of this term, as the only person in this House to have given his first speech in the old place. I move the debate be adjourned.
For another hour of the day?
For hour of the day, yes.
Excellent. I am going to put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. Against or to the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call on the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that order of the day number 5, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
Thank you, and I will put that question now. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Thank you very much, and I call on the clerk to bring forward the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day number 6, condolence motion on the death of Senator Alex Gallagher, resumption of debate.
Thank you. So the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I would like to give the call to the member for Kingston, who is joining us via video link.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it is with great sadness that I join with my colleagues to mark the life of one of the giants of the union and Labor movement. Many know Alex Gallagher as a senator, but of course he was also a loving father, husband, brother, grandfather and friend. The statements given in his honour from those in this place and the other place across the aisle and from all walks of life is just a testament to his character. A dedicated member of the Labor Party and the union movement, he fought tirelessly to improve the lives of working people. He was a passionate, humble man who could make you laugh with his dry wit. Alex's passing is a huge loss to the Parliament, our party and to the state of South Australia. He will be greatly missed. Over the last few days, I've taken the time to speak with those who worked very closely with Alex over many years before he was in Parliament and also while he was in Parliament. One of his long-term staff members, Matt Marozzi, told me that the staff always appreciated that they knew where they stood with Alex. He was no nonsense and a straight-to-the-point kind of guy. But Matt said that beyond his tough exterior, he was a kind man that looked after his staff, evidenced by the fact that many had been with him for such a long time. Matt wanted me to stress that he not only cared for the working lives of his employees, but cared deeply about their personal lives too. Matt said for those who worked for Alex, they became like family to him. This was echoed by those who worked for Alex at the TWU, who reflected that whether it was giving someone a start or helping an employee through family difficulties, Alex was always generous with his support. Now, many have said that when you won Alex's trust, then the loyalty Alex would show would be replicated in spades. Matt Burnell, Labor's candidate for Spence, worked with Alex for many years and echoed these sentiments about Alex's fierce loyalty. Matt said that you had to work hard to get Alex's trust, but when you had that trust, he was someone that would always be there for you as a sounding board, providing honest and wise advice and always helping you find clarity. Ian Smith, the TWU Secretary for South Australia and the Northern Territory, and one of Alex's long-term friends and colleagues, repeated those same sentiments. Ian, who has also been battling with health problems recently, relayed to me that Alex was by his side all the way through his treatment and recovery, always encouraging him to stay positive. I think Ian would also want me to mention that he was not only grateful for Alex's support during this time, but Alex's wife Paula as well, who fed him during every visit. Ian told me he's forever grateful for Alex for so many things, from taking a chance on him and employing him, to supporting him in his role as Secretary of the TWU, for being a great listener and a mentor, as well as just a good bloke to catch up with. They say imitation is the best form of flattery, and to demonstrate the esteem that Ian holds Alex in, Ian told me that he tries to emulate Alex in his leadership at the TWU. Now, many have taken this opportunity to quote from Alex's first speech, but for me, it was something he said at night in an adjournment speech in 2015, which I best think describes Alex's legacy as a senator. And he stated, and I quote, "For me, South Australia is first, second, third, fourth and fifth. I do not care who I have to advocate for or argue against, whether it's my own party, in the opposition or in government ranks. I will be putting South Australia first. I will be putting South Australian jobs first, South Australian economic opportunities first, and South Australian small businesses first." Alex was a fierce advocate for the things he believed in and the desire for a better Australia and a better deal for the people he represented in South Australia, and that never wavered. His passion was born from his own experience as a labourer, truck driver, ramp operator, and later as a union secretary. The issues of universal super, road safety, better pay, and ensuring the voices of the voiceless were heard are just some of the achievements he added to his legacy. Ian Smith also shared with me, though, that Alex did not just work hard during his time at the TWU to ensure that transport workers had a voice, although he did this very well, but he also understood how important it was that these workers had a real influence within the political decision-making. The respect that the TWU members have for Alex is reflected by the fact that the TWU's new training room at the SA premises is named after him as the Alex Gallagher Training Centre. Now, true to Alex's humble personality, he played down this honour publicly, but it has been revealed that privately he was grateful and honoured by this gesture. Alex had an unfaltering faith in members of his union. He trusted workers to be the author of their own destiny through organised labour. And he was known to say to those he worked with at the union, and I quote, that the members will always get it right, and if they don't like what you're doing, then you're probably wrong. In his parliamentary work, Alex was deeply committed to making sure that those in rural and regional South Australia had representation. This was evidenced by his work on the Senate Standing Committee on Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport. He rejected the notion that Labor should only campaign in the cities and spent a significant amount of time being a voice for Labor, particularly in the seat of Grey, and importantly feeding back to the party the thoughts and views of those working people in regional and rural South Australia. Now, in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, I will share some words from his family. They said they would like to thank everyone for their condolences and kind words since the passing of Alex. We've been truly touched by the acknowledgement of his hard work and personal character. He would be deeply honoured to be remembered by so many from both sides of politics. Our family will deeply miss his love and support. My thoughts go out to Alex's family, to his wife Parla, his staff, the team at the Transport Workers and all his friends. We share in your heartbreak, we mourn his passing, and we will take time to celebrate his life. May he rest in peace.
And I thank the member for Kingston for her contribution. And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Grey.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Alex Gallagher, Senator Alex Gallagher. I think maybe we should keep these titles. I don't claim to know him incredibly well. I certainly don't know his family, and my thoughts and condolences are with them. My encounters with Alex come through this job and our interaction as parliamentarians representing South Australia. The member for Kingston just said he had a special interest in Grey. It's hard not to when you live in South Australia. It's a big place, Grey. And you would. My first impression of meeting Alex was, well, he's a genuine kind of bloke, really, and genuine, I think, is a good thing for people that come to this place and the other place to be. I won't point out some that I think maybe aren't as good as genuine as others, but in Alex's case, I don't think there was any doubt. He didn't hide where he came from. He didn't hide what he represented, and he was proud of it, and he was proud of being a Scotsman, but he was prouder of being a South Australian. And I think that's a good ground to build any kind of relationship on. And you would wonder, what a Scottish born and bred. I always actually get it the other way around. I think we're bred then born. Anyway, a Scottish bred and born trade unionist and a farmer from Buckleby would have in common. But when we actually did get to know each other a little bit, we found a lot more of things that we agreed about than the things we disagreed about. We had a lot to do with each other through the period when we'd been trying to steer the National Radioactive Waste Management Facility through both houses of Parliament here, and Alex had sat on that committee, and he and I were in full agreement that this wasn't any kind of facility to be feared. It'll be one that'll be prized by the community that actually hosts it, and as it turns out, it's the community I come from. But I appreciate his work within the Labor Party to convince his colleagues to support it. It's not exactly in the form we put forward, and there'll be more to come on that, but got it over the line, and we are progressing down that way. And that's where we probably came to know each other best, but it gave us an opportunity to talk about a lot of other things as well, including remote South Australia, and obviously his interest in the transport industry, which has great interest to me as well. Because the wheels on the road is what keep an electorate like Grey going. We not only need to bring in goods, we need to send out goods, and it is all to do with trucks. So trucks and the transport industry. And I thought, when it was Alex first made it known that he was battling cancer, I did give him a ring, and it's something I haven't spoken about in this chamber before, but I'm now a close on 8-year survivor of cancer, 7.5 years. And while it wasn't not lung cancer, but it did give me the opportunity. I don't often go out and tell people about it, and I am today because we're talking about Alex. And it was a battle that I fought. I fought the law and I beat it. There you go, as the song goes. But the reason was, I think sometimes those who have been through it, particularly those if we're lucky enough to have God's goodwill, a good outcome, to share our experiences with those that are dealing with on a day-to-day basis. That's why I reached out to him. I don't know if it made a difference. He said he appreciated it. I hope he did. I hope it made a difference. But we certainly know that he served to the end, and I think that's an admirable thing to do. So just one thing I would say, though, was I thought we'd developed a reasonable kind of relationship, and then just around election time I'd go to the post office box, get my mail out, and there was something from Alex Gallagher saying something really horrible about me. You know, lazy, useless, out of touch, too old, too young, too short, too fat, I don't know. I said to Alex one day, "You've been sending out stuff saying awful things about me again." He looked at me rather blank. He said, "Have I? What was I saying?" And I suspect he didn't know what he was saying. Maybe he signed off on the expense sheet, and it was going into South Australia and ticked all the boxes, but he didn't really know what he'd said about me. So I consoled myself with the fact that it wasn't personal. But so, just in closing, let me say to his family, I know you'll miss him, because I pay him about the highest accolade, in my opinion, you can pay to an Aussie, because that's what he was in the end. He was a bloody good bloke.
And I thank the member for Grey for that contribution. The motion is, the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I'm giving the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I join other colleagues in paying tribute with a great deal of sadness to Alex Gallagher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, some 2,000 years ago, Greek writer and philosopher Plutarchus is credited with saying, and I quote, "Life is but a moment in time. It is our duty, therefore, to use it, not to misuse it." End of quote. It's a quotation that well describes Alex Gallagher's attitude to life. A life committed to making a difference. Alex pursued that ideal throughout his life until the day he left us. Although he didn't openly discuss it, I very much suspect that Alex's character was moulded by his early years in Scotland. Born in the coal mining village of New Cumnock, I'm told that Alex's mother passed away when he was just 2 years old. In the post-World War II years, life was pretty tough right around the world. But growing up without a mum, in a coal mining community, Alex would have lived the struggles, the hardship, the injustice and the loss of lives all too often seen within poorer communities. It may even have been the origin to the lung cancer that prematurely took his life. Alex migrated to Australia in 1966 at 12 years of age. 5 years later, he began working as a labourer and truck driver. Between 1976 and 1988, he worked at TAA, as I recall it, otherwise Trans-Australian Airways, as a ramp service operator. From 1988 onwards, he worked for the Transport Workers Union as an organiser and subsequently State Secretary for the South Australian and Northern Territory branch, and rising to National President from 2007 until 2010, when he was then elected to the Senate, taking his position here on the 1st of July 2011. He became a tireless campaigner right through to the very end for road safety and better rates and conditions for transport workers. His efforts did make a difference. During his time here, Alex was one of the few people with what I would refer to as traditional blue-collar working-class background. He knew where he came from, he knew who he was and what he stood for. He was not pretentious, and he never let his election to the National Parliament change him or lose sight of his journey to this place. Alex has been described as a straight talker. He called it as he saw it, and he was nobody's lackey. I first met Alex some 20 years ago. I was seeking pre-selection for the federal seat of Macon, and I asked him for his support. After I outlined my credentials to him, Alex said that he would support me. True to his word, and going against the tide at the time, Alex threw his support behind me. I have never forgotten that. We didn't always agree on internal Labor Party matters, but the mutual trust between us never faded. In Parliament, Alex and I served together on the Public Works Committee. Alex's respectful but direct interrogation of public works projects was invaluable, and his presence will be sorely missed. In Adelaide, Alex lived with his wife, Paola, in Kilburn, an older, working-class and now very multicultural suburb. As testimony to who he was, in recent years when Alex was in a position to upgrade his home, he did so by refurbishing his home in Kilburn rather than moving out to a more affluent suburb, which I'm sure he could have done. Sadly, he wasn't able to enjoy his new home. In what I think may have been his last 2 trips to Canberra, I crossed paths with Alex at Adelaide Airport. On the last occasion, he was accompanied by Paola, who cared for him until the very end. Over coffee, we discussed the political issues of the day and the outlook for the future. It was clear to me from that chat that Alex had lost none of his determination to pursue the issues that he was so passionate about. For Alex, his cancer was a setback, but it was not the end. He knew it was serious, but it was not going to distract him from what he needed to do, nor was it going to interfere with his golf. But in the end, it did take him. Alex will be farewelled in Adelaide on Friday. My regret is that because of COVID, I would not be able to attend his service. To Alex's long-serving and loyal electorate staff, which the member for Kingston quite rightly alluded to, and to whom Alex reciprocated that loyalty, I extend my sympathy. You have lost a mentor, a friend and a guardian. To Paola and his children Carolyn, Ian, Terry and Frank and their families, who meant so much to Alex, to his extended family and to his close friends, including Senator Glenn Stir, whom I spoke with recently, I express my personal sadness and sympathies. And I say to them all, you have lost a pillar of strength in your lives, but a spirit will be with you forever. To return to the Plutarchus quotation, Alex did not misuse his moment in time in this world. Through his work in Parliament and before that through the TWU, he made a difference for the better to the lives of so many. It's a wonderful legacy for a kid who came to Australia as a 12-year-old from the village of New Cumnock in Scotland 55 years ago. Vale Alex Gallagher.
I thank the member for Macon for that contribution. The question is that this motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Straight shooter, somebody who said what he meant and meant what he said. That was Senator Alex Gallagher. We all knew him as somebody who was old-style Labor. Senator Gallagher, as we've heard, was born on New Year's Day 1954 in Scotland, and I commend the fine words of the member for Macon, the member for Grey and the member for Kingston beforehand, and of course they're all South Australians. Well, I'm not from South Australia, I'm from New South Wales, but my respect for the late senator is no less. He of course also was a member of the other place, the Senate, and yet he was fondly thought of in this, the House of Representatives. And I know that the Prime Minister and the Opposition Leader have also, amongst others, spoken highly of Senator Gallagher and for the work that he did and for the part he played, and certainly he will be sadly missed. And my condolences go to his wife Paola, children Carolyn, Ian, Terry and Frank and grandchildren. He had a long involvement in the Transport Workers Union, 22 years. He was a labourer, a truck driver for several years, between 1971 and 1976. I know we've just been joined by the member for Flynn, and the member for Flynn, of course, has got a lot of experience in the transport industry as a fuel distributor as well, and he would also appreciate the importance of the transport industry to keep this country moving. Alex played a big part in doing just that, in fighting for rights for truckies, but as an integral member himself in that industry that is indispensable. In his first speech, he mentioned transport and road safety as some of his priority interests, and he certainly lived up to what he said. Many people make all sorts of promises in their inaugural speeches, but he lived every word of what he said by his actions and by what he did following on from that. He was appointed Commissioner for the National Road Transport Commission in 2003 and 2004. He had held those roles. He was Director of the South Australian Motor Accident Commission, an organisation he served until 2010. He was Acting Chair of the Road Safety Advisory Council of South Australia. And when he was elected to this place, he made his inaugural speech on 17 August 2011. And in it he said, "A lifetime on the road in my working life and capacity as a TWU official has made me aware of the ever-present dangers that each Australian faces every day when they drive their vehicle. I have a real passion for road safety. Our country's prosperity is reflected in our love affair with the motor vehicle. The freedom and mobility achieved by owning a car are tempered with the sickening human and economic cost of vehicle accidents." And I could put it no better myself. And he had lived that experience. He wanted to make a difference, and indeed he did. He continued in that maiden speech, I have always believed that we should adopt the Swedish model of Vision Zero, which requires a move from traditional thinking. Vision Zero starts with this statement: We are human and we make mistakes. Our bodies are subject to biomechanical tolerance limits and simply not designed to travel at high speed. Yet we do so anyway. An effective road safety system must always take human fallibility into account. Somebody who I admire greatly in the road safety advocacy space is Peter Fraser. Peter lost his beautiful daughter, Sarah, who was travelling on the Hume Freeway to Wagga Wagga to begin a university degree, and lost her life. And Peter began the Safer Australian Roads and Highways. The acronym, of course, is SARA, that group in her honour. Now, he had this to say about Senator Gallagher on social media. He said, "We are saddened by the death of Sen Gallagher, and our thoughts are with family, friends and staff. Alex dedicated his life to those who were vulnerable, and his passion for justice remains an inspiration to so many, including myself. I was privileged to know him, Vale Sen Alex Gallagher." I could put it no better myself. Inspirational, a man of honour, a man of his word, somebody who contributed mightily, not just to this parliament, but to road safety measures that will in the future save people's lives, people who will not even know the fact that they are alive, except for the fact that he had done the work in advocating for better roads and highways, advocating for more money for infrastructure, advocating for Vision Zero, and all of those sum total of things have and will save people's lives into the future, and they can thank Senator Gallagher for just that. May he rest in peace. Condolences and sympathies to his family and wide circle of friends, and particularly in the Labor Party.
I thank the member for Riverina for that contribution. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Alex Gallagher, truck driver. He worked airside as part of the ground crew for TAA. He became a union organiser. But importantly, he was elected Secretary of the South Australian and Northern Territory branch of the Transport Workers Union. And in 2010, he became a Senator of the Australian Parliament representing the great state of South Australia. I've got to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's a pretty significant and telling curriculum vitae for a working class man who never lost sight of who he was and those he was determined to represent to the best of his ability. Alex was a committed Labor man and fiercely loyal to the people of South Australia. For those of us that knew him, and at the moment are thinking the best words to describe him, I sort of thought of these words. He was down to earth, he was genuine, he was direct, there was no pretence about him, he was honest. Those are words that probably would come to mind for all of us who have dealt with him. Now, Alex's great mate is Senator Glenn Stirl, and together they really formed a dynamic duo in our Labor caucus, particularly when it came to matters of road safety or matters affecting the road transport industry. They were passionate about those causes. Alex, as I said, was a working man in a workers' party. He was never slow to remind colleagues if he thought they were straying from what he saw were the key principles of the Labor Party, and if we were slow to move to protect workers' rights. He was fiercely loyal to the party itself. He was an enormous, strong advocate for improving road safety in the conditions of the road transport industry. By the way, an industry which tragically has a fatality rate almost 10 times higher than the average of all other Australian industries. So clearly his passions were well directed in that respect. Now, I remember he once addressed caucus and said words to this effect: "Truck drivers work hard to make a living, but they shouldn't need to die to make a living." Now, his contribution was short, direct, considered, but always compelling. Alex didn't waste words. He didn't believe in long speeches, but he simply conveyed to those who listened what he genuinely believed. It was raw honesty. Now, one thing's certain, Deputy Speaker, is that Alex Gallagher made a difference for the better for workers, particularly those in the transport industry. But moreover than that, he made a difference for the better in the way he represented the people of South Australia. To his wife, Polo, and to his children and grandchildren, please accept my condolences and know that Alex was much loved and respected by all who knew him and those who had the privilege to work with him. Alex Gallagher, great man, good mate, rest in peace.
Yeah. I thank the member for Fowler, and I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It was a pleasure to honour, to know Senator Alex Gallagher. Sadly, his life came to an end on Sunday, aged 67. I first met Alex on a political trip to Korea and Japan. That's where our political lives crossed and we became very good friends, and a lasting friendship to the very end. On that delegation, we visited coal-fired power stations and nuclear power stations in Korea. As from the start, I think we bonded. We had a fair bit in common, Alex and I. Was it the fact that we were both truck drivers and earned our living from driving trucks? He was long haul, I was more fuel trucks in my area. We both loved golf, and we started our lives in Canberra in the latter part of our lives. We both came in the 2010 election. All the accolades that have been bestowed on Alex by members of this House, I fully support and concur with those kind words that everyone has to say about Alex. I have not heard anyone say anything bad about Alex. He is one of those type of guys. And I tell you what, if you did have something to say bad about him, you want a duck. He's just a lovable bloke. My fondest memories of Alex was sitting in a bar in Seoul, in Korea. He had a beer in one hand and a 9-inch cigar in the other. He said to me, "Well, that was a great day, Ken, but a better night to come." He said, "I just love sitting at a bar and being able to smoke at the same time." He said, "You know, you can't do that in Australia anymore." And that was correct. Smoking in a bar in Korea was quite acceptable. And you walk into a bar over there, you've got to look through this haze to find out who's at the other end. So my condolences with his wife Paula, his children and his family. Rest in peace, my friend. Thank you.
I thank the member for Flynn, and I call on video the member for Burt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to express my condolences at the passing of Senator Alex Gallagher. We all know that Alex had been unwell, but that didn't make the shock of his passing any easier to take. Many others that knew him better than me have and will say many great things about Alex, all well-deserved and I'm sure better expressed than I can. For me, what I always appreciated about Alex was that he was a straight shooter. He always told it like it is. Importantly, he was also happy to share the benefits of his experience, provide wise counsel and provide guidance to us newer MPs too. I always valued that about Alex, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. Alex didn't feel the need to contribute on every issue and debate, But when he did, you listened. His was always a considered contribution. Now, that doesn't mean I agreed with Alex on every point, but I did appreciate the way in which he always articulated a well-formed argument. And his arguments came with passion too, a real heartfelt expression of how things really are and how politics would affect and policies would affect workers. Alex dedicated his life to the interests of working people, both as a trade unionist and as a senator. Politics didn't change him. He was a no-nonsense and plain-speaking. He wasn't going to let his illness stop him either. He was sitting in the parliament as recently as June. A little thing called cancer wasn't going to get in his way. Alex was a champion of common sense and fairness and had one of the sharpest minds in the parliament. He was, as many have said, a great bloke. I can't speak about Alex without also speaking about my friend Senator Glenn Sterle, who was such a close mate of Alex's. They were two peas in a pod, or as many of us thought of them, the Sattler and Waldorf of our caucus, not just in demeanour, but also the physical location they took in the room. And so I must also acknowledge that I know that Alex's passing is particularly hard on Senator Sterle too. Both were truck drivers before working for the TWU and then becoming senators. They were also flatmates here in Canberra. The caucus, the TWU, the union movement, the Labor Party, and of course Alex's family are all grieving his loss. Australian workers, and especially truckies and all road users, are better off for Alex Gallagher's advocacy and dogged commitment. We lost Alex far too soon. Alex was also a family man, was dedicated to his wife Paula, his children and grandchildren. I express my condolences to his family and to his friends. Vale Senator Gallagher, may he rest in peace.
I thank the member for Burt. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to Alex Gallagher. I first met Alex in my first term in Parliament as a young, fresh-faced first-term member, having come out of medicine, and I wouldn't go as far as saying I was getting my feet on the ground or being oriented, but committees were a whole new experience for me. And Alex, we sat together on the Joint Standing Committee for Oversight of the NDIS. And having come into this building from a totally different field, I was preconditioned to think that people on that side and people on this side were always full of argy-bargy. But as we all know, that is not the case. We fight the good fight and the principles, but often after the debates are over, you've got someone who you get on with, and that was Alex Gallagher. And he gave wise counsel to a first-termer, and as other people have said, he called it how it was. He was a straight shooter. He was the old-school Labor that I knew as a kid, because some in my family are from that family, and my father himself was a DLP advocate, but like many people, Labor Party moved in one direction and other people went their way. But we're not talking about that, we're talking about Alex. He was a great guy to play a game of golf with. Many times I would have a bad shot, and I tend to internalise my stuff-ups, but with Alex you knew exactly where you stood in golf as you did in a political argument. And the former member for Burt mentioned Glenn Sterle. Playing with them, you could see they were mates, and they were sort of the yin and yang of a greater thought bubble. They sort of knew by mental telepathy what was going on. And I am sure Glenn is grieving as much as Alex's family. But look, he had an amazing career. Because of my medical background, when I saw how much he deteriorated from the lung cancer, I thought, oh gee, this is not good. But look, he bore up amazingly. He was going to be in this place, and you know, he was losing his voice, and he still turned up. and I was really honoured to have him be a co-chair with myself. He faced the wrath of maybe the factions or the wrath of some of the people who are supporters of his party, who've had distorted and out of context views about the capability of nuclear technology to help us in the transition to a sustainable industrial base and a better climate outcome. But he was quite proud and loud about putting his hand up to be a co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Nuclear Industries. And I would like to thank he and other members of the Labor Party who have joined this bipartisan group, and we've had some great discussions about modern technology, Australia's involvement in nuclear, and Alex was at the forefront of that. So I really tip my lid to him, because in the Labor Party it's sometimes a bit stricter. The National Party, we can go off on our personal ideas about policy without risking fear or being sent to Siberia. Now, I would also like to say thank you to other people who, like me, have stood here and tipped their lid or said a salute to Alex, because he really was a charming fellow, and I am sure his family and children, wife and grandchildren are grieving, because he was a very likeable bloke. I can see his background in the TWU grounding him in a serious base of reality. I was really impressed that he worked for TAA for a long period of his life. All these things that I'm learning about Alex after his passing. I knew he was a unionist, I knew he was TWA, but I was a TAA junior flyer club, and TAA was a great airline. Unfortunately, it's no longer here, and I thought, oh, well, I can see why I worked for them, because they were seen as the good guys against Ansett, and a big part of my life when I was a youngster. So look, so many people have things to say, but I would like to express my public and deepest condolences to everyone who was a friend of Alex's, his family and his children and his grandchildren, and everyone else is, I'm sure, equally sad as I am that he's passed. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Lynn. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's strange seeing you so far away, and this is a surreal experience, really, trying to talk to a parliament through this system, because you miss all the nuances of the parliamentary theatre, and that's a bit sad in my view. Just as it's sad that we're here to commemorate the life of a good person, Alex Gallacher. And I come at this from a slightly different perspective, because whilst he made his life in South Australia, he actually began his life in Australia, up here in Darwin, where I am at the moment, on Larrakia country. And he joined the Labor Party up here in 1988, which was a year after I was first elected. And I remember vividly his role in the TWU in the Northern Territory and as part of the South Australia division of the TWU. And he was involved in the union movement up here at a time when it was a pretty robust place. And you weren't able to sort of hide. You need to be a participator and be involved and engaged. And you need to be prepared to stand up for your corner. And he was one of those people who was able to stand up very well for his corner. And I was reflecting on the fact that he had this huge life and career prior to entering into the federal parliament. and thought what it brought to us. You know, a lifetime of experience, of struggle, of advocacy, of representation, of looking after the interests of others in terms of his union and union membership. Now, he had a particular, and I might say peculiar, because of his life, peculiar view of the world, which is not shared by a lot, because not many of us in this parliament have had the opportunities or experience that he had and that he brought with him to the place. And as you would know, Mr Deputy Speaker, when you see people who are straight up, they're not chameleons. They are what they are. When they say something, they mean it. They're straight. They don't change to suit the circumstances or because they might be ambitious and be looking for a promotion. That wasn't Alex. He was just such a straight bloke. And his word was definitely his bond. And you knew that if Alex expressed a view, that he wasn't going to be shifted from it lightly. And when he expressed a view, you needed to take notice. And of course, in the Labor Party, we're a happy little family in the Labor Party. But we do have differences of points of view at times. And sometimes those differences are reflected in very strong arguments. But I never saw Alex in a position where, even though despite the argument, despite the difference of opinion, he wasn't prepared to sit down and talk, share a drink or break bread. He was that sort of person. And someone who we will sadly miss. I reflected on his role as a TWU official and thought about his experience in the trucking industry and reflected on how important that role was and remains for those still in the TWU. It's particularly important in the north of Australia and the Northern Territory because of our reliance on long-haul transport and the trucking industry. And I know that when Alex was representing those workers, he did so with a great deal of diligence and indeed a great deal of inspiration, which he took from his members, but he was able to articulate because of his own life's experience. I think those of us who had the great fortune to meet and know Alex would know that he was a unique individual and someone who demanded respect. Others have spoken about his first speech in the Parliament, his observations about particular issues. I don't intend to repeat those. But I do want to just repeat the words of the TWU National Secretary, Michael Caine, when he said, Senator Gallagher was a straight-talking, no-nonsense and hard-working man, prepared to speak the truth, the power to support workers. That's a terrific dedication. A terrific dedication. And you could just replace the word workers with truth to power to speak for the people of South Australia, which he did so avidly and so well. We'll miss him. There aren't many like him. I know Glenn Stirl. I watched Glenn's contribution the other day, and I was taken by how close those two men are or were. And I say to Glenn, you've lost a mate and a great friend. We have lost, in the broader Labor movement, we have lost a comrade, someone who is worth listening to, someone who can take great credit for what he's achieved during his working life. And I extend my deepest condolences to his wife Paola, his children, his grandchildren, his many friends, but particularly, may I say, his comrades in our caucus, in the union movement generally, but particularly in the TWU, Varley. And I say to those who might be thinking of him, it's Varley, but it's not goodbye in a sense, because we can continue to celebrate his life and his contribution. Thank you.
Yeah. I thank the member for Lingiari. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. It's an honour to have the privilege of saying a few words in commemoration of my good mate, our good mate in the Labor Party, Senator Alex Gallagher. Alex was a true workers' champion, a straight shooter, person that called it as he saw it, always standing up for workers and their families and their rights. He will be a big loss to the Parliament. Alex, like so many in the Labor movement, was a Scottish migrant. He came to Australia in the 1960s. And he immediately found work working as a labourer, then as a truck driver, before going on to work as a ramp services operator at Trans-Australian Airlines, or TAA it was then known as. And that's where his long affinity with the Transport Workers Union began. Alex was a member of the union at TAA, worked his way up to become delegate. The leadership of the union saw his talent, his leadership and his promise, and they made him an organiser before he went on to become the State Secretary of the Transport Workers Union in South Australia and the Northern Territory in 1996 until 2010. Alex was also the national president of the TWU, and a bloke that never forgot where he came from. And when he was pre-selected to the Senate to represent the seat of the state of South Australia, he always cherished his years in the union movement and his work for the Transport Workers Union, and ensured that when he went into the Parliament, he was there to make a difference for those workers and to improve their rights and conditions at work. Alex was a good mate of mine. We were elected together in the Senate in 2010. And I remember fondly the Senate school that we had at the time, just before we actually took up our Senate seats in July 2011. And I immediately took a shine to Alex because he did call it as he saw it. And he had these enduring features of a wise bloke that had worked in many industries, the School of Hard Knocks he graduated from, and was street smart. And more importantly, he knew how to use that shrewdness, that street smart, those life experiences to advocate for and campaign for workers. And that's what he did in the Senate. And he immediately set about making sure that workers' interests were represented and that he was pushing, ensuring that workers had better rights and conditions at work, and importantly, that their safety was looked after and cared for, and particularly in the transport industry. Alex knew the dangers that truck drivers and people that worked in the transport industry faced on a daily basis. He'd rung the members, he'd rung the widows to tell them of the deaths of their husbands on the road. He'd seen the carnage of owner-drivers being forced to work ridiculous hours to make deadlines that were imposed by those that they were carrying for. And that's why he was a champion of safer rates and the establishment of the Safe Rates Tribunal that came to fruition under the Gillard government. It's a great shame that the Abbott government forgot the wise words and the knowledge of a bloke like Alex Gallagher and Glenn Sterling in the Senate when they got rid of that important body. because it did have an effect in ensuring that workers weren't pushed to running and driving irresponsible hours that risked the health and safety of workers and caused death to others on our roads. And Alex was part of that campaign, an important part of raising those issues. Strangely enough, Alex loved the Economics Committee of the Senate, and he was very proud to have become the Senate Economics References Committee chair. And he brought to that committee not a theoretical perspective about economics, but a real life one. And that is so important. And often we forget about that in the work of committees such as that, because Alex brought that reality and that worker's perspective of someone that had worked many years in the industry on behalf of workers as a union representative. And it was in his chairmanship that that committee undertook some very, very important work, particularly around the notions associated with workers and a living wage, housing affordability, access to quality education, access to training for skills improvement, that are all fundamentally important and labour ideals to advancing the rights of workers and making sure that they have a better life. Alex was a funny bloke as well. Loved the beer, loved the joke, and loved the game of golf. I had the fortune of travelling to Brazil with Alex in 2018. And one Sunday morning when we were due to go somewhere, the tour guide says, "Anyone know where Senator Gallagher is?" And I said, "I think you can bet your life Sunday morning he's on the golf course." And true to form he was. We were also keen to go to a football game or a soccer game in Rio when we were there, because two of the top teams were playing in a final. And we knew it would be something that would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So we asked the Australian Embassy staff if they could possibly arrange for us to buy tickets to go to the football game. And the embassy staff said, "Oh, look, I think that's going to be a bit hard. It's a sellout. It'll be too much. I think you just better forget about it." Anyway, the next morning, Alex came down to breakfast and said to everyone, "Don't worry, I've got us all tickets to the soccer." He managed to work out with the concierge a way to get everyone tickets, and we all went along and had a great time at that soccer game. And that was Alex. He knew how to relate to people. People liked him, they warmed to him, and he had a great spirit and a great character that will be sadly missed by all, not only in the Labor Party, but in the Senate more generally. I particularly want to pay tribute to his good mate, Senator Glenn Sterle. They've had a mateship that lasts longer than any of us have had with Alex in the Parliament. It's a deep bond, and I know that Glenn's been hurting over the last couple of days. We send our commiserations to Glenn, but in particular we also send our commiserations to Paola, Alex's wife, and his kids and grandchildren. He was a great bloke, a workers' champion. He will be sadly missed in the Parliament. May he rest in peace.
I thank the member for Kingsford Smith. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I too wish to express my deep sadness and regret at the passing of Alex Gallagher, and pass on my condolences to his wonderful wife Paola and his children and grandchildren. We're all going to miss Alex. Alex was a great trade unionist, and I believe that the trade union movement, even though he was in Parliament, has lost one of its giants, and so has this Parliament. Deputy Speaker, we've heard over the last couple of days Alex's history and his beginnings. Alex was a worker. He was a blue-collar worker, a truck driver that delivered goods from point A to point B. He never lost that affiliation with the workers' movement. He knew what it was like to work in a tough job, in a hard job, driving trucks and delivering goods. And that was, you could see that throughout his entire parliamentary career, in his speeches and in his communications with his electorate. He was 22 years at the Transport Workers Union, where he successfully campaigned for improving workers' conditions and wages. So he was a fierce advocate for the industry, the state that he represented, and for his nation. And he was dedicated. He was dedicated to his loving family, as I said, to his wife Paola, his children, and his grandchildren. And they're going to miss him. They're going to miss him so much, as all of us will. His loyalty to industry, to workers, and his service and contribution to our state and our nation will be sorely missed, Deputy Speaker. But Alex has now left us with another important legacy. I know that since he was diagnosed with lung cancer, Alex spoke frequently to the people from the Lung Cancer Foundation, a wonderful organisation advocating for better care and more research into lung cancer. And I recently spoke with Mark Brook, who rang me to pass on his condolences for Alex as a deputy convener of the Lung Cancer Foundation Friends of Parliament. He rang me yesterday, and he conveyed to me that that they expressed their deepest sadness at Alex's passing. And as I said, what he said to me was that Mark and Alex spoke regularly over the last few months about the importance of specialist lung cancer nurses. And there is an urgent need that exists to fund these roles to support patients like Alex and what he went through their cancer journey. They also discussed the importance of nationwide targeted lung cancer screening program to ensure that we catch the disease earlier when optimal care and treatment can be provided. Deputy Speaker, I'll continue to work with the Lung Cancer Foundation and parliamentary colleagues to promote this legacy and achieve what Alex was also fighting for in the last few months of his life. Deputy Speaker, I first met Alex in 96, 97 it was, when he came over from the NT to take up the leadership position of the TWU in South Australia. In 1998, I was the candidate the first time for the seat of Hindmarsh. And I remember Alex working on my campaign. He was introduced to me by another fellow TWU colleague of mine who I knew very well, Steph Key, who basically introduced me to Alex, and we became friends ever since. Alex was a down-to-earth sort of person. There was no airs and graces. What you saw is what you got. And he was the type of person that basically you knew if you had his commitment to something, his word was his word. And he operated in that manner. He operated in a way that basically throughout my political career, he was one of my greatest supporters in terms of whether he was Secretary of the TWU and then again as a Senator. We know Alex's background. He was born in Scotland. In 1954, he migrated to Australia when he was 12 years old with his parents from a tough life, a working class life in Scotland in those days was tough. Alex began his working life as a labourer, as a worker, blue-collar worker, and a truck driver from 1971 right through to 1976. And in 76, Alex started at the old TAA, the Trans-Australian Airlines, as a ramp operator until 1988. And he then joined the Transport Workers Union, the South Australian Northern Territory Division, or branch as they were in those days, becoming a union organiser in 92. And in 96, Alex was elected as Secretary of the and Treasurer of the TWU and SANT branch. And that's when I met him. That's when I met him, when he was involved as well in the Labor Party in South Australia. He was one of those people, as I said, that he was committed to workers, he was committed to the labour movement, and he was committed to the betterment of entitlements and workers' lives, because he had been one himself. And it's, not many people like Alex are in Parliament today, but we know that what he brought to the Parliament was an absolute understanding of what workers go through. of their trials and tribulations. In fact, I had the pleasure and the honour of going to Afghanistan on one of the defence programs with Alex in 2010. We were in Tarin Kop, and we shared, those of you that have been on defence programs know that when you go there, you actually live like one of the defence personnel. We're in a bunker, in a dormitory, and we're in the same room with Alex. And I'd wake up in the morning fairly early, at 6 a.m, and I'd look over and Alex was gone. And I was always wondered, where on earth is he? I'd go off and shower and meet him at the breakfast in the mess room in Tarin Kop in Afghanistan. And I'd say to him, where did you go? Where were you up? What were you doing up so early? He said, I got up early because I like to go out and talk to the soldiers. I wanted to hear their view. I wanted to hear what they've got to say. Mind you, while we were there, we had all these meetings with all the big brass and all the the top notches of the Defence Force. Alex wanted to go and speak to those on the ground. And he said to me, that's how I always operated as a union official as well. I always spoke to the workers to hear what the true story is. And he said to me, I remember him saying to me, and he would do this every morning, the 10 days we were there, he would get up at 6 a.m. and just walk out and talk to the different defence personnel that were going to their shifts, etc. And he'd say to me, you hear and you learn the most out of those people that are working on the ground. That's the type of person Alex was. He did that in his union life, he did that in his parliamentary life, and it was a good example and a good lesson to me at that time as well, that you talk to those people on the ground. Alex was elected to the Senate in 2010 and commenced his position in 2011, I think it was, 1st of July, when the Senate began its term. And he served on many standing committees in that period. Especially, he took great pride in the Economics Committee. And Alex would say his mind. There was no doubt. If he believed something, he'd pick up the phone and he'd say to you, Steve, X, Y, Z, this is what's happening. This is what I believe in. And there was, as I said, no airs and graces. He was straight. His word was his word. And he's going to be missed by all of us. And in fact, we need more people like Alex in this parliament. He was a true believer, a worker that understood workers, who had actually been a worker himself and had seen the trials and tribulations and what people go through in everyday life. And he continued that throughout his career, whether it was a trade unionist or whether it was in the parliament, to speak to those people on the ground. Just like the example I gave you about Afghanistan, that's what Alex was good at. That's what he did. He understood people at the lower echelons of life and always advocated for them, always advocated. So to his family, to Paola, to his children, to his grandchildren, our deep condolences. He will be missed immensely in this place that we are in and that we have the honour to represent people and workers, especially on my side of politics. People like Alex are absolutely the salt of the earth. And I pass on my condolences to his family and our deepest sympathy. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Adelaide. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, tonight is one of those speeches you make where you don't want to. We often rise in this place and we talk about bills and motions and all these things, but tonight we're talking about a mate. And I think, when I think back and think of Alex, the only words I can say to him was he was a mate, a good bloke, straight down the line, honest as the day is long, and genuine. And there's not many people that you meet in this game of politics that you can say that about. And I do that because from the first time I met him at a pizza shop in Canberra on the first night that I came up here, to the very end, wherever you were with Alex, he stopped, he spoke, he was your, he was your mate. And as Matt Keogh pointed out, the member for Burt earlier, we used to lovingly call him and Sturley the Stadler and Waldorf, sitting there in the caucus room and always putting their 2 bob in, but you know that every time they put their 2 bob in, you got $10 worth, because it was always genuine gold that they'd give you. And I don't know whatever I could say that's ever going to change the pain or the the feelings that his family is having, because, you know, we think about what we've lost is nothing compared to what they've lost. They've lost someone who was a husband, a father, a grandfather, a brother, a sister, a cousin. You know, we've lost a friend and a colleague. And, you know, we look back and we think about what he's done with his life, Alex, from coming out here in Scotland, working as a rampion, driving a truck, being involved in the union. That whole story just tells you about the genuineness of the person and what he believed in. And it's very difficult to find words when you talk about someone like Alex like this. And I think about Linda Ellis's poem called The Dash. And the closing lines in it says, "When your eulogy is being read, with your life's actions to rehash, would you be proud of the things they say about how you lived your dash?" And it's about the dash between the date of birth and the date of death. And I really want to say to Alex's family, you can be very proud of the dash that Alex had. Because there's not many people that can go through life and just be a genuine, honest, decent person of moral values and integrity. And he did that in spades. You know, as the member for Flynn said earlier, there was not a bad word you could say about Alex. And if you did, you'd be wrong, and you'd have a queue a mile long of people that would be getting up behind you and saying, that's just not right. Because he was just a remarkable person to know, to call a friend, to have a beer with, to have a chat with, and to get an opinion. But it wouldn't be fair to say goodbye to a Scottish person without a bit of words from Robbie Burns. And Robbie Burns wrote a poem that says, it's an epitaph on my own friend. "An honest man lies here at rest, as a God his image blessed, the friend of man, the friend of truth, the friend of age, the guide of youth. Few hearts like his with virtue warmed, few heads of knowledge so informed. There's another world, he lives in bliss. If there is none, he made the best of this." And I think that sums up Alex perfect. So Vale, Alex, thank you for giving me the privilege of being your friend. And to Sturley, I can't wait to see you, mate. All the best. Thank you.
I thank the member for McEwen. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to have a few moments in the chamber to pay tribute to Senator Alex Gallagher on behalf of the electorate of Macquarie. Now, there's a really strong link between Alex and my electorate, especially the Blue Mountains, which may seem odd for a South Australian, but it's due to his commitment to road safety. Alex was such a proud co-convener of the Parliamentary Friends of Road Safety, and when Peter Fraser, a Blue Mountains resident and president and founder of the Sarah Group, reached out for support for his Yellow Ribbon Safer Driving initiative, it was an absolutely perfect match. Peter established Sarah in honour of his daughter, Sarah. Her car had broken down, and as a tow truck driver was hooking up the car, a truck sideswiped the car and collided with them both, and they both died. In 2017, Alex described the work of the Sarah Group, which the family set up after Sarah's death. He said of Peter, and I quote, "He's made a personal tragedy into a campaign for road safety. He's done a fantastic job in bringing greater awareness of road safety." And then Alex quoted the Sarah Pledge, and I think he'd agree that the more people who hear this and take the pledge, the better. And the pledge is drive as if my loved ones are on the road ahead, remove distractions and never use my phone while at the wheel, and I will be aware of and take care of vulnerable road users around me. I know how important it was for Peter and his family to see that work recognised by the Senate, and I wanted on the record how deeply Alex's efforts in this area have been appreciated. And of course, everything he did to promote road safety and to support safer trucking had implications for the major roads that go through my electorate, the Great Western Highway and the Bells Line of Road. I was in Canberra as a candidate on the day the Road Safety Remuneration Tribunal was established. And I think that was 2012, and I was very pleased to celebrate on the front lawn with the TWU and with those senators who made it possible, and we know it wouldn't have occurred without Alex's work. So my deep condolences to his family, his Senate and South Australian colleagues, his TWU mates, and the people that he got to hang out with here in his years in Canberra. I want everybody to know that his work reached Macquarie and it made a difference.
I thank the member for Macquarie. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, Alex Gallagher was born in New Cumnock, a small coal mining village in East Ayrshire, a village that, despite its name, dates back to the 13th century, with connections to William Wallace, Robert the Bruce and Robbie Burns. And a few miles down the road lived Keir Hardie, a founder of the UK Labor Party and a giant of the trade union movement. While organising in Ayrshire for the Miners' Union, Hardie had a significant influence on a young East Ayrshire union leader and future Australian Prime Minister Andrew Fisher. The connection between East Ayrshire, the union movement, the Australian Labor Party and this parliament were set in those early days of federation. It should then come as no surprise that another son of East Ayrshire would have such an impact on the Australian labour movement. Alex Gallagher's family, like so many migrants, like Fisher himself, came to Australia seeking a better chance for themselves. Alex worked for the Transport Workers Union for more than 2 decades, holding key state and national positions, working as an industrial officer, organiser, South Australian Northern Territory State Secretary and also national president. He channelled his early experience as a truck driver and aviation ramp worker into his passionate advocacy to improve safety and conditions right across the transport industry. Deputy Speaker, in 2010 he was elected to the Australian Senate and brought his staunch advocacy for working people and their families to this place. He fought tirelessly for truck drivers to receive safe rates of pay and conditions, and would have been proud to have been part of the Senate's landmark report into the road transport industry, only tabled last week in the Senate. Despite his ill health, he was still active in supporting aviation workers in their fight against deplorable treatment last year. He was a passionate believer in the importance of superannuation for a just and dignified retirement. And he was deeply concerned by the increase in uncertain work in all its forms. Deputy Speaker, it was through Senator Gallagher's tireless work across committees that I first met him. Before coming to this place, I worked for Professionals Australia and appeared before Alex a number of times in the course of Senate inquiries. He was sharp but understanding and treated inquiry witnesses with respect and, at times, with kindness if we deserved it. He didn't suffer fools, but in Alex, our members felt they had someone who not only heard them, but understood and cared about the issues they raised. Invariably, that understanding of issues was reflected in the recommendations coming from committees he was involved in. And Deputy Speaker, he showed me particular kindness and wise counsel when I briefly served in the Senate from 2018 to 2019 and extended that kindness to my family. I came into the Senate at an unusual time and in unusual circumstances mid-term, and it's an unusual place. The rhythms of the Senate are quite different to this place. But Alex took it upon himself to share his experience and knowledge of all the vagaries of that place with no agenda other than generosity of spirit. His enduring agenda was advancing the interests of working people in this place, an agenda we share. and he opened up his friendship group with the same spirit of generosity. He was a great example to someone new that there was a place for hard-working, passionate people who could get outcomes across the aisles and through hard work. And I hope I've learned just from observing how Alex went about his business in the chamber, during inquiries, in party meetings, with his staff and with constituents. I had hoped to continue learning. As TWU National Secretary Michael Caine said earlier this week, transport workers, the TWU and the Parliament have lost a giant. Senator Gallagher was a straight-talking, no-nonsense and hard-working man prepared to speak truth to power to support workers. Alex was someone on whom workers could always rely and was resolute in his belief that no obstacle should prevent working people from achieving their best. His passing is a significant loss to the Labor movement and to the Parliament. My deepest condolences to Alex's wife Parla, his children, grandchildren and the rest of his family, and to his staff and all those who worked with Alex in the Labor movement. Keir Hardie, Andrew Fisher, Alex Gallagher, all flowers of Scotland, Deputy Speaker. When will we see their like again?
I thank the member for Bean and I call the member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition for the gracious way that they have worked together, both to share some kind words about our fallen friend and comrade, Senator Alex Gallagher of South Australia, and for the many fine words that have been said about him during this debate. It's a truism in this place, as it is upstairs, that some of the kindest and the most honest words about one of our colleagues is said when they depart from this place, whatever the means by which they depart. And I was truly moved, and I know that many members on our side were truly moved by the very generous words that were offered up in tribute to Alex by members of the coalition parties. I've had the privilege of knowing Alex since I joined this place, and he did. We both joined in 2010. We refer to those years as the Troubles. That 43rd Parliament, I think it was, we refer to them as the Troubles. And separately, we've engaged in our own measure of troubles in the 11 years since we've been in this place. I worked with him. I didn't know him before he joined this place, but I worked with him in many separate capacities since he joined the Senate. I also had a long association with the organisation that he's a life member of, the Transport Workers Union, and they're a different breed, it has to be said. They're a very tight-knit family, the sort of closeness and camaraderie that is only born of people who share an occupation that is as hazardous as it is long hours, risky. They are truly a community to and of themselves. They do keep this country connected, they keep it fed, they keep it clothed, they supply our industries, our offices and our workplaces. And we're truly thankful for them. It's a risky business, a dangerous business. Too many transport workers continue to lose their lives in the service of their occupation and this nation. Something that Alex dedicated his 11 years in the Senate to addressing in the ways that he could, whether it be through the Safe Rates campaign that was kicked off by his union, the TWU, and continued on through the parliamentary representation of people like himself and Senator Sterle and Senator Hutchins before him, now deceased Senator Hutchins, and Senator Sheldon in the other place as well. Also had the benefit of working with him on the issue of superannuation, something that Alex was incredibly passionate about. He experienced over his many years in manual labour and in transport work the fact that somebody could have given their entire working life to an occupation, often working in a business, a single business, for 30 or 40 years, and on their last day leave with nothing but their last paycheck. Superannuation was something that Alex saw, changed all of that. And in the industries that were organised by the Transport Workers Unions, while we're battling to protect 10% superannuation guarantee levy and see it over the course of the next 4 years move through to 12%, Alex organised in the workplace for many, many workplaces to already enjoy that benefit. And they're going home, they're retiring with a bigger benefit, more than their last paycheck as a result of that. Nobody would ever have confused Alex as a metrosexual. He was an old-style fella, an old-style Labor representative, but it was a great pleasure to have Alex in our caucus, because we've always been best when we're a broad church and a big church. I want to thank his family for giving up a period of their life by sharing Alex with us. I want to send our condolences to Parla and the family, to the TWU family, and again thanks all honourable members of this place who've contributed in such a kind and heartfelt way to this debate.
I thank the member for Whitlam. The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable Prime Minister be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4, Corporations, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Amendment Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank members for their contribution to the debate on the Corporations, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Amendment Bill 2021. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations play a central role in delivering services and supporting economic development in Indigenous communities, particularly in regional and remote Australia. The CATSI Act is a specialist regulatory framework designed to make it easier for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander groups to form and manage corporations. While it mirrors many of the requirements of the Corporations Act of 2001, it establishes a unique regulatory framework that supports Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations to succeed. In doing so, the CATSI Act demands high standards of governance, while at the same time recognising the special cultural requirements of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. The corporate regulatory framework established by the CATSI Act has been very successful. It has improved the efficiency, sustainability and accountability of Indigenous corporations, and this has benefited their members and the communities they serve. However, the CATSI Act is no longer meeting the needs and expectation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and requires modernisation. The CATSI Act has not kept pace with other incorporation statutes, and it does not reflect the reality of running a corporation in this day and age. Moreover, the CATSI Act, in its current form, does not provide the type of flexibility that the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples want when structuring their corporations. These amendments strengthen and improve the CATSI Act, remove unnecessarily regulatory burden and empower members by increasing transparency. The amendments in this bill are years in the making and some have been subject to numerous rounds of public consultation through the 2016 review of the CATSI Act and the Office of the Register of Indigenous Corporations, the 2017 technical review and a public inquiry of the predecessor of this bill, the 2018 Strengthening Governance and Transparency Bill. Recommendations and feedback through these processes was consolidated in the National Indigenous Australians Agency Comprehensive Review of the CATSI Act undertaken in 2020. This review people said they wanted, with a broad scope—
Order. It being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. And it has been a very difficult period in Victoria and New South Wales and across the country over the last little while. We have a virus that is raging, unfortunately, out of control in New South Wales, and today was a difficult day with the Premier saying that it's unlikely that the numbers of coronavirus will come down in Victoria. We are almost a month into lockdown, and there is huge economic pain. There's a lot of people who are doing it really tough, and I wanted to say thank you to each and every person who is making sacrifices on behalf of the broader community to help slow down this rate of coronavirus. And it's so important. We know this is important because at the moment in New South Wales, there are hospitals that aren't taking more patients. There are intensive care beds, and there are processes that are unfolding, which is causing really difficult ethical decisions about likelihood of survival and other issues around who gets the full attention and who gets absolute best medical practice. And this is something in Australia that we haven't really had to think about in our lifetimes. We have an incredible healthcare system. We have universal healthcare. Of course, it was the great Bob Hawke who brought in our health system that enabled us to have access to high quality healthcare whenever we need. And at the moment, we are in a period in this country where that is really going to be tested, probably for the first time in many of our lifetimes, where we are really going to be tested as to whether or not we will have access to the full care. Now, of course, the most devastating and the most frustrating aspect of all of this is that it was entirely predictable, in that we knew that our vaccinations were going to give us the best protection in order to prevent people getting sick and prevent transmission of this virus. And we have been urging since the very beginning of this pandemic for a government to act with speed and purpose in order to manage this. And of course, we famously heard the Prime Minister say that it wasn't a race. But more than that, he didn't just say it, the actions of the federal government treated the vaccine rollout in exactly that way, that it was never a race. And now we have only 35% of the population fully vaccinated. We're not even halfway, and we have half the population, most of the eastern seaboard, is in lockdown. There are cases constantly creeping into other states, and we are in a really precarious situation with our healthcare system at the moment. This virus has always been a race, and at the moment the government is failing this contest and the virus is winning in Australia. And the Prime Minister needs to take responsibility for that and needs to admit his failures, because at the moment people in Victoria and New South Wales are facing dangerous days ahead because of his mismanagement of the vaccine rollout. And it's so frustrating. It is so frustrating because Victorians and Australians have done so much. They have done so much throughout this pandemic, and they have sacrificed so much for their friends and for their family. And people are tired, and people are angry, and people are exhausted of this pandemic. And what have we got to show? We are not even halfway before we get to that 70% threshold where more options come to us. And that's really frustrating, and that didn't have to be like that. The other thing I would say is that whatever the incentive people have, right, that's the past, we can't change that. But in terms of the future, whatever incentives people have to get vaccinated, I know most people are going to get vaccinated because it's going to help them stay out of hospital and spend up to 5 weeks in intensive care. Some people are going to get vaccinated because it'll mean that they're likely to protect their family, their friends, their loved ones, or whether it's to protect their country. But whatever the reason, we have put forward an incentive scheme to ensure we get to the 70 or 80% vaccination target. And the Prime Minister, like what he did so many times throughout this pandemic, has played politics with that and dismissed it just because that idea came from the Labor Party. Well, there are other incentives that also need to be brought in. If you choose not to be vaccinated, that's your choice. I can't say I agree with it or condone it, but then that also means that businesses will have a right to choose to keep you out of their business. It will mean airlines will be able to choose to keep you off the planes. It'll mean society will choose to separate themselves from you because of your choices, because we want to get out of this. We want to see the back of these lockdowns, and we want to see our country move forward and be everything it can be. So my advice to you tonight is to get vaccinated, and thank you for all of the sacrifices that you've made so far.
And I call the honourable member for Bowman.
Well, thanks very much,
for
Speaker.
5 minutes.
Dialing in from Queensland, thank you. And wow, that was a solo flight for me to follow from the preceding Speaker. No, baristas in this country won't decide whether they make a latte for people based on their vaccination status. Let's get that very, very clear. But it is a good opportunity, I think, to range over, as the previous speaker said. Victoria admitting that, in fact, Delta is here to stay. That's exactly what the dynamics have told us for a couple of weeks now. And the race is to make sure that anyone who is at risk of hospitalisation, serious illness or death is in the vaccinated cohort. And there were plenty of people 12 months ago saying that Australia would have the benefit of watching other countries begin vaccination programs. We wanted to see more safety data. And there were very, very good reasons for us starting in late February, and the rollout since has been exceptionally good. In many cases, in places in Queensland, WA, the race is not to get a vaccine, it's to get a booking slot. There's ample vaccine, we just can't get it into arms. But I want to take you back, if I could, Speaker, to April 7, when modelling from Doherty was basically released by government, predicting catastrophe. And of course, this wasn't true. We knew 2 weeks earlier that this was a finite, not an exponential spread. We completely over-egged Alpha and led to these shocking border shutdowns and huge costs that we saw last year. But if COVID's an 800-metre race and we're in the Bell Lap, I hope we are, we were certainly wrong-footed by Delta, a completely different challenge, as we now understand. But March 29 last year, I went public. I said Queensland's first wave would be under control in 3 to 4 weeks, and I was attacked relentlessly by Labor, but I was 1 day out. And the Premier on 26 April signalled her intention to raise and remove some of these restrictions. But the modelling didn't help us, and there has been a real failure of the experts in many cases, because we had experts trying to be politicians and politicians trying to sound like experts. I claim to be good at neither, but honest enough to admit that in many cases we needed a certain bit of separation here. It worked early on, the romance of National Cabinet worked for us last year, but it broke down with that wildcat August 8 attack on the Prime Minister and closure of borders based on the first Melbourne lockdown. This was completely unacceptable. And the public health challenge, is there a simpler one? I see my colleague, Member for Lynn, in the chamber. Is there a simpler challenge than passing food and loo paper through a hotel room door? We've had Queensland using 13 of their, wait for it, 1,977 hotels for quarantine. We should be supporting the hotel sector by doing more quarantine, training more public health workers, but that simply hasn't happened. We should have lent before we spent on JobKeeper. Right from the start, HECS was there to provide long-term income contingent lending to every business that needed a hand. And we wouldn't be chasing Harvey Norman today if we'd provided some lending opportunities through single touch payroll so that employers could have access to that same amount of money but pay it back if it wasn't needed. And every sector turned out to be different. And there'd be more dollars for Delta this year if we'd taken a more cautious approach and used lend instead of spend last year. Look, the great story, I think, one day, Speaker, will be how we wouldn't touch a mask 12 months ago and now you get fined for not having one. And people like Brendan Hempel, at a time when our own nation's PPE task force couldn't see it, organised 250 million masks in April 9 last year to be imported, while everyone else was worrying about respirators for an alpha strain that didn't need it. The closure of international borders and DFAT's management of it, where you self-assess how much risk you're at, failed to ask a simple question of the million Australians overseas. Do you have first-degree family relatives permanently based in the country you're in, with all the supports you need? And our aircraft and the limited seats have been consumed by Australians pulling passports too often out from under the mattress of convenience, deciding to come home because things look a little cheerier in Australia than the country they chose to move 2 years ago. I think that's a fair point to be made. Case numbers have been unclear. We haven't been accurately reporting case recovery. Hospital elective surgery shouldn't have stopped, but the reality is that there's so much perpetually at risk of being overwhelmed, they had no choice. And lastly, we've ended zero debt thinking and modern monetary policy's got a new lease of life, but certainly we need to rethink growth theory, that we need to be bringing in a certain number of people into this country to keep the economy strong, while we're bringing no one into this country at the moment and the economy is strong. And I hope that promotes in this chamber a renewed debate about populations in this country.
And I call the member for Holt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I wanted to talk tonight about Afghanistan, in particular what has happened there more recently, particularly with the evacuation of some 4,000 citizens, visa holders, locally engaged employees and permanent residents from Kabul airport. As you may know, I've had a close relationship with the Afghan community here in Melbourne and in the southeast of Melbourne for over 25 years. I've had and have many friends in this very remarkable community. I certainly would like to say at the start that my thoughts and prayers are with them as they've been watching those horrific scenes unfolding at the Kabul airport, and also those from the Afghan Australian community that are very concerned about their loved ones, family and relatives that weren't able to be evacuated from Kabul in the past 2 weeks. One of the grave concerns that I have for Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker, is having worked in the security space now for some 20 years, what the reinstatement of Taliban rule in Afghanistan will mean for the people of Afghanistan. I recall nearly 20 years ago watching the World Trade Centers crash to the ground. I recall what happened in Afghanistan when the Taliban were last in power in the late 90s until 2001, until the international community took action against the Taliban because of their support for Al-Qaeda. I remain concerned, as someone who's in the security space, about the Taliban's continuing connection with Al-Qaeda, and from reports that I'm receiving internationally and locally that support has not diminished and that there is still a connection between Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the veterans community. They must be feeling what they've seen and heard at Kabul airport very, very deeply. And to those veterans that may be listening to this, I wanted to thank you for the work that you did over those nearly 20 years in securing Afghanistan. I've got to say to you that your mission was a success. I do recall that we needed to take, the international community resolved that we needed to take action to remove that regime from Afghanistan, given that they were state-sponsoring terrorist acts that it then resulted not only in the attacks on the United States soil, but also through offshoots, a connection with the Bali bombings and other acts of terror around the world. Your mission was a success. You removed that threat from the community and you protected Australia by your actions. I do recall that we lost 41 soldiers. We had 39,000 veterans that served. I'd like to thank the 700 Australians from DFAT, Home Affairs, Australia Border Force and the Australian Defence Force that helped evacuate those 4,000 individuals from Afghanistan. I know the conditions were very, very difficult. I'd like to actually thank my staff as well, whilst I have the opportunity. We had literally many, many hundreds of people contacting us seeking support to get relatives out of Afghanistan, and we were relatively successful at that. But what I also say is this, that our mission there is not complete. I believe, Speaker, that we have, having been there, having supported, having uprooted a terrorist state and a state that supported terrorism, and being responsible for it at our occupation there, that we've resulted in gains for the community, particularly women in Afghanistan, that we can't just walk away from Afghanistan. We have a moral responsibility to bring those that we have connections with to our shores. I'm not putting a number on that. The Prime Minister has said that he's put a floor of about 3,000. I would certainly encourage more support. We took 12,000 people from Syria when we had the conflict emerge in Syria. To our Afghan Australian friends, we stand with you. I stand with you in this rather challenging period of time. We will work cooperatively. I don't think there's any point at this point in time at pointing fingers about what went wrong, about what happened. What we need to do is work collectively to continue to exercise our moral responsibility to bring people from Afghanistan who have a legitimate connection to Australia, to our shores, legally and legitimately. That's the least that we could do for our Afghan Australian friends here in Australia. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This government has invested significant amounts of money into treatment of and research into eating disorders, and I commend the Prime Minister, the Health Minister and the Assistant Minister for Mental Health on the efforts they are taking to challenge this cluster of diseases. But I don't want to talk about the treatment or the research efforts tonight. I want to talk about the reality of the disease and the stigma which is, sadly, still attached to it. I can talk about the reality of eating disorders because I am someone who suffered anorexia for more than a decade of my life, complete with several recoveries and several relapses. If truth be told, I suspect that, like others who have suffered this disease, I will always have an intermittent propensity to it. I stress when I talk about the reality of this disease, I can only in fact talk about my reality of suffering from it. While there are undoubtedly common threads to the disease, everybody's experience will be different. I used to be able to tell you the calorie count of nearly every food and drink imaginable. I used to spend time tallying those calories endlessly. I would eat the same restricted calorie intake every day. I was obsessed by routine. I exercised obsessively. I weighed myself daily. I chewed so much gum to avoid eating that my dentist, an old friend of mine from uni days, could have retired 20 years ago if he had chosen to charge me the rates other dentists may have charged. I lost hair from my head, but was covered in feathery downy hair all over my body. I couldn't lie on my stomach because my hip bones would hurt. I couldn't sit on uncushioned couches because my tailbone would hurt. I was always cold. I hated going out with friends because I was always tired. I put my family and my friends, particularly my darling parents, through years of hell. I remember thinking of my life as akin to simply marking off days on a calendar until the day I died. It was miserable and it was isolating. I was totally self-absorbed in this thing which had overtaken my life. But eating was something, in fact, it felt like it was the only thing over which I had control. As much as I wanted to get better, and I did, I also didn't want to get better, because somehow this disease became to define me. Success at controlling my eating was how I was defining success for myself. I also remember that sometime after I started to first receive treatment, I woke up one morning and looked out the window to see a beautiful blue sky. And I knew I was getting better because I had not noticed something as simple as a blue sky for years. I'm sharing all this not for pity nor for sympathy. I don't want either. I also don't want to be told that I'm brave for sharing this. I am sharing this because there is still so much stigma which surrounds this disease and to a lesser extent other mental illnesses, that many people do not seek help, in part because of fear of being silently judged by others, and in part because, just as I did, they lose themselves to the disease and are scared to escape its clutches. I won't sugarcoat things. Some people do judge you. Some people think an eating disorder is a sign of weakness, that you need kid gloves, that you can't handle tough stuff. Some people think it's the ultimate narcissistic, attention-seeking teenage girl affectation and dismiss it with a wave of the hand. Just eat, grow up, you'll get over it. The fact is, eating disorders are illnesses. They are a disease. 1 million Australians at any one time suffer from an eating disorder. It has the highest mortality rate of any psychiatric illness. 63% of sufferers are female, and it is estimated 15% of women will suffer an eating disorder at some time in their life. It is the third most common chronic illness in young women. Adolescents are most at risk, but it can happen at any age. There is no single cause, but it is said to be a complex interaction of psychological risk factors, sociocultural influences, and biological and genetic dispositions. Some personality traits make you more susceptible. Perfectionism, obsessive-compulsiveness. The best-known environmental contributor is the socio-cultural idealisation of thinness. Because of the stigma, because of the shame, less than a quarter of the people suffering this disease receive a diagnosis, and approximately 90% don't receive treatment. To all those who are suffering this disease, I say this: while it may consume you at times, If you get help, you will find that it does not need to dictate your life, it does not need to impact your goals or impede your achievements. Moreover, your worth and your success is not dependent on how much control you have over what you put in your mouth. This does not define you. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the honourable member for Griffith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I commend the member for Curtin on the contribution. Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister had 2 jobs this year, a speedy, effective rollout of the vaccine and quarantine. He has botched both, and now Australians are paying the price. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister has been trying to strong-arm the states to inflict his own inadequacies on them, even scornfully comparing Queenslanders and others to cavemen in a kid's cartoon. If he's looking for cavemen or looking for someone to scold, he should look behind him instead at people like the member for Dawson. Mr Speaker, 18 months into the pandemic, we're seeing the consequences of the Morrison government's failures. They have not delivered effective national quarantine. The vaccine rollout has been shambolic. Mr Morrison, the Prime Minister, said that Australia was at the front of the queue, but when it became clear we were at the back of the queue, he changed his mind and said, "This isn't a race." He's wrong. This is a race, and because of his failures, we ended up with half the country in lockdown. Australians are paying the price for the Prime Minister's failures. Not content with botching his own 2 jobs, the Prime Minister has also been seeking to inflict his inadequacies on state and territory leaders. He pressured the New South Wales Premier to avoid lockdown, and now New South Wales is seeing the consequences. He and his ministers, including the Minister for Defence, have lectured and hectored the Queensland Premier. Thank goodness she stood up to them and did not give in to their attempts to undermine our state borders. He sided with the likes of Senator Pauline Hanson in demanding that Queensland open its borders. He joined with Clive Palmer in taking Western Australia to the High Court in an attempt to ram a hole in their state border. And the Prime Minister has even compared Queenslanders and others to cavemen in the kids' cartoon movie The Croods. He thinks we need to come out from our cave. It's bizarre. The Batuta Advocate reported on these comments with headlines like, quote, "Funny-looking cave," says Perth man enjoying a beer at the pub before a movie with mates. And, quote, "Brisbane man pops out of his cave to hunt for some yum cha in a busy shopping precinct." And I thought of these headlines at the weekend when I attended a beautiful church service to commission the new priest in charge, Reverend Cooper, at St John's at Bulimba. I thought about them too when I went to my son's under 9.5's footy game. And I certainly thought funny-looking cave when I was at Brewdog at Muraree having some beers with my family to celebrate my mum's birthday. The states have been following the health advice and doing their best to pick up the slack where the Morrison government has failed. I'm thankful to live in a state where the Premier has resisted the Morrison government's attempts to badger and strong-arm her to weaken the COVID response. And I fervently hope that people in every state and territory will soon be able to be in churches and at kids' sport and in pubs, while still being confident that their government is following health advice and standing firm against pressure to weaken the response. We're not in a cave. We're not in a cartoon. We're in a pandemic, and serious times call for serious leadership. And as I said, if the Prime Minister is looking for cavemen or for people to scold, he should look behind him. How about the member for Dawson, who has spread disinformation using this parliament? In this parliament, he has described quarantine as imprisonment. He has claimed anti-lockdown protesters were taking a stand against tyranny. He has demanded no more state border closures. He has opposed QR codes and check-ins. He has said, quote, "Masks do not work. Fact." He has claimed lockdowns do more harm than good. He has attacked chief health officers, claiming, quote, "There is no doubt that the power has gone to their heads." This isn't some crossbencher. This isn't some minor party person. This is a government MP, a Morrison government MP. Yet what have we heard from the Prime Minister, the man so ready and willing to rebuke our Premier in Queensland? We've heard crickets in respect of it. Mr Speaker, when Labor moved a motion about the member for Dawson's disinformation, the Prime Minister couldn't even bring himself to refer to the member directly. That's the character of this Prime Minister. He won't lift a finger to stop the member for Dawson and others from undermining the public health response. Mr Speaker, my constituents are doing their absolute best. They're observing restrictions, including lockdowns when necessary. They're quarantining when necessary. They deserve a federal government that will act swiftly and effectively to keep them safe and well. The state government is doing its part, but the Prime Minister has botched the vaccine rollout and has failed to deliver safe national quarantine. He should focus on getting the federal response right and pulling MPs in line if they spread disinformation, and working with the states, not having a go at them and calling them cavemen.
The question is the House to now adjourn, and I'll call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to talk about a truly awful occurrence in my electorate of Chisholm. 2 weeks ago, Monash Man's shed in Glenmavery was broken into, with thieves making off with more than $20,000 worth of tools and electrical equipment. Anything that wasn't bolted down was taken, and damage was also done to the shed itself. This is a huge blow to an organisation that gives us so much to our local area. Over the last 2 years, I have been so lucky to visit the shed for lunches, talks, and just to chat with members over a cuppa. You couldn't hope to meet better people. Greg and the rest of the team there do such an amazing job for our community, providing a space for blokes to talk, cook, make stuff, and learn new things. Just a couple of months ago, I visited the shed for lunch and to hear a talk from an expert on dementia. It was really informative, and I left feeling so happy and grateful that this incredible resource exists for Chisholm's men. Men's sheds across the country provide a safe and friendly environment for men to gather or work on meaningful projects, with the ultimate aim of improving the health and well-being of their members. They address social isolation and boost men's mental health. They also provide a vital health information and resources that men may not usually access or may be reluctant to access by themselves. A study in 2013 found that men's sheds members had significantly better scores than non-men's shed members for physical functioning, general health, vitality, and mental health. There are now more than 1,000 men's sheds around Australia. The government recognises the invaluable contribution they make to communities across the country and the substantial positive impact they make on men's mental health, with $1 million worth of grants each year through the National Shed Development Programs. Forming close friendships with others is particularly critical in supporting men's mental health and reducing the risk of suicide. I know that connections forged through the men's shed have been hugely helpful for members of my community in Chisholm, especially through the pandemic. During lockdown, Greg and other members of the Monash Men's Shed have continued to find ways to reach out, engage and connect with their members while they are physically apart. The shed phone continues to be manned between 10 in the morning and 12 p.m. for any men wanting a chat or support. This, of course, is in addition to the many phone calls that they make to their members and activities over Zoom that they offer. It beggars belief that anyone would want to harm this incredible organization or disrupt its important work. I can only assume that the thieves did not know where exactly they were or who they were stealing from. The alternative is too horrible to think about. Whatever the criminals' motives or intentions, one thing is clear: the Monash Men's Sheds and its members truly did not deserve this awful and shameful act. A GoFundMe page has been set up to help replace some of the stolen items, install a security system at the workshop, and continue to contribute to the shared mental health program. I know it's a lot to ask in what are already difficult times, but I do encourage locals in Chisholm and anyone listening who can spare it to chip in and help out. Any donation, big or small, would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.